Welcome to the live show. Welcome to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. We are back. Yes, y'all. We are back. It is currently 6:56 a.m. and today's date is the 8th of January 2025. How are you doing this beautiful morning that the Lord has made? How are you? Yes, y'all. It's a lot going on. It's a lot going on in the United States. And some of it is scary and some of it is like expected. But look, God is great regardless of what's going on in the world. God is great. All right, so here's the deal. CNN crew escapes fire in Santa Monica area. Check this out.
I've never seen anything. Fires were this close to the cars. People left their cars on Palisades Drive, burning up the hillside, the palm trees, everything's going. And the wind and the firemen are great, but you can only do so much.
But back to our breaking news this hour. Los Angeles is under a state of emergency as firefighters race to stop two fast-moving wildfires. Strong winds in Southern California, they are making the Palisades fires spread at an alarming rate. And the concern is that it's going to get even worse on Wednesday, according to fire officials on the ground. Local officials adding that at least 30,000 residents have been evacuated from their homes already. And there's concern that there'll be need for more evacuations. The Los Angeles Fire Department is even asking off-duty members to potentially help push back some of the flames. In the meantime, the Eaton fire roared to life just a few hours ago, quickly burning an area larger than 150 American football fields. Both fires are at 0% containment so far. CNN has several crews across the region trying to work as safely as possible to bring you the very latest pictures on the ground and the stories of those affected, including from inside the areas torched by the wildfires. CNN's Natasha Chen and her team captured some of this video leaving their location in Santa Monica, California earlier today. With a lot of experience on board, she says that it was, quote, the most terrifying exit that we've made from any assignment in a long time. Here's more of what she saw.
We were there from about noon until about just after 6 p.m. local time when we had finished our last live shot. And I guess what we hadn't quite surmised was exactly how bad it had gotten south of us on Pacific Coast Highway. And that's the way we came in to get to our spot to cover the fire. And we knew that we had heard reports that the flame jumped the highway, but I guess we had not seen with our own eyes just exactly what that meant and what that looked like for us getting out of there. So at the end of the night, we pulled up to a fire truck and kind of waved at a firefighter and said, "Hey, where do you think is the best way for us to leave, to get out of here?" He kind of shook his head at us and said, "Well, I guess you go south." And so that's what we did. Pretty quickly realizing that there were flames on both sides of the highway. There were embers flying over the lanes of the highway. I spotted an emergency vehicle and decided our best bet is to just follow that car, to follow right behind him as closely as possible. If he's driving, then he's probably knowing the best way out. So as we're driving behind this emergency vehicle, I'm hearing an explosion on my right. There are houses on fire right up against the road on the left. And as I mentioned, embers flying. And so at this point, Rosemary, I'm just holding my breath. And I can feel the heat from inside the car, just watching the embers fly across the windshield. So not ideal. In that kind of we get put on a lot of risky assignments, and in this situation, we had to make a calculated risk for the best way to leave. And I think, thankfully we got out of there, and we got a real look at just the level of destruction and really the fear that a lot of those residents might be feeling if they're looking at those images on the news, if they've evacuated. I can't imagine. They're wondering if their house is the next one on fire, if they have anything to go home to.
Our thanks to Natasha and her team. Joining me now is Ariel Cohen, meteorologist in charge at the National Weather Service in Los Angeles. Ariel, we are so lucky to have you right now. We know you guys are extremely busy, but if you could just help us and our viewers around the world really understand what this combination of different factors has been that made this fire get so bad in the first place and affect tens of thousands of residents.
First of all, I want to say that this is a very heartbreaking situation. It is incredibly sad to see what society is going through during this exceptionally destructive event. I can't emphasize it enough. On behalf of the National Weather Service, our hearts go out to everyone who is being impacted by these fires. You know, we're in the midst of a destructive windstorm right now, a once in a decade or 2 decade type of wind event, with winds now gusting upwards of nearly 100 miles per hour across the San Gabriel Mountains and the nearby foothills, and then also across the Santa Monica Mountains, extending across parts of the Los Angeles Basin area, where we're having trees coming down, significant structural damage already occurring, and it will only get worse overnight. And then with the very dry air mass that settled over the area, a very rare, volatile combination of parameters has come together to fuel the explosive development of horrific wildfires across the Los Angeles area, all the way towards the coast, across the Santa Monica Mountains and towards Malibu. This is a particularly dangerous situation, a rare category of red flag warning that we use for the worst of the worst conditions that can come together to create the rapid spread of fires that spot miles in advance and spread rapidly, raging paths of destruction. We're seeing that come to fruition. And, you know, when we're making these forecasts, when we're making these messages, you know, these correspond to real world impacts. And it's so sad to see what's going on. And we urge everyone to stay at a high state of readiness as we head through the overnight hours into tomorrow, as this will only get worse.
It is absolutely heartbreaking, the idea that the worst could possibly still be ahead for so many people, Ariel. And we certainly join you in wishing so many of these people just a safe way out. I wonder, some of the surrounding regions, you know the area. For those viewers that are watching, those viewers who are listening right now that perhaps have not been evacuated but may have to make that decision, what are some of those surrounding regions around where the fire is located right now? Those people that really should make sure that their phones are on if they possibly make it a few hours of sleep tonight.
We have destructive winds going on all the way from the Glendora, Claremont area, all the way through Monrovia, Altadena, Pasadena, up through the San Fernando community, then extending through the Hollywood Hills, Beverly Hills, greater Hollywood area, through the Santa Monica Mountains, all the way to Malibu. It's a very large footprint, all the way Griffith Park, thinking of a few other areas as well, Echo Park, Elysian Park area, and everywhere across the San Gabriel Valley, San Fernando Valley, Calabasas, Segura Hills area, western parts of LA Basin, Malibu Coast, and throughout the Santa Monicas. You need to be at a high state of readiness throughout all of the overnight hours into tomorrow, and have multiple ways to receive life-saving evacuation notice from local law enforcement as well as emergency management. You may be seconds away from having to save your life when those orders come. Take them seriously. This is a deadly situation.
Ariel, thank you so much for joining us. You go down that list. It is.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. Like you hear, it is a deadly situation in California, Los Angeles to be precise. I mean, there's been a lot of wildfire in California, but this is very close to Beverly Hills, like the rich part. Okay, people always say, well, the fires are not going to get to the rich part, but this right here is close to the rich part. So Santa Monica, everywhere. Okay, so make sure you are evacuated if you are in California, Los Angeles. Get out, get out.
Hello, I'm Polo Sandoval live in New York. We are following breaking news out of Southern California where dangerous and fast-moving wildfires are currently raging in Los Angeles. They are threatening thousands of homes and lives. The fire chief there says at least 30,000 people have been ordered to evacuate so far. A powerful windstorm is what's really fueling the flames and has prompted officials on the ground to declare a state of emergency that's in effect. And the situation is only expected to get worse in the coming hours ahead as the winds are forecast to grow even stronger, which is hard to imagine. Residents fleeing the fires describing these harrowing scenes you're looking at.
This is the worst fire I've ever encountered. I've been within 3 within a mile, and I've never had to get evacuated. So I was really surprised that the fire moved so quickly this time.
We were running down, you could see palm trees, just like random palm trees on fire. So I'm sure leaves are burning and falling down, and it's literally apocalyptic.
And hellish as well. Hundreds of firefighters are on the front lines right now. They're trying to battle the flames. The largest fire now nearly 3,000 acres in size, and it's burning around the coastal neighborhood of Pacific Palisades. It's one of LA's most affluent communities. California's governor urging residents right now to heed the evacuation orders and warning these types of events are becoming far too common.
Whoa.
Hell of a way to start a new year. We were here not too long ago, the Franklin fire. A few weeks prior to that, the Mountain Fire. November, December, now January. There's no fire season, it's fire year, it's year round.
CNN's.
Okay, so now is Gavin Newsom going to allow the OG, the legend, Donald Trump, actually pass some water into California, into Los Angeles? Because this man right here, he wants to block Donald Trump from actually passing some water into California. Like, is this going to be the right time now? But I know what time it is because Trump ain't going to let all this happen. Because he's going to say, you know what? I am going to stop the funding. So this is happening, what, 13 days before Trump becomes the president of the United States? He has to play ball with Trump, and he would have to allow the water go into California.
Quad and his team have been following this coverage since this afternoon and into tonight. Nick, hard to believe you were saying earlier that today started as a pretty picture-perfect day, and now look at what's happening behind you.
Polo, I mean, not to make this personal, but I started this morning having a swim in the ocean at 8 o'clock. It was a beautiful morning, but just as I was getting out of the ocean, the wind was beginning to pick up. We knew this was coming. 2.5 hours later, 10:30, this blaze began. Now it has exploded. And look, we are now, we've spent most of the day, Polo, up in the hills. The beautiful little windy streets, the beautiful multi-million-dollar homes, some of which are no more. We've now come down into Palisades Village, the center of this community. That was an apartment building that we have watched. Jesus! Whoa! Sorry, I nearly got hit by something there. We're going to have to get back. We've just watched this building just disintegrate, and a little part of that building nearly hit me there. All of these embers that you can see, Polo, that's the problem. These embers on that wind, any of these embers can cause another fire. And that's what's been happening all day. That's what's been happening all day and will continue to happen all night, because the wind is only going to get worse. It's going to be worse in just a few hours before the dawn. So, 250 firefighters who have already been fighting for hours, doing what they can to try to contain this, but it's nigh on impossible, particularly up in those hills, those little roads, tightly packed houses, and just so much fuel. We haven't had rain in LA for months. So there is just dry vegetation that is just fuel. It is fuel. And then this is the result. Look at that. Look at that. Whoa, my hat's just, apartment building just gone. Absolutely gone. So you mentioned 30,000 people evacuated. I think that number is climbing. They're now issuing some evacuation orders for down in Santa Monica, which is a couple of miles that way. My wife and kids have just left our house and moving further south. If this gets to Santa Monica, that would be catastrophic and unprecedented. Let's pray, let's hope that that does not happen. But already what has been wrought by this fire is terrible. People's homes destroyed. And, you know, we saw those 30,000 people who were having to evacuate. You know, the roads just couldn't take it. So there was gridlock, there was standstill. So people got out. They took with them whatever they could carry, whatever they could drag. And then they left their cars. But of course, they had to get all these fire trucks in. So the fire department had bulldozers just shove those cars out of the way. Their first priority, human life. Everybody got out, they hope. We don't know. Their next priority is property. So that's what they're trying to save. But, you know, how do you fight a fire like that? I mean, it's almost impossible. And the embers
Nick,
from that, who knows what else they are going to ignite. Polo?
Nick, as we see these live pictures that you're bringing to us, and by the way, at any point, of course, I know you're taking those correct measures and you and your team are professionals at doing this. So at any point, if you have to bail, completely understand. But while we still have you, Nick, what's this sort of imperfect storm that has come together in the last few hours? Is it the tightly packed homes? Is it the steep hillside? Certainly the erratic winds. What is this making it so much worse for firefighters?
It's the wind. It is the wind, as it always is with these fires. You know, as I say, we knew this was coming because we know that whenever we have one of these Santa Ana wind events, which is warm, strong winds coming from inland, coming from the desert, we know we're going to get fired. So, you know, the state pre-positioned firefighters, but you never know exactly where it's going to ignite, of course. And then getting those firefighters up into those hills. And of course, with this wind, you know, normally, the last fire I covered up here in the Palisades in 2021, they had fixed wing and helicopters just dropping water and flame retardant, and that was huge. They haven't had those air assets up today. Wind. So they've been fighting this on the ground. So you've got guys on the ground, tight packed houses, all this vegetation, tight windy roads. It is a terrible place to try to fight a fire. They're doing their best. Polo?
Nick, thanks to you and your whole team, we do have eyes on the ground. Not only us, but also the residents in the surrounding regions that may be faced with a very difficult decision to potentially evacuate tonight. So thank you so much, Nick. We'll let you go so you can reassess. In the meantime, let's go ahead and bring in Nita Srikanth. She is a resident of LA County. Nita, my understanding is that you were in Pacific Palisades earlier as the fire was actually starting to grow. In fact, you were hiking in the Palisades, if I'm not mistaken, with your dog when you saw the fire off in the distance. So I'm curious, when did you realize when this was about to get very serious?
It was actually my dog that informed me. So I had my AirPods in and I was hiking up Westridge Trail, which is Mandeville Canyon up in the Palisades area. And as we started the hike, the winds were out of control. There was, as the previous person said, there's just dry brush everywhere right now in the Palisades. And so for the past few months, typically this is around the time that we get a ton of rain. And so without that, and just walking up the trail, my dog got freaked out because it sounded like some sort of explosion when it first started. So as we started the hike, you couldn't really see anything. It was a clear, beautiful day, obviously windy with the weather that we have. But it was during the hike that all of a sudden I turned around and I saw just a puff of smoke go up. And that's when I really started recording. And I think I shared some videos with you all as to what we saw.
Yeah.
And the dog started freaking out and it just continued to grow. And it was very clear and evident that this was a different type of fire. The fire was just out of control and it was spreading so fast and rapid.
And Nita, those images that you just mentioned, we're actually sharing those with our viewers as we speak, where you could see that smoke on the horizon. It really is quite apocalyptic here. At this point, do you have any friends or family in the region who have been affected? My understanding is so far you haven't personally, but are you in contact with some of those people who have already been affected by this fire?
Yeah, actually, just before I came on, my friend and her husband had to evacuate from Santa Monica, and they're now staying with me here. And actually, if you step outside, you can see the fire. Right now, LA is lit up right now with the amount of fire and the smoke that you could still see through the night.
You know, for those people who aren't familiar with California, obviously a wildfire is not unusual, but how does this really stand out from all the other fires that you have perhaps witnessed in your time there?
Yeah, so I saw the 2018 one. That was a little bit different because of the wind trajectory at that time. A lot of the soot and the smoke was coming back towards the residents. This time, not that there's any type of small victory in this type of situation, the air is actually pushing towards the ocean. So the residents aren't as covered in smoke this time compared to what it was like in 2019. 2021, not to compare these, it wasn't as bad as the 2019 one or the one we're actually currently experiencing. LA looks like an apocalyptic city right now, and I'm not sure what it's going to be overnight because the winds are very, very strong, and we could wake up to even more destruction than any of us right now realize with the dark of night covering it all.
As a resident there, can you tell me a little bit about what folks, at least residents, knew that was potentially coming? Was there heavy winds in the forecast? Were people told to prepare for the potential for a wildfire? Certainly not that anybody could have predicted this.
Right. Well, there were warnings ahead of time, right? We were kind of told that to expect the Santa Ana winds, and we were actually told they would be up to 100 miles per hour. And when that typically happens at this time of year, when there hasn't been any rainfall, there was always going to be that high risk opportunity that a fire was going to spread. As a resident, I did not expect it to happen immediately as soon as it started. And also, no one could have predicted that the destruction would have been this bad, where Santa Monica is being evacuated at that point. And if Santa Monica is being evacuated, like, we know that this is significantly different than the previous ones. But
This is just wild, ladies and gentlemen. Think about the fact that Santa Monica is being evacuated. I was in Santa Monica like last year. I was contracted to go do a film, like a dance competition. So I was filming for a company out of New York, based out of New Jersey. And it was so much fun to now hear that Santa Monica is being evacuated. This is just absolutely sad, unheard of. However, wildfires have been going on in California for a long time, for years, probably decades. Okay. But now Trump has been talking about, well, during his second term, now is the 47th. He says he wants to divert some part of the Pacific Ocean into uh, Los Angeles. But, the media is saying it's not true. It can be done. However, if Trump says it can be done, I believe it can be done. Just let him do it. Just say, all right, do it. Do it, Mr. President. That's all they need to say. All right, what we got?
From her home in the Pacific Palisades after the fire spread to her backyard. And Rachel, thank you so much for joining us in what I imagine to be a truly traumatizing situation. Thankfully, you are safe in a hotel now, but tell us what happened and what you saw that led you to evacuate.
Understatement. What I saw was something that I don't think anyone ever dreams of seeing, even in their dreams, I think. It was just literally a perfect day in Pacific Palisades. We live in a dream community, which unfortunately doesn't exist, I think, anymore. My daughter went to her first day of preschool. After the break, everyone was excited. I came home, put on classical music, typical, I think, of Titanic. I put on classical music, tried to start working. And as soon as I started working, the notification came in saying, there was a fire. And I can't even tell you how quickly I walked to the front of the house and saw that the fire had come to our gate. We live in a gated community there in the Palisades. And that was the moment I realized, surreal, surreal, surreal. It's real. And after being born and raised in the Palisades, having seen numerous evacuations, having been through earthquakes, fires, whatever you can say, we've been through it all. This was something I was never expecting. And I'm very happy to say I'm okay. But after what we've been through, I don't know why. I don't know why I have to be in a hotel room. I don't know why this had to happen to this extent, but we'll get to that at some point, I think.
Rachel, how tough was it to get out of the Palisades with so many others trying to do the exact same thing? We've seen these images of cars stranded because they just couldn't go. There was traffic. They couldn't move, so people just abandoned their cars. How tough was it to get out?
It was worse than what you saw. It was unbelievable sitting there in one lane, basically going in and out of places where there should have been some forethought, I think. We sat in just people were getting out of their cars to run away from the fire. So I was in a position that I don't think any one of us, we've seen war zones on TV, we see fires on TV. This was the first time this little community who sort of kind of keeps to itself and is happy has had to face something like this. But you bring up something that was, I think, more difficult than seeing the fire. It was really, how do I get out of this? That was baffling to me.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And that's so scary. And we have seen the images of cars that are left on the highway and because people had to run because there was just so much traffic, and then those cars had to be bulldozed so that first responders could get in and respond to the fires. I mean, from an emotional standpoint, Rachel, I can't imagine what you're going through right now. You're a lawyer. You've worked hard all of your life to build, your dream. I'm sure your home is a beautiful place. It's your sanctuary, and for it to just be potentially gone in a blink of an eye is just such a worst case scenario. Do you know if your house is still standing? And just from an emotional standpoint, like I said, how are you feeling right now?
It's a great question. I think for those of us that have children, or for those of us that have other people who are relying on you, we put on a tough face and we move forward. We have to pretend like nothing's happened. I don't know if our house is still there. What I can tell you is I have a photo of our neighbor's house, which is gone. Oh. I have a photo of the neighbor's house across the street, which is gone. I don't know if our house is there, but I can tell you that we're okay. And all I know is that the people that are in the Palisades, I hope that they are safe. But we have questions. We have questions. I know where I am right now, but I don't know where my mayor was when this was happening.
Rachel, the other thing...
And I do know now where she was, but I'm born and raised in Los Angeles. I spend my life worrying about when the earthquakes come, when the Santa Ana winds come. I plan my trips around this. If I'm in charge, I'm going to figure out how people need to get in and out of a city like Pacific Palisades. If I'm in charge, I'm going to tell you. I care about you. I'm going to tell you where the roads are to get from here to there. Nobody told us. Nobody told us where to go, what to do. I didn't even have an evacuation order. The video that you, I hope, see, we did not have an evacuation order at that time. So I love the fire department. I love our fire personnel. We need more. Where were they?
Rachel, you are raising...
I don't know where they were. And I can tell you, I'm on group chats with my daughter's preschool parents. Probably 7 out of the 15 in our classroom all lost homes.
Wow.
And so you ask about emotional toll. I can't even answer that question yet. I can still sit here with a smile because I don't know what's going on. I can still sit here, but I don't know. The answer to what's the emotional toll that I'm going through right now, I don't know. And 50 Rachel, years, 49 for me of being born and raised in the Palisades, hardworking family. Everyone who lives in the Palisades is there because they love the Palisades. And for someone to be in charge of my town, where were you?
Playing golf.
Where were you when the decisions should have been made on how to get in and out of places? When the fire, I wish she were sitting across from me to answer these questions. She's not. And so I don't have an answer for you what my emotional toll is today, because I can tell you what the weather patterns are. Your meteorologist can tell you. If you live here and you run a city, figure it out. If you want to be the mayor of a city like Los Angeles, you're in charge of some really important things, and you just let it go.
On a screen right now, we're looking at one of the other fires there, this one in Sylmar, significantly to the north of you there, Rachel. But I want to talk about something that you mentioned before you discussed the questions of the mayor, which certainly are valid. We need answers. But you mentioned the community. And I think it's important to note that the Palisades, while there are very nice homes, it is not filled with streets of Hollywood celebs like you might imagine when you hear Los Angeles. You made this point. It is a special community. It's a little enclave. It's regular Americans like you with families working hard every day. My best friend had to evacuate last night. He told me his sister's house is gone. And they're one of those Palisades family, like you mentioned, like you are, that's been there for generations. They grow in this community, their kids, their grandkids. Describe more of this sense of community in the Palisades that you know, the Palisades that you love.
So, born and raised there, 49 years, to parents who are immigrants, who became success stories. Myself, I've done well, only because of where we come from. And it is the Palisades, it's the people there. My daughter is able to grow up in was able to grow up in the Palisades. She's 3 years old. She's going to a school that is the oldest institution in the Palisades, Methodist preschool. It was across the street from the elementary school I went to. All I can say is the people that I know that are either in a hotel or in one of the fancy houses or in one of the non-fancy houses or what, that's not what the Palisades was ever about. We were a community that was made up of people who loved being there. And if you happen to be a celebrity, well, great. No one took your picture when you came to the Palisades. You were just like every one of us. We're not interested in who you are. We're interested in what you do for us as a community. Our mayor, Steve Gutenberg, was driving cars, pushing cars out of the one lane that we have to get in and out of a particular enclave in the Palisades. We fought. We all did. We helped each other. We will continue to help each other. I know we will. I know, because the people I'm talking to at 2 o'clock in the morning, we're still helping each other. Yeah. And I hope anyone who needs help knows who to call, where to call. The Palisades, you know who we are. Please come to us right now, because I've never seen us look like this before. Yeah. And I can tell you another thing. The people who live in the Palisades have helped people who live across this country, who've lived across the world. Please come and help us. I've never seen this town full of such great people, such contributors to the world I don't know how we're all going to come together, but we're going to.
Rachel,
we have to.
You were a great message there, and it is so true. I mean, California is, of course, used to wildfires, but this is on another level, something else entirely. You were just talking about a lack of response from local officials, the mayor of Los Angeles. There are also reports of water pressure issues, that firefighters were trying to put out fires, but there was a lack of water because of water pressure, which is an infrastructure issue. Have you heard that locally? Does that surprise you? What's your reaction to that?
It doesn't surprise me that you say that. We had a horrible weather situation last year where we were out of power and electricity and phone lines for about 30 days. Why is that happening? Why did that happen in the first place? I don't know if the water supply was what you're representing, but I believe it. And I'll tell you why, because it goes back to, you got to know the community that you are representing. If you don't get on an airplane and come back here. Don't come back and help us if you can't help us. What was in West Africa that required you to be there when the weather was shifting the way it was? And if the water pressure is what it is, why are these poor firefighters risking their lives because government officials who somebody elected or some people elected, why are those poor firefighters not given the tools to fight the fires for us?
To be clear, you're referring.
I wish I could have this conversation with her. I just can't.
You're referring to her being the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, who's currently
of Los Angeles.
She's currently in Ghana on a trip to
Ghana.
The inauguration of another leader there. And you do mention the water pressure, like Carly said. Remember, a few years ago, UCLA, right around UCLA, they dumped so many thousands, millions of gallons of water. And there was a pressure situation, but the point was it destroyed pressure in the pipes for this very kind of need when you need to fight fires.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it makes no sense why they did it. There were a lot of people questioning at the time. Rachel, we can't imagine what you're going through, but we are praying for you, your preschooler, your entire family during this horrific time. We will be watching. Please keep us posted.
Yeah.
We're praying.
And we
for
hope
you.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. So I was checking the houses in Palisades and the prices, and the lowest that I saw was like $3.8 million. Actually, $3.9 million. So everybody in the Palisades, they're bucks though. Oh, actually, I see one bed, one bath for $410,000. I see one for 2.8, 3 bed, 2 bath, $2.8 million. Very small. However, um, it's a sad story for Los Angeles as a whole, man. A lot of people are saying the rich folks getting some
Meantime,
fire.
let's bring in a resident of neighboring North Santa Monica, Gabriel Gelati, along with search and rescue expert, retired Navy Captain Armin Kurdian, and the national correspondent Jeff Paul, who has covered many, many fires and knows exactly what these things can and cannot do. To you first, Gabriel, you're living just a stone's throw from where these flames are burning right now. What's your plan should this get worse?
I mean, yeah. Well, my parents were evacuated. The house I grew up in is right on the cusp in San Vicente, and they're out. I have an aunt who's in Brusty Canyon. She's out. My cousin in the Palisades, they're out. So we're just kind of keeping an eye on things.
When you say out, Gabriel, where are they going?
Well, my mom is at my sister's house. My parents are at my sister's.
Okay.
And my cousin is at another cousin's house. So, yeah, family for now.
And do they have somebody that can keep them in the know about what's happening in their neighborhoods, what's happening to their property? Is anybody staying back, or is everybody pretty much getting out?
Everybody's getting out. Yeah, no, they're I mean, you know, like the rest of us, they're on chat threads and getting information where they can.
Yeah, and what about you? Do you have like a timeline? Do you have a location? Because now we know the hard, just so people around the country know, the fire started in Pacific Palisades, which is a pocket of an area. It's a very wealthy area. It's a bit just right above the cliffs of between Santa Monica and Malibu. That's where the Pacific Palisades is. And as you go up those cliffs, you run into Brentwood. And then Brentwood is a little bit off the coast, and it runs kind of parallel with Santa Monica for quite some time. And it goes up there on the other side, and you can kind of get to those mountains, the Santa Monica Mountains, and you have Malibu over there. So they all run concurrent. Do we have some? Let's listen into our local affiliate, Fox 11, very quickly.
Yeah, I've rescued before. Yeah? Yeah. Please be safe. Yeah, thank you. You be safe too.
Yeah. I think, Joab, we're going to have to end up moving because I could see all of the firefighters that were stationed at this location and the police officers. They already left. And again, this is New York Boulevard. Altadena is up here, and this is Bradley. And the building that is very close to being on fire, and it may be before the end of the night. I don't know exactly what it is, but I did see water meters. What does it say here? It's the Pasadena Tech Center.
Oh, wow.
That's in danger right now.
Okay, and
the
Gina,
Pasadena Tech Center.
I know you had heard at least one home on fire. When you made your travels there, did you actually see other homes on fire?
No, we didn't see any homes on fire. What we did see was the large orange glow from the 210 freeway and that black smoke up there in the sky, and it just was so ominous. It was just, you know, when you look at it, you're like, oh no, this cannot be good because it's spreading so fast. These winds are just unbelievable. We couldn't stand straight when we were in Upland. And then as you're driving, my recommendation is if you don't have to go anywhere, don't go anywhere, because driving is very dangerous right now. There's so much debris on the freeways that's just coming at you. It's just not, it's horrible driving conditions.
So
we need to get out of there.
Broke into programming on Fox 11. So if you were just joining us, welcome to our coverage. Alex Michelson, Marla Tejas, Gina Silva is joining us right now from Altadena. All day we've been talking about this fire that we have been watching in Pacific Palisades. That's still burning out of control.
That is our team across the street at Fox 11. That is Alex Michelson there. Alex has been on the show a number of times. They have been on wall-to-wall coverage here in Los Angeles because of this fire. The pictures you were just seeing is a KTTV Fox 11 reporter who is in Altadena. That is near near Pasadena, and that is the Eaton Fire. And I just want to bring Jeff Paul in very quickly here, the national correspondent, Jeff, because now we're hearing this Eaton Fire is growing quickly as well.
I mean, it sounds like reportedly it's up to 400 acres, and what gives me a little concern is that earlier today, the Palisades fire was 200 acres, and we were kind of closely watching it, and then it just exploded. So to see this fire, I think earlier in the evening it was somewhere around 40 acres. Now it's 400 acres, and then the strongest winds are starting in the next hour or two and going to continue to 5 a.m. I'm really concerned about what this fire is going to do, being that it's already at 400 acres.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff's exactly right. That when I came into work, the fire in Pacific Palisades was at 200 acres, a little over 200 acres, some 260. Now, they only update every few hours. We have not gotten an update on the acreage burned in Pacific Palisades for the better part of 2.5 hours. And at last checked, it was 2,900 plus acres, almost 3,000 acres. So if the timing is any kind of gauge, that fire from the time that I came into work until they gave the last update grew 150+%, because it was up to 1,200 acres. It grew from 1,200 to 2,900 acres in the better part of 2.5 hours. It's been 2.5 hours since we've last been briefed. There is a very good possibility that this fire has grown immensely in that amount of time. We're not going to get another update on the size of the fire, Jeff Paul, until sometime around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's after all these massive winds come in. That is going to be a possibly stunning update.
And if anyone's ever been to the Pacific Palisades, and if you haven't, it is a very curvy area, like lots of twists and turns. Houses sort of built on top of each other. And so you think about a fire happening in this area, not only really dangerous for the people trying to get out, but think about the firefighters try to go in there, maybe drop some containment lines or something. And then on top of that, you've got all that fuel. It's dry conditions. You've got houses next to houses. So one house catches on fire. It's like flicking the ember of a cigarette. It goes on to the next one and catches on fire. And it's just this chain reaction. Those winds pick up, and they just take those embers, and you can see Matt Finn right now. He's clearing his eyes out. That's because he's got debris and probably embers flying right into his eye, right onto his face. I've been in that exact position. It's not fun, and it's extremely dangerous.
And it's worth noting that Jeff Paul and myself and Matt Finn, we have gone through these fire training exercises covering fires for many years. I mean, you have to go through them once, a couple of times a year, just so that you are current, just so that you know when you go out to the scene, you know how to behave, you know what to wear, you know where to go, and you know who to listen to and who not to listen to. But as you look at the live pictures from our Fox affiliate KTTV, you get a better idea of the scope of this fire and how big it is, because it was in the Pacific Palisades at 200 plus acres. It then exploded to 1,200 acres. It then exploded to 3,000 acres. And now we're getting information that this thing has pushed into or close to, I don't want to scare anybody, into and close to the Santa Monica border, which is next to the Palisades, next to Brentwood. And it is pushing, as our previous guest told us, it is pushing into the Brentwood area where evacuations are now being, I'm not sure they're being mandated, but they're certainly being requested at this point in time. I want to bring in Armin Kurdian, who is a search and rescue expert, Armin, because when you look at situations like this, we were talking to the chief earlier, you know how to mount resources. You know how these things work. And sometimes when you don't have enough resources, it is going to be a struggle.
Trace, the chief made a very interesting discussion about the aviation side of it, and that they brought in some aviation, but now that it's night. And not only that, consider the fact that, you know, this fire, this intense heat, the air is rising from the ground very, very rapidly. Now you couple that with the winds, the eddies, the darkness, the hills, and it is exceptionally dangerous for aircraft to be flying in that area. So you could even have the resources, as he says, but you can't actually deploy them because you can't deploy them safely. And the last thing you want is you want your helicopters, you know, crashing into the ground. So the best thing you can do is you want to get them in place, you want to get them ready, you want to manned up, get that retardant full, get the water bombers full of water so that they can start deploying those resources, deploying those retardants in areas to try to build those fire breaks and at least slow the fire down, because time is not on the side of the firefighters, as he said.
And I think it's worth kind of explaining, and if you can, great, Armin. If not, maybe Jeff can jump in here. The reason they call these things firestorms in many occasions is because the fires make their own weather. These fires are so robust. They are so hot. They are so intense. They literally create their own weather, their own vortexes.
You've even seen them on TV like a Firenado. So basically what's happening is that hot air is rising so fast and rapidly, and you already have strong winds coming off of the desert. So now you have cool, moist air on the water. You have the hot, dry air coming in from the desert. You have this rapidly rising heat source. And basically what happens is this firestorm, it creates its own wind. So a wind that would normally maybe be 25, 30 miles an hour, that's why you're seeing these hurricane-force gusts of wind at 70, 80 miles an hour that just come out of nowhere. The wind will be soft and all of a sudden, boom, it'll knock you over. So this kind of thing will continue to occur. And as you mentioned earlier, you talked about the growth in the fire, this exponential growth. You know, a fire could double in size every set period of time, and it's not necessarily in every direction. It could double in size in one particular direction, growing and expanding very, very fast in one direction. These fires can move at the speed of like 40, 50 miles an hour, so it's nothing to be nothing to toy with.
And not to scare you, Gabriel, but clearly, I mean, this fire is moving in different directions that nobody knows about because the wind is kind of moving in different directions that nobody knows about. It is mainly coming from east to west, but in that capacity, it is also shifting and moving, and it's kind of moving and spreading north and south as well. I mean, I guess the comforting thing for you is this studio where we are right now is before your house. So this, if the fire was to move this way, we would evacuate before you were told to evacuate, if that makes you feel any better.
Yeah, that's good.
Do you have things to do? Do you have people need to get out? Do you have stuff that you have already packed up, or what's the plan if this thing gets closer? You will have some time, but what is the plan?
Yeah. I mean, you know, like anyone else, we've got to sleep with one eye open basically, and keep an eye on things, and we've got family and places to go if need be. But it's just amazing how fast it's moving.
Yeah, it really is. It's amazing, Jeff, because they talk a lot about the 2007 wildfires in California, the 2003 wildfires. I covered both of those fires in San Diego and Los Angeles County. At one point, there were dozens of fires, and there were thousands and thousands of homes being consumed in those fires, and it lasted as long as the wind lasted. And when the wind died down, the fires were very quickly eradicated. But the fires last, like the chief was saying, as long as the wind lasts, because the wind is what's propelling these things primarily.
Absolutely. And you think about all those homes burning right now, that's what they're going to do right now. Those homes are just going to burn. And that's the unfortunate reality of the situation we're in, is this doing anything to try to protect these homes right now would only put these officials, these firefighters in danger, and it would just be a waste of resources because, like you said, the real fight happens once those winds knock down. And one thing I did want to bring up, that order from Santa Monica is a mandatory evacuation order. Yeah, they put it out on social media saying this is a lawful order. This is north of San Vicente. But I got to tell you, Trace, I live in Santa Monica. I'm not too far away from there. My partner works right there on San Vicente. I mean, this is hitting really close to home.
Yeah, it really is. And it's interesting, Armin, because when I talk about these fires of past years, you know, the firefighters literally would give up neighborhoods because they couldn't fight them. So because thousands of homes were burning, once a neighborhood primarily caught fire, they wouldn't go and protect the rest of the homes because they couldn't. There was no chance of saving. They would go to the next neighborhood and try and play defense there, and the next neighborhood, and it kept going and going for days.
There are so many analogies and similarities to military tactics. You know, the firefighters, they're the army. They're the ones that were out there on the front lines. And at some point, they have to say, you know, if I try to put this fire out in this location, I can't get my resources there. I'm not going to be able to do it. I have to make that judgment call, which is obviously very painful for some people in some neighborhoods to know that your house has to be sacrificed. But in order to save, you know, say 90% of a city, you have to say, okay, here's where we're going to set our line. We have the time to set up this line. We have the time to set up fire breaks. We have the time to set up an area where we're going to deprive the fire of its fuel. So at that point, it makes the fire slower, you know, fire breaks, flame retardant, earthen walls, whatever it needs to be. But the firefighters need that time to set up those barriers, and they can't do it if they're always right up against the front lines.
Let's go back to the scene very quickly, Armin.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. Hollywood seems to be on fire.
The fire obviously unclear if he was even able to tell first responders. Yesterday, in the thick of it, when this was all happening, Bob and Brooke, there were people calling 911 from their swimming pools.
I heard that.
Bob and Brooke. They were sheltering inside the water of their swimming pool because the fire was all around them.
Yeah.
I mean, how dramatic is that?
To see families and mothers literally carrying their babies and running down Palisades Drive to get out just because they couldn't even get into their cars and go. It's so shocking. So to know that someone actually got injured, you're also grateful that these people got out and they got out safely. But and heartbreaking that we can't get the air assets up just yet. So hopefully we'll get a respite from the winds. Okay, Gigi, those still some very dramatic pictures there. Still a big effort to save life and property.
Yes, thank you, Gigi. Bob, you know, you were just talking about like what we were watching all day yesterday, like people getting out of their cars. You saw people with babies. You saw people with giant horses, actually, just like walking through neighborhoods. You saw people with their pets, and also seeing video of people who were just out of sorts. Because of all of this, you know what I mean? They're running down the street through all of this smoke, and that was really jarring for me. Is that you kind of lose it a little bit as you're in a panic trying to get to safety.
And you know, some people have planned. You can plan as much as you can, and still, when you're in that moment, you know, panic sets in, and you just try to do what you can to try to save you and your family's life. We do want to show you this evacuation map and a Palisades map, pretty widespread here. This is provided to us by CAL FIRE, and you can see this spreads over a very large area.
Right.
And so this is stretched all the way basically down to the coast in the Palisades area. This started at Piedra Morada Drive, and then now is expanded eastward. So there's a little concern this morning for Brentwood. That area, the Palisades Village area, was also impacted as well. So everybody within this region pretty much is going to be impacted there. And of course, as we said, parts of Sunset, PCH, Topanga Canyon, all closed at this hour because of this fire.
Live look as we continue to get live looks in from our partners on this Wednesday. We know the traffic jam on Palisades Drive prevented emergency vehicles from getting through, and bulldozers were brought in to push abandoned cars to the side to create a path. Video provided along the Pacific Coast Highway showed widespread destruction of homes and businesses along the famed roadway, and you can see at this hour how that continues to burn. We continue just to show you all these compelling images that come in real time. A resident who lives out there in the Pacific Palisades, her name is Kelsey Trainer. She told the Associated Press that the only road in and out of her neighborhood was blocked. She also goes on to say ash fell all around her while fires burned on both sides of the road. A third wildfire started around 10:30 p.m. and quickly prompted evacuations in Sylmar and San Fernando Valley communities. That's the northernmost neighborhood in Los Angeles. The causes of all three fires remain under investigation this morning, and you can see again how first responders are working around the clock to figure out the very latest, how these fires started in the first place. But I can tell you, people at this hour, honestly, not even concerned how they started. They're just trying to make sure their families and loved ones get to safety. Power winds and dry vegetation are helping several wildfires burn out of control on this Wednesday morning in Southern California. This as structures are demolished and more people are seeking safety. The destruction also knocking out power and leaving thousands in the dark. Fox News correspondent Marianne Rafferty joining us from Los Angeles with the very latest.
Fire conditions in Southern California intensifying
This is too wild, ladies and
with
gentlemen.
several blazes turning the Golden State an ominous shade of red. As crews were busy battling the Palisades fire, which broke out Tuesday west of downtown Los Angeles, a second blaze, the Eaton fire, sparked later in the evening, slightly north in Altadena.
Right now, we're just focused on life
and then saving property.
Both infernos are growing because of tinderbox conditions and ruthless Santa Ana winds. Fire crews say the Eaton fire engulfed at least 400 acres in less than 2 hours, triggering mandatory evacuations.
It's horrific. I mean, just driving in the car, if you don't see any trees around, the car shakes like it's an earthquake.
The dramatic footage showing people desperately trying to save their horses, leading them through a street lined with lashing flames and swirling embers.
We have a couple we can let loose over there. We're trying to get as many as we can out.
A frantic scene also unfolded as teams rushed to evacuate a senior center from the encroaching Eaton fire. Crews even using a Pasadena SWAT vehicle to transport people to safety. Meanwhile, nerves are flaring as the tens of thousands who evacuated from the Palisades fire wonder if they will have a home to return to, with more than 13,000 structures under threats as of Tuesday night. California Governor Gavin Newsom has declared a state of emergency. In a statement, President Joe Biden has offered any federal assistance needed. In Los Angeles, Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
Marianne, thank you so much for that detailed report. The time now 5:03 here on the East Coast, and we continue to get more compelling images into our Live Now from Fox Studios. This one, you're getting a live look there along the Palisades. And again, you can see how fires continue to burn, but also the smoke and ash, which is causing a lot of devastation for people in and around the area. You heard Marianne mention that Hearst fire. Well, here's a live look at that fire in real time. Continues to burn as well. Right now, I want to take you out to Pasadena, California. Here's a different angle of fires that continue to burn, and you can see homes completely demolished. Thankfully, many people able to get out in real time and get to safety. As you heard mentioned in that article from the Associated Press, many people leaving their cars on the roadway, getting out of their cars and just running to try to get to safety, to the point where first responders and officials had to send in bulldozers to actually move those vehicles out of the way. And we'll actually have video of that later in our newscast right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 5:05 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. We'll continue to cover this major breaking news throughout the morning. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Yes, it is going bonkers in California right now. Hopefully everything cools down very soon, because a lot of people have lost their family. Lost their properties.
This is on Sunset and remind me here where this is. It's near the Riviera area, Amalfi. So near the golf course there, which interesting to me is because if you had this fire that was breaking out in the Palisades area in the hills, and the fire moved to the west, to the south, to the west, to the north, it was very erratic. You would think that those Santa Ana winds, which pushed westward and west and south, would have pushed this toward the ocean. Now that did in fact happen, and we saw those fires moving, and I think with daylight we're going to see all of the damage that this fire had caused as it moved so quickly through some of Malibu, jumping Pacific Coast Highway, hitting a large part of Pacific Coast Highway, even on the ocean side of Pacific Coast Highway. We'll see that this morning. But to see this as it traveled sort of southwards and now threatening the Brentwood area. You know, these are areas to sort of the east and towards the south, and you think that those folks would feel a little safer in the sense that they were not in the direction of the winds, Samada, but now we're looking at these winds being so erratic and so strong that these embers, you know, the spotting can certainly happen almost anywhere within this 2 to 5 mile vicinity of where this fire is burning.
Absolutely, Bob. To those embers, we talked about the possibility of long-range spotting, and that just applies to, with the strong winds, it can drive embers miles down. And to your point, with the chaotic wind conditions and the quick change in wind direction that could pose a hazard to areas that you would think would not be in the path of fire. But with one little spark, it could create a separate fire, a whole separate issue. And we have been dealing with, unfortunately, erratic winds. Hence, the National Weather Service has not only issued high wind warnings and red flag conditions for a particular area, but this is widespread. With the dry fuels, one little spark, any fire ignition source could lead to explosive, unpredictable fire behavior.
I saw this modeling once where someone showed me exactly what we were dealing with this fire, and they said they likened it to if you had thousands and thousands and thousands of individual matches, and you took those individual matches and you blew them under a high wind tunnel and just threw them into any sort of area. So you think about that, and you saw all of these pictures of just random homes, structures burning. You see these pictures of vehicles that are just in the middle of the street, and all of a sudden the vehicle is on fire. This is what's causing, what causes that fire is the spotting and these embers that are still burning, and they are blown at a great distance at a high velocity, and then find anything that is somewhat flammable, a little flammable, and just bursts into flames and then catches fire. That starts a fire, and then we have a domino effect where you have multiple homes burn, multiple vehicles burn, large areas, acres that are burned very quickly. That wind then just drives the fire so rapidly, so quickly, with so much vegetation and so much fuel to burn. And with all that being said, a constant reminder to have a get ready, get set and go bag ready. You have to make sure that you have your personal items, important documents, prescriptions. An evacuation plan is critical, especially when we're dealing with these high fire danger conditions, wind speeds we've been talking about, and that's what continues to drive these erratic winds. Gusts have been ranging 60, 70, 80 plus miles per hour, and under those conditions, it is nearly impossible to contain. All right, we saw Ed Lascos getting into frame there. It's been quite a night for Ed. Ed, what's the situation there? Tell us how your night has been. Have you been positioned there the entire time? Have you been moving as this fire has been moving?
We've been moving, Bob. We were in the heart of the Palisades, the village area, and the fire just roared through there, right in the center of the village. Many of the businesses, family-owned businesses, lost up in flames. Several of the homes along Sunset, as we evacuated ourselves along Sunset, moving east along Sunset, past Chautauqua Canyon, and many of the homes, I hate to tell you, on both sides of Sunset, burned to the ground. And then we get over to this area, Sunset, further east, El Malfi Drive, near Brentwood, near the world-famous Riviera Country Club, and the fire has been roaring up along, moving eastward. And many of the homes, some of the thick black smoke you see, some of the homes down in that little valley area of Sunset going up in flames. We hear a lot of popping, a lot of blasting back and forth. And this fire, relentless. Look at the black smoke coming up, blowing as this wind very strong, still here, blowing it toward the ocean, but continuing its march slowly eastward along Sunset, moving dangerously close now to the Brentwood area, the hills here. A lot of fire engines who were stationed down in that area somewhat evacuated themselves. Maybe we've seen about 12 or so engines here in the last 5 minutes or so move along Sunset, move further east up along Sunset over toward 26th Street in that area of Brentwood. So the fire here slowly moving in this direction, but also blowing down, moving toward the ocean itself. Several of the homes in that area are lost. We thought when we left the Palisades area itself, the eastern side of the Palisades, that we would have left that tremendous fire zone zone and left the area where we saw so many of the homes and businesses gone. And then these more homes continue to burn here. And when you talk about the businesses, we see fires like this, sadly, many times in canyons or in the wooded areas, high up on the mountainside, the ridges. But when you see a fire actually burning here through neighborhoods like this, through the center of a community, Pacific Palisades, burning businesses, burning multi-million-dollar homes, it is heartbreaking. And perhaps the worst scenario of all of this is the wind's still blowing like crazy, and there is no control of this fire. It's an out-of-control monster right now, Bob.
You know, this surprised me, Ed, when I stepped into the studio this morning and they told me that you were here. Sunset and Amalfi, and it shocked me because when we saw all of those homes burning in the Palisades area, to see that this fire had moved this far east, wow, and there are flames still burning there. And describe to me again, because anybody that has gone through the Palisades Village area, this is the big Caruso properties there along Sunset Boulevard, and you're telling me that that area or near that area, there were businesses along Sunset Boulevard that were burning on both sides? What did you see there?
Yes, it was hell on earth, to be honest with you, right in the heart there. Swarthmore is that intersection, if you're familiar with it. There's a Starbucks on one side.
Yeah.
The Rick Caruso Village development right on the other side. Well, the side to the western part of it, from Swarthmore to the next block over Villa de Paz, that mostly of some older style apartments and condo buildings and some family-owned businesses, all up in flames when we left there. The fire also jumped on the backside of Starbucks, the block over and over toward near the CVS pharmacy. Some of the businesses over there, family-owned businesses, some of the higher-end clothing stores, gutted, completely gutted. The fire also burning down along near the pharmacy, CVS pharmacy. There were some Italian restaurants, other restaurants in that area, all burned to the ground, unbelievably so. The Gelson's, which is right there also in the middle of it, it was taking on a lot of flaming embers, flying embers, but we didn't see it have any damage at that point. And that entire area, and then in the backside of where the Gelson's is, on Radcliffe, as you go down, and that runs parallel to Temescal Canyon, right down by Pali High School, goes down to PCH. That block on both sides, more than a dozen homes. We were there through the late afternoon, early evening hours, burning one after another as it was a firestorm. And the only fire truck at that point, the only fire engine we saw there came from Long Beach, of all places. Whoa. Long Beach Fire Engine 10. Some of the firemen got there, and they tried to hook up some hoses to try to help some of the homes that were not burning yet, structure protection. And it appeared that they hooked up the hoses, but they had no water. There was not much they could do, so they pulled back and did the best they could. But unfortunately, those homes continued to burn from the west side to the east side of the street, only because it was a rain of flaming embers with these winds blowing. And that's pretty much what we've been seeing here as this fire continues its march eastward along Sunset, if you will. These embers blowing up. Mike Armijo, the photographer, saying they almost look like missiles flying into the air at some point, pushed up by these winds that continue to gush here, the gust. And then these embers maybe go a mile or so down and light up another area. So many spot fires what we're dealing with now, and this fire down in the area here along Sunset. But again, moving closer to Amalfi, closer over to the Brentwood area per se, near the Riviera Country Club. Fire engines have moved over. They're doing some structure protection. The northern side of Sunset up near Amalfi, and many other the engines now have moved further east over toward 26th Street, staging over there. But there's not much they can do. This thing is just burning, and the winds continue to blow through here, and everybody's just holding their breath pretty much.
I mean, I think we can see that really clearly with Mike's pictures there, and of those burning embers and how far they appear to be traveling, and that scene that you're describing is just crazy, especially when you think that some of these communities likely thought they might be not in harm's way with those Santa Ana winds pushing westward. What was the scene like there in terms of the evacuations? Because people were probably caught off guard. Maybe they weren't under evacuation orders. Maybe they saw the flames but thought, hey, we're okay right now. And then when you have law enforcement stretched thin, it's not like they have time to go door to door, knocking on people's doors. Along that area in the Palisades, was that a rush and a scramble to get out as well, as we saw earlier during the day when people were trying to get out of the Palisades area and going down Palisades Drive onto Sunset Boulevard? Was there a scrum, so to speak, to try to get out of the area?
Yeah, very much so. About an hour or so after what you're describing, when the fire first broke out, Palisades up in the Highlands areas, they call it here, burning down Palisades Drive. You had all the vehicles, and many of the folks just abandoned their vehicles, started running down Palisades Drive, the Sunset, and the ocean. So the fire department had to come in with their big bulldozers, if you will, and they pushed the vehicles out of the way to clear a path for the fire engines to get back up there. But to the point you're mentioning, after that, there was a long line of traffic stretching, snaking, as everybody was trying to evacuate, moving from Sunset over toward Pali High School, over toward Temescal Canyon, and then down the canyon over to PCH. And it was one of the folks was telling me it was maybe like an hour and a half, a ride that normally would take you at the most 10 minutes if you if you didn't get all the lights. At the most, it took well over an hour and a half because of the traffic was so tight. 2 lanes all the way down, because they would stop you right at Temescal and Sunset. They wouldn't let you into the village because they were concerned that there was a fire danger there, so they wanted to get everybody down to PCH as quickly as they could. They finally did that, and then by late afternoon there really wasn't much of an evacuation at all. I did spot several times LAPD with their black and whites going through the area, through the village of the Palisades, on their loudspeakers saying, get out now if you haven't, mandatory evacuations, don't wait. And the evacuation route, they kept saying with their loudspeakers, evacuate Sunset eastbound. That's where we are now, eastbound, just east of the Palisades village, if you will. El Malfi at Sunset, and the fire inching, burning, well, kind of too close for comfort at this point, burning in the easterly direction and also burning down toward the ocean.
Sorry to keep you on here, Ed. Honestly, I do want to get your perspective on this, because we've covered, multiple fires over the course of decades, right? I think what makes this fire so different is that, we often go to these fires where you're in the urban wildland interface and we're going up into the mountains, into the hills, and certainly those are always problem spots when it comes to the wind, the fuel, the terrain. And now we're here. These communities, these sprawling communities have been growing for years. So this fire is smack dab in the middle of the Los Angeles region, where everybody works, plays, go to school, go to work. I mean, it has really hit a integral part of Los Angeles, and we're not talking about like some far reach, some community that's a mountain community. So I think that this sort of makes this different. In the time that you've been reporting over the years, don't you get that feeling that this is a lot different or historic in terms of the fires that we've covered?
Yeah, historic. We're certainly watching history burn itself into the history books. I've never seen anything like this in the decades. You're right. When we see the fires, remember the fire we saw a few weeks ago over on Malibu Canyon, Las Virgenes, that came down, deep terrain, very rugged terrain. But I never ever have seen a fire where it's in a metropolitan area like this, burning along a major artery like Sunset, burning homes on both sides of Sunset, burning right through the very heart of the Palisades village, burning the businesses, burning the homes that have been there for decades, wiped right off the map. Part of Palisades High School, Pali High School damage, we understand, the classrooms and the football field area there. So yeah, I've never seen anything like this. Normally you see them up on the hillsides, they come down the foothills, they threaten the communities there, but never in the very heart of a community, still out of control. And as it marches up Sunset here, it's burning everything on both sides of Sunset. As I mentioned earlier, when we left the Palisades village to evacuate over in this area, further east, driving past Chautauqua on Sunset, both sides of Sunset, you'd look and you'd say, my God, there's no homes. Everything is just smoldering. Everything is just wiped away. It was apocalyptic.
Both sides of Sunset, we understand even both sides of Pacific Coast Highway. It's just amazing how this fire has burned. All right, thank you so much, Ed. Great to talk to you. I know it's been a while, but these extraordinary times that we're dealing with right now, and best to you and Mike. We'll check in with you in just a bit. As we take a look at these pictures again, we want to just remind you that there are multiple school closures as well throughout our region. The superintendent of schools for the LA Unified School District, Alberto Carvalho. He went on the air yesterday and went on social media platforms to notify folks that, yes, many schools in the LAUSD will be closed or campuses were relocated because of this fire. Obviously, most of the schools that are in this region, in the Palisades, will be impacted here. We're talking about multiple schools, including Canyon Charter Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary School, the Palisades Charter Elementary School, and the Paul Revere Charter Middle School. All of them will be closed. District officials saying that they will monitor the fire throughout the day today and potentially shift those campuses to remote learning on Thursday. Also, Glendale Unified also announcing that schools, child care operations, and district office will be closed due to high winds and fires impacting the region. We expect that to change as well, just through as the day goes on, as folks wake up this morning and see the wind, the damage, not just from these fires, but the impacts from the smoke and all of that. But we'll keep you updated, and we'll continue to collect that list for you and bring that information as it comes in. Aaron, where did you say we're going to now? We're going to a spokesperson with the LAFD. It's Margaret, give me your name, Stewart?
Yes, Margaret Stewart.
Hi, Margaret. Thanks for joining us so early this morning. I know it's been a very long night. You're with the LA City Fire Department now, obviously dealing with this major fire, historic fire, as we know now in the Palisades. We're surprised that this fire has moved as widespread as it has been. I know that this wind has driven this fire, but now tell us the boundaries of this fire. How far has this fire now moved eastwards, and what should we be telling people in the Brentwood area or any of the areas surrounding the eastern part of the flank of this fire?
Well, our evacuation zone hasn't changed. Santa Monica, did add to that southeastern portion. We want anyone that's in the vicinity near the borders of our evacuation zone to maintain awareness. Sign up at Notify LA to get the wireless emergency alerts. Sign up for LAFD alerts at lafd.org/alerts, and then obviously check in with the news to keep their awareness. And they should be prepared, have a go bag ready, have the vehicles facing out in the driveway. And if there's any question, the earlier you evacuate, the safer it is for everyone.
Yeah, it looks like, Margaret, that a lot of people were just caught off guard here. So perhaps they were in the evacuation zone or close to the evacuation zone, and then, they just had to leave at a moment's notice. So I think your advice there is good, that people, if you're nearby this fire, if you're anywhere near this area, that you just be prepared in case something should happen. And the evacuation center there, can you tell us about that? Is that still at the Westwood Recreation Center?
It is. The Westwood Recreation Center is a shelter for overnight, as well as just an evacuation center, so people can remain there overnight. They accept small animals. Any large animals goes to the LA Equestrian Center. And I just want to emphasize what you mentioned about being prepared. We knew these winds were coming, and it's what we've been messaging for the last few days, is asking people to be what we call ready, set, go, which provides a plan for a go bag, for a communication plan for your family, a checklist for all the items that you should have in your evacuation bag. And we just can't emphasize enough how important that is. And I agree with you, our people had to leave at a moment's notice. And that's why when you live in these, wildland brush areas, you must always be ready. Because when it does happen, you don't have time to prepare. You need to be prepared.
No doubt, Margaret. And could you tell us about the firefight overnight? We had some reports from our reporters there that firefighters were stretched thin, and even going through some of the Palisades area, a little further eastwards of the Palisades Village area, they reported flames and yet seeing only one fire truck. What is the situation there in terms of the resources, the firefighters there on the ground? What do we have there? And also, can you tell us about the winds? Because there's always this concern about whether or not we could get air resources up in the air and whether that firefight could continue at night. What can you tell us about that?
So we can fly at night. Night isn't the issue. The winds are the issue. So all air assets are grounded right now because of the winds. It's unsafe, nor would they be effective. So they are constantly monitoring. Our air support is ready and awaiting any window they have. So they're monitoring the weather. And as soon as they have an opening, they'll be up, flying, and making those drops. That's obviously a key element of our fight that we're not able to use right now. And so it's extremely challenging. You mentioned that these winds, that topography, we just can't stop this fire on the ground. It's just not possible to do so, which is why it's so important for people to adhere to the evacuation plans and stay aware and follow the orders, evacuate early.
The helicopters in particular, they're pretty dexterous. They're nimble and they can move and they can fly in conditions like this. I'm sorry, not in conditions like this, but in heightened conditions. So what is the biggest concern there when we're having aircraft flying in winds this erratic and this strong?
You just can't. We've got winds gusting over 80 miles an hour, and that's unsafe for any aircraft. They're not going to be able to function in that kind of wind. And then they drop in over top of the fire where the wind is even stronger because the fire creates its own weather. So with these winds at 50 to 80 miles per hour, it's not safe for aircraft.
And then, Margaret, we were hearing that call yesterday for any firefighters who are off duty who could pitch in to come in. Is that call still out there? And tell us what the situation is on the ground when it comes to our fire units. Do you still need the help? What's the situation there?
Yeah.
And I'm sure more resources are on the way.
So I want to clarify, there was some misinformation that was being circulated. We were under an LAFD recall. So our message was for our own LAFD members who are off duty to contact our operations center with their availability to be scheduled to come in. It was not a call for anyone outside of our own LAFD members. So that was conducted. We do, the state fire agency, CAL FIRE, is the one that coordinates bringing strike teams in from across the state, and so we'll have that information from them once we get it. And then obviously we have our mutual aid system where our immediate neighbors have resources on scene, so we have that both at the Hearst fire and at the Palisades fire.
And are you aware of any other resources that are coming in right now? I know that the governor was saying yesterday that there were resources from across the state that were already pre-positioned here, but no doubt if this is protracted for another couple of days, firefighters are going to need some relief. Yes, as I mentioned, CAL FIRE, their incident management team will be taking over command of this incident tomorrow, and we'll get the list. There are resources en route. I just don't have what exactly that list is available. Margaret, we really appreciate you talking to us this morning, and as we continue to notify all of our viewers out there that have been impacted by this devastating fire, we appreciate you, Margaret. We will check in with you, if you don't mind, a little later when we get we need an update. We appreciate it, Margaret. Thank you. Let's go to Mario Ramirez. He is at the location of the fire in Sylmar. This is being called the Hearst fire. Mario, you just got there on the scene. What can you tell us? What are you seeing there?
Yeah, and I will say the fire is still raging. Sam Dubin behind the camera. I want to show you the flames that are making their way downhill here. We're at the Oak Ridge Mobile Estates community, a private community, and there are still residents here in the area that are evacuating. I have one family here. They're actually turning around. I asked where you're headed. They said they don't know, but away from here. So walk me through what this has been like for you all. Let me ask you guys in the back. What has this been like for you all? I know your mom's a little stressed up for
I mean, it's nerve-wracking. You got people out here losing their homes. You got family, you know, under constant little stress. You know, it's really scary. You got people out here. You wonder if the neighbors are out. They're getting out of their homes okay. So, you know, right now we're just trying to get up out of this area. We're just trying to get to someplace safe, and we're praying for everybody.
Was there any sort of alert or any type of emergency alert on your phones to leave home?
There's constant alerts that's coming through over the phone. We just hope that everybody's getting them, you know, especially the people who didn't go to bed early, the older people who don't know. We just hoping that everybody gets out safe.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, thank you. Appreciate you talking to us. Stay safe. So they're sort of trying to figure out exactly where to go from here because there hasn't been much time to prepare. So as we look here at these flames, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on here. The Hearst fire started at about 50 acres around 10 o'clock last night, quickly growing to 500 acres in a few hours, and of course driven by those high winds that we've been feeling since yesterday and dry vegetation here in the area. Now, this broke out near the freeway, the 5 freeway, where it meets the 14 and the 210 freeways. Several areas under mandatory evacuations, which means leave now, and they include residents along Balboa Boulevard, Filbert Street, Brittle Ridge Road, and Nick Kloss Drive. We should also mention that a little farther north, the area near Whitney Canyon Park has also been ordered to evacuate. Evacuation warnings, which means you should be prepared to leave. They're in place for the Newhall Pass, Calgrove, and Wildwood areas, and that's basically a large portion, a large area north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street. 3 evacuation centers have been set up. Richie Valens Rec Center on Laurel Canyon in Pacoima, Northridge Park, and the Sepulveda Recreation Center in Panama City. So we do see Panorama City, I should say. We do see fire crews here, LA County fire crews, but as we've been saying, there really is not much they can do as far as containing the fire. These winds are still whipping around. We talked about how strong they would be yesterday. Sustained gusts or sustained winds at 20 to 40 miles per hour, and those gusts up to 80 miles per hour. So we've definitely been feeling it here this morning. We don't see any homes damaged right now in this area. We know some of the other fires we've been talking about, several dozens of structures have burned. So we're keeping an eye on things here. But I did just talk to one person who was headed down, and I asked if he was a resident here in this community. He said he came from downtown to just look at what's going on here. So we're sort of seeing looky-loos who are coming into neighborhoods that really shouldn't be in here. Fire apparatus need to make their way through these streets. Some of them can be very tight. So still very gusty winds out here in Sylmar, and this fire still burning out of control here behind me, Bob.
So we just spoke with a fire official with LAFD, and I'm sure it's the same situation there, Mario, that these aircraft had to be grounded because of the heavy winds. And when you have crews there, they're just trying to either save homes, save lives. First of all, there was a line of cars there. Were a number of people alongside the road. These are not evacuees, but you say these might be more looky-loos and the like.
You know what? Let's make our way down here because there are a few media cars parked here, but that's what we've been seeing is people driving up. That family we just heard from turning around, they said they live here in this area for a few years and they've never experienced a fire like this. So
while you say that, Mario, I just want to, the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park, over the course of the years, as I seem to remember, there had been a fire here that burned several years ago. The Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park. I seem to remember that. So, but obviously this is a new situation here. You know, what are you seeing there? There's some residents there.
Yeah, you know what? I'm talking to you now. We're live on Good Day LA here, Fox 11. You say you don't live here in the area. You came to see if you can volunteer. You brought some supplies.
Yes, I brought not a lot, but I brought some, like drinks and 3 gallons of water.
What made you do that? You were watching and saw the coverage, or you knew this was happening and thought, let me go out and help?
Well, I was figuring, I heard about the coverage that it's being, firefighter being stretched thin. So I had a little experience in the military fighting fires, but on board a ship. So I figure maybe help be an extra eye to keep, look for flare-ups and see if I can either, dig some trenches or something.
Yeah, that's much appreciated. I know a lot of these residents here could use the help, but you stay safe. Appreciate you talking to us. So yeah, this car here just pulled up and turned around. So there was it looked like a family in that vehicle, a family of 4 or 5 piled into that vehicle. So they likely drove up, but looked at the activity and said, no, this isn't going to work. We can't go through. There's too many fire trucks, too many flames that are close to these homes. So let me turn around. This is Sombrero Street here in the Oak Ridge mobile home community, as you said, Bob.
Live TV here, and I know you're just getting there and getting your bearings and taking a look at the things, the situation there firsthand. So we're going to let you go for now and check in with you in just a bit as you assess the situation there. Mario, we appreciate it. Let's go to Samana to talk more about the wind situation there. And we were talking to that fire official who said, you're talking about winds gusts up to 80 miles per hour, and like any aircraft couldn't fly in that. So
absolutely not.
There's basically nothing they can do in terms of the air assets, which we need so desperately. So at the same time, you have these crews on the ground. They're just trying to save life and property at this point.
And they're working very hard the gentleman that Mario had just interviewed. Now, his heart is in the right place, but he's in the wrong place. This is what you don't want to be doing. You want to stay out of the fire zone if you don't belong there. I know he wants to help, but it's a constant reminder that because we're dealing with erratic winds and the brush fires surrounding the area, it makes it a dangerous situation, and not just for him, but for the fire crews that are working very hard to try to contain that fire. The winds, unfortunately, continue to be very strong. If you're just now waking up with us, you're just now joining us, or maybe you have been with us since yesterday, we certainly do appreciate you, and we're trying to give you the most up-to-date information. And we are in the thick of the peak winds for at least the next several hours into the early part of the morning, where sustained winds continue to be the range of 20, 30 to even 50 miles an hour, gusts 60 to 80 plus. We had been advertising this since the beginning of the week, and unfortunately everything is coming together. The reality is that it continues to be very dangerous. We did clock in, or at least an observation site at Magic Mountain Truck Trail, Bob, clocked in at 86 miles an hour. That is hurricane force winds. Locations outside of the San Gabriel Mountains, the Santa Ana Mountains, Fremont Canyon, also had similar wind gusts of up to 80 miles an hour. And the danger continues to be in place. The high wind warning will remain strong, at least again through midday, I would say, before things back off, not until later tonight. But there is some good news. Later this evening, as I showed you earlier, our wind future cast, winds will slowly start to subside, but that doesn't mean that we're out of the danger zone in terms of fire ignition. Red flag conditions do continue possibly into Thursday for areas of the Inland Empire communities in Orange County. This continues to be a particularly dangerous situation. PDS, when you combine critical fire danger and those damaging winds with low relative humidity, any brand new spark can create, unfortunately, again, the explosive conditions that we have seen already with 3 active fires currently burning across Southern California. We have the Palisades fire, just heartbreaking images coming in, as well as the Eaton fire and the Hearst fire that broke out just recently, just a few hours ago. And we have tabs on all 3. And we continue to closely watch our wind conditions. Here's a look at the futurecast. We still have those winds going offshore coming out of the north-northeast, and the highlighted contours are the locations where winds are the strongest. And you can see how it continues to blow through. We move and animate this out to 4 a.m., so just about a couple hours from now, not a whole lot of change. We continue to see brightly lit conditions where wind speeds, again, the range of 20 to 40 miles an hour sustained with those gusts up to 60 to even 80 miles an hour. This applies to the Santa Ana Mountains, much of Orange County, the IE, Fontana, Rancho Cucamonga, Riverside, San Bernardino. It applies to all our local mountains across the San Gabriel Mountains, the San Bernardino Mountains, Riverside County Mountains, and continues to be a problem for Ventura County, LA County, 7 a.m. as people are starting to get on the roadways. So unfortunately, the winds will be very strong as you start your commute. Very dark out right now. Sunrise not until 7 a.m. where we'll get a better look at everything.
Simone, I want to ask you while you're on this, because you're at 7 a.m. there, we're now at 1 p.m. But 7 a.m. there is this phenomenon when the sun rises. When we're dealing with these winds, that the wind can pick up.
It can
in the early morning as the sun rises.
When the temperatures start to warm up, the temperature differences going offshore, it actually increases the wind speed. And unfortunately, that is a possibility even going into the early part of this morning. And that's why we have tabs on that 7 to 9 a.m. hour where we start to see the sunrise and the surface starts to warm up.
So a lot of information there, but just to summarize for folks that are sitting at home and they're wondering when can we see a relief in terms of the high winds, it's pretty much through the day today, but we'll see it tapering off later on this afternoon. At least we won't get those like 80-mile-per-hour gusts. They'll be a little not as forceful.
Correct. It will still be windy, it will still be gusty, but not as ferocious as what we're experiencing now. We've been talking about how winds expected to peak, and the time frame was late last night through the overnight hours, which we are in the middle of now, into the early part of the morning, to your point, before winds may get a little better right around your lunch hour today. So there's a glimpse of good news as we get into the later part of this evening.
You know, we'll take what we can get, right? All right, so let's get through this morning and through the early afternoon. Samantha, thank you. Let's take a look now. Again, this is the Mount Wilson camera, and we're looking at heavy flames there still in the mountains. This is a fast-moving brush fire, the Eaton fire in the Altadena area. This has destroyed buildings. It's forced evacuations, prompted widespread school closures. This is a fire that was first reported after 6 o'clock last night. It was spotted near Altadena Drive and Midwick Drive, the San Gabriel Mountains. The Eaton fire consumed 1,000 acres by midnight, and again, there are mandatory evacuations that took effect for areas north of New York Drive, east of Altadena Drive, west of Sierra Madre Villa Drive, and eventually expanded to parts of Arcadia and Pasadena. San Gabriel Valley heavily impacted by this. Crews evacuated a senior center in the path of the flames. From what I understand, this was more like also a convalescent home there, so it was very difficult to try and get some of those residents out. They had to bring in buses to help get these folks out and to safety, but a major evacuation taking place there for that senior center. There was also another McDonald's in that area that was burned to the ground. They moved those residents to safety. An estimated 19,000 people are under mandatory evacuation orders. 8,200 structures are now at risk. No injuries were reported so far. This is the good news. But we don't know how many buildings or homes have been destroyed so far, but no doubt there is still a lot of destruction in that area with daylight. And as we get our crews there, we will bring you some of those pictures over the coming hours. Brooke Thomas now joining us here on the set here. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
For our coverage here. We're going to go to Ed Lascos. He is in the Riviera area, just east of that Palisades Village area on Sunset Boulevard, to give us a look at what's happening there. Ed, how are we doing?
And Bob, the wind's still blowing very strongly here, and the fire still exploding along Sunset. Mikey will give you a look. A few more of the homes down here on Sunset. We are east of the village of the Palisades. Our cross street here on Sunset is El Malfi Drive, another big gust. gust of these winds as they howl through here. And as you see, the winds hit the front flank of this fire. Smoke goes straight up. The embers go flying up into the air, and that has been a big problem hour after hour in this firefight, because the embers spot maybe a mile, 2 miles ahead with another spot fire, and there's another big problem in that area. But in terms of the Palisades and the village itself, when we evacuated ourselves a couple of hours ago, many of the buildings and the homes in the Palisades burning, the heart of the Palisades I'm talking about, right at the Sunset and Swarthmore. In that area, some of the family-owned businesses burning along as we drove out along Sunset eastward along Chautauqua. Many of the homes on both sides have been there since the 60s, the 70s. Many of them were gone. It looked like a war zone, to be frank with you. So we got all the way over here thinking we would really ahead of the fire, and all of a sudden the fire marching further east along Sunset, and they're trying to put a stop to it here, because the concern was with these winds blowing that it might actually start to threaten the western side of Brentwood. Hasn't happened yet. I can tell you we've seen maybe about a couple dozen fire engines, mostly LA City fire engines, moving east on Sunset toward Allenwood, toward 26th Street in that area, setting up fire protection, we assume. But this area here, just to the west of El Malfi, wasn't burning about an hour ago, and to give you an idea just how quickly it moved through down the hillside, one home after another going, kind of exploding. We would hear the popping of the gas canisters inside the home. It even sounded, to be frank with you, like there was some ammunition popping at one of the homes that was deep inside that wooded area. CHP patrol going down into the fire zone on Sunset right now. The entire area under evacuation. There's hardly any power, I know, in the Pacific Palisades area. Power's all out. Cell service is all out. It's a ghost town there, except for the firefighters moving through. And this area pretty much all isolated, too, with the evacuations. A couple of hours ago, particularly, we had LAPD going through saying evacuate now, eastbound Sunset the only way. So Bobby, I'll throw it back to you, but the fire very much out of control, burning continuingly, but at least at this point looks like it's moving further down toward the ocean, further down toward PCH.
Continue to stay safe out there. You and Mike, we appreciate your coverage. Ed, thank you.
All right, it's 3 o'clock this morning. I'm Brooke Thomas. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. I'm Bob DeCastro. Welcome to Good Day LA. It's been quite an extraordinary night here in Southern California. We have multiple fires that are burning across LA County. Homes have been burned. Thousands more are threatened. Fires are burning out of control in several areas, notably Pacific Palisades, Sylmar. We have a fire near Altadena. At 8 o'clock this morning, we expect to get an update on all of these fires. Dozens of school closures this morning to tell you about as well. For now, crews continue their best to save lives and property. You're watching an early edition of Good Day LA.
We're actually going to get started here in Sylmar, where we have Mario Ramirez at the Hearst fire. Mario, what can you show us?
Hi, Brooke, Bob. We can tell you that fire is still raging. You can see here some of the flames picking up and the embers that are being carried by the winds. This is a little calmer than what we saw even 15, 20 minutes ago, but these flames are still burning out of control here in this area. So we're at the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Community, Mobile Home Estates, and we're on Sombrero Street, and we continue to watch county and city fire crews make their way here into this area, and we've been watching a few people evacuate here from this neighborhood. I want to see if I can talk to a family here. Good morning. I understand that you all are evacuating from this home here.
That is correct.
How has this whole process been? I imagine stressful looking at all this.
No, definitely. It started at about 10 o'clock, and, we haven't slept, so right now we just came back to see this.
And is everybody okay? Were you able to get everybody out safely?
Yeah, everybody's good so far. Thank God, but hopefully these winds die down and we'll be back.
And what do you think as we're watching some of these flames make their way closer to these homes here? It doesn't appear that any have been touched by the flames, fortunately, and everybody that we've talked to has, gathered their things and are getting ready to leave. What do you think?
I think these guys have been doing a great job keeping it right over the ridge over there, and, hopefully everything will be all right, man.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you so much for talking to us. So this is one of the residents here in the evacuation zone, and we're still seeing more cars driving here down through this neighborhood. Let me see if I can stop this one here and see if they're being evacuated. Hi there. No. All right. So we can tell you we're still feeling those strong winds, evacuation warnings, as well as orders here in this area. And I want to run through a few of the streets. They include residents here along Balboa Boulevard, Filbert Street, Bridle Ridge Road, and Nicholas Drive. Those are mandatory evacuations. A little farther to the north, you have the area near Whitney Canyon Park that has also been ordered to evacuate. And 3 evacuation shelters have been set up. The Richie Valens Rec Center on Laurel Canyon and Pacoima, Northridge Park, and the Sepulveda Recreation Center and Panorama City. So those are areas where you can find resources, where you can go if you really have nowhere else to go after leaving your home here because of these mandatory evacuations. So we had talked about how strong these gusts were going to be yesterday, upwards of 80 miles per hour, hurricane force winds. We're hoping for breaks in the winds, but at this point, we've still been feeling those conditions, and they are expected to continue throughout the day. So we'll be keeping an eye on things here in Sylmar as the fire continues to burn. The Hearst fire here behind me. We're now live.
So from what you've seen there, Mario, none of the homes, or you don't see any structures that have been damaged or destroyed there, right? And usually when you are in these mobile home parks, and especially ones that are near areas that are susceptible to fires, there's a pretty good sort of fire hydrant and water distribution system there. So when you were driving up, did you see all of the hoses along the road and the firefighters there positioned to protect those homes?
We did see some water sources a little farther down in this community, and fire crews were stationed here throughout. We did see flames getting dangerously close to these properties, but they've been doing a great job, and a lot of times the fire department credits the clearance, the brush clearance, for preventing these structures from going up in flames. So that appears to be the case here. We really have been keeping an eye on just how close these properties have been getting to going up in flames, but none here that we have seen, which is always good news. But we know the conditions can quickly change, the winds can switch directions, an ember can be carried for miles and start a new spot fire. So that's definitely a concern, but no damaged properties here just yet in Sylmar that we can see.
Mario, thank you. We'll check back in with you in a bit. This massive brush fire in Pacific Palisades continues to rage. At this hour, it has burned nearly 3,000 acres, destroying or damaging many structures. Thousands of people have been ordered to evacuate, with areas stretching east to Kinter Avenue and north to Mulholland. Several people suffered burn injuries, including a firefighter with a serious head injury. Highways and roads, including parts of PCH and Sunset Boulevard this morning, are closed.
Another fast-moving brush fire to tell you about. This is the Eaton fire, a picture here from the Mount Wilson camera. It has destroyed buildings, forced evacuations, and prompted widespread school closures. The fire was first reported after 6 o'clock last night, and then it's spotted near Altadena Drive and Midwick Drive. The Eaton fire consumed 1,000 acres by midnight. There are mandatory evacuations in effect. Areas north of New York Drive, east of Altadena Drive, west of Sierra Madre Villa Avenue, and this eventually expanded to parts of Arcadia and Pasadena. An estimated 19,000 people are now under mandatory evacuation orders. There are 8,200 structures at last count at risk. We've been telling you about school closures, and we do have that list for you. This is a list, obviously, that continues to expand. Nearly 24 Southern California school districts canceling classes today. We're going to go through these districts in alphabetical order. So all schools in Alhambra, Arcadia, Azusa, Baldwin Park, and Burbank.
Duarte, El Monte, Glendale, La Cañada, and Las Virginias. Monrovia, Mountain View, Pasadena, Rosemead, San Marino.
And then affected by the Palisades fire, we've got Santa Monica, the Malibu Unified School District. Santa Monica's College's Malibu campus will also be closed. Temple City and Valle Lindo school districts are also closed. Students should not report to campus. As we said, with daylight and as the hours go on, no doubt these school closures will likely expand as people and families and communities not only impacted by the fires, all of the closures of all the streets around these areas, but in a bigger sense, we've got the smoke that people are dealing with, all of the ash. There are power outages, multiple power outages throughout our region. So that, no doubt, is going to expand. And as soon as we get the list of school closures, we'll be sure to update that and bring that to you.
Whenever we have an issue like this, whenever we have any sort of fire, you know, you always talk about how far away you can see it, how far away you can smell it. Obviously, everyone is feeling some level of these winds. Samada, this has been something that I've never seen before.
I want to agree absolutely with you, Brooke. We have not witnessed something to this extent where winds are strong, widespread across Southern California. Good morning to you, Brooke. Good morning to Bob and to, of course, our viewers that have been sticking with us even since yesterday. And if you're just now joining us and you're hearing the howling winds, we still have the high wind warnings still in place. We've got sustained winds, a range of 30 to even 50 miles an hour, still possible through at least this morning, possibly even into midday. There is a hint of good news. Our winds will eventually subside a little more, making it a little more manageable by this evening. But we do have many hours ahead of us. We are in the thick of the peak winds, where gusts unfortunately came to fruition, 60 to 80 plus miles an hour, hurricane force conditions. Magic Mountain Truck Trail, an observation site there, clocked in wind speeds of 86 miles an hour. In the Santa Ana Mountains, Fremont Canyon, 80 miles an hour. And those are really strong gusts. Still a possibility, again, throughout this morning. So a reminder to be safe out there. It is still dark. We've got a lot of debris in the roadway. And to both your points, a lot of smoke in those fire zones. Air quality, a big concern as well. Keep that in mind. And red flag conditions will stay in place through at least tonight for locations across Ventura County, LA County, the Inland Empire communities in Orange County. The red flag conditions will extend through Thursday. We have that particularly dangerous situation currently in effect. When you combine critical fire weather with those damaging winds, it leads to the possibility of more extreme fire behavior if there's a new fire that could spark. If you see something, a reminder to say something. Here are the additional weather impacts. So with the low relative humidity, new fires could pop up. Power outages, Bobby had mentioned this earlier, likely if you're experiencing those power outages, you want to make sure you have a backup battery. If you have to leave in a moment's notice, make sure you have a ready, set, go bag. A couple of reminders. Traveling, big rigs, campers, watch out for the blowing dust and debris. Those crosswinds are extremely strong, especially if you're traveling through some of our local corridors, through the 210, the 5 freeway, up and down through the Grapevine, the 14 freeway, the Cajon Pass, up and down that 15 stretch, and through the San Gorgonio Pass as well, along that 10 freeway, downwind of our local mountains and through some of our foothill communities. And look how widespread this wind event is. This has become very critical. We talked about how this is potentially could be life-threatening, and that, unfortunately, we are facing that reality. The highlighted contours are the locations where the winds are most strongest, and that takes us into 4 a.m. In another hour, not a whole lot of change there. Ferocious winds continue to blow offshore into the 7 a.m. hour, where finally we'll get to see, again, the sun rise at that point, but a lot of people are going to be back on the roads. You don't have to travel today. I would avoid it if you can. And if you can't avoid it, you want to make sure you leave home extra early, pay close attention. There's a lot of debris along, again, the local roads. Into 10 a.m., we get winds a little bit more on the relaxed side, but still not out of the danger zone. It won't be until afternoon, 2 p.m., and bigger improvements going into tonight. So there's that hint of better news for our fire crews that continue to work on containing these local fires. There's 3 active fires currently. The Palisades fire from yesterday, the Eaton fire near the Altadena Pasadena area, and our latest fire, which is the Hearst fire, where Mario Ramirez has been giving us the up-to-date information. So we will continue to see these conditions, widespread wind damage, windstorms still going to be in place through much of the day today. Extreme wildfire danger continues, and the potential for more power outages. We also have you covered traffic-wise. Some of the fire zones, wanted to bring your attention to some of the closures near the Palisades fire. PCH, both directions closed from Temescal Canyon Road to Las Flores Canyon Road to Panga Canyon Boulevard. From Mulholland Drive to PCH shut down due to the red flag conditions. Stay off of these roadways. Again, fire crews are working really hard to battle the blaze there. Hearst fire closures westbound side of the 210 from Yarnell Street to Roxford Street closed. Northbound 5 at the 210 connector also shut down. And this is due to, again, the Hearst fire there. Dangerous conditions that will continue through much of the day today. Back to you, too.
All right, Samada, a firefighter, was in the hospital after battling the Palisades fire. A 25-year-old woman suffered a serious head injury. She was treated at the scene and then taken to the hospital for further care. We were actually able to talk to the person who shot this video, freelance journalist Sal Hirsch with TNLA.
And I'm not exactly sure what agency that firefighter was with, but they put out a mayday call. Apparently she may have had some sort of blow to the head, and she was in unknown condition. So we were just right down the street filming some of the destruction that ensued prior to that incident, and we got there pretty quick, and we saw CAL FIRE crews as well as some LAFD personnel lifting her on a on a thing, and they put her on the back of a pickup truck and ended up transporting her out of the fire zone. So it was definitely a pretty hectic scene, very crazy, and I just hope she's going to be okay.
Was she conscious? Was she talking to them?
It looked like her eyes were open. I didn't see her physically talking or anything, but her eyes were open, which is a good sign.
It's a very good sign. We will keep you updated on her condition. The historic Getty Villa in the Palisades has experienced some damage to its grounds. Now, according to a post on social media, some trees and vegetation on the site have burned. However, no structures are on fire, and both the staff and the art collection remain safe. The museum's galleries and library archives were protected from smoke by state-of-the-art air handling systems. Additionally, the double-walled construction of the galleries provides pretty significant protection. The Getty Villa, though, of course, will remain closed through today.
Former LA mayoral candidate and real estate developer Rick Caruso criticizing the city's response to this windstorm and the fire this morning. He says officials should have been more prepared.
The real issue to me is twofold. We've had decades to go remove the brush in these hills that spread so quickly. And the second is, you got to have water, and my understanding is the reservoir was not refilled in time and in a timely manner to keep the hydrants going. So that's a failure, whether on DWP's part or another city agency. But this is basic stuff. This isn't high science here. And it's all about leadership and management that we're seeing a failure of, and all of these residents are paying the ultimate price for that.
Well, despite what you heard, no firefighters have told us that they are running out of water. Federal aid is on the way for local wildfire efforts. Governor Gavin Newsom says President Biden quickly approved funding after a text message request.
And the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed, not a few, many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, we're just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders.
FEMA has granted federal assistance to help cover firefighting costs. The White House says Biden has been briefed and directed his team to stay in contact with state and local officials. High winds grounded President Biden's planned trip to the Coachella Valley, where he was set to announce 2 national monuments honoring Native American tribes. Those announcements and those signings will happen now at the White House.
An evacuation center has been set up for fire victims. Evacuees can go to the Westwood Recreation Center. Okay, it's on 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Another evacuation center is open at the Dream Center in Los Angeles. The evacuation center for livestock and larger animals is Pierce College at 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills. Any smaller pets like cats and dogs, they can be taken to the LA County Animal Shelter at 29525 Agora Road in Agora.
More than 10,000 homes are being threatened by the Palisades fire, the fire that broke out yesterday morning. And you can see from video here how close the fire is to getting to many homes around the area. Listen to this.
Just be okay. You're gonna be okay. All right? You're gonna be okay. Don't worry about that, man. Okay.
So many questions here.
Yeah, this is a video that's gone viral. The fire just moves so quickly. People perhaps were trying to evacuate or getting ready to evacuate. We could only glean from the video that was taken here and was provided to us that this person was able to escape safely with that dog. But you can see how quickly this fire's moved, pushed by those strong winds right up to that house. An evacuation center has been set up for folks in the Palisades area. That is at the Westwood Recreation Center on Sepulveda Boulevard. All right, we want to tell you about school closures now. 13 campuses under the LA Unified School District will be closed today. These include Brentwood Magnet Canyon Elementary School, Diego Rivera Learning Complex, the Kenter Canyon Elementary Charter School, and the Marquez Charter Elementary.
Palisades Charter Elementary School, Palisades Elementary, Paul Revere Charter Middle School, Topanga Elementary, Charter University High School, and Woodland Hills Academy.
Okay, so 3 fires now burning throughout Los Angeles County. One of them is in Sylmar. It's being called the Hearst Fire. We're going to go to Mario Ramirez, who's live there at the scene. He's been talking to residents. Mario, good morning.
Good morning, that's right. And we've been watching, even in the last few minutes, more families, residents here in this mobile home community evacuate because of the Hearst fire. And you can see some of the flames just a few minutes ago. They were really raging, getting close to the fire, or I should say power lines just up above. Another concern here in this area. Now, we want to mention that this fire started at about 50 acres around 10 o'clock last night. It quickly grew to 500 acres in just a few hours, driven by those high winds and dry vegetation here in Sylmar, and it broke out near the 5 freeway where it meets the 14 and 210 freeways. Evacuation orders, mandatory orders, and warnings are in place here in the Sylmar area. And we're along Sombrero Street here in the Oak Ridge mobile home community. And I want to talk to Eric, longtime Sylmar resident. You born and raised here. What do you make of this fire? Not your first that you've experienced.
Yeah, it's not the first one, but fortunately enough, this one hasn't hit any of the homes yet. But I think everybody should always just take the proper precautions, have their important documents with them, medikit, medication, whatever they need, and just never take it lightly,
And you were mentioning back in 2017, that was the last time this area was hit with a wildfire. You were showing me some pictures. What was that like? I understand there were multiple properties that were lost.
Yeah, that one was extremely devastating. I got to speak with homeowners who lost everything. I got to speak with homeowners who actually lost their animals as well. There was horses. A lot of people in this area, they have ranches, so they lost all their animals that were just burned alive.
And speaking of, how would you describe this area, this mobile home community up here in this Sylmar area? How would you describe the area, some of the vegetation, the surroundings?
This area right here with the mobile homes and more, I know a lot of elderly stay out here. So that's why I came out here, just in case they need my help. I spoke to a few homeowners, and anything that's needed, I'm just on standby. It's a tight community in this area.
All right, appreciate it, Eric. Thank you so much. So we also heard from a gentleman earlier during our live report in the last maybe half hour, a gentleman who came here with drinks from a community not too far, maybe a 20-minute drive. He said that he saw the fire. He figured people needed help, and despite fire officials saying leave these communities, stay out of the areas and don't block these streets, he came in to help. So just as Eric was saying, they're a tight-knit community. A lot of elderly people live here in this area, so that's been a concern for some of their neighbors, making sure that everybody's got out safely. That, of course, is the priority. Then structure protection and make sure these
Oh, it looks like we lost. Mario, did we lose you there? Obviously, just goes to show, like, obviously any sort of technical difficulties just goes to show that we're dealing with the same things that the community are dealing with as we try to keep you informed.
There were a lot of cell phone disruptions yesterday. First of all, you're dealing with all these areas that are in the mountainous areas.
It's a tough area to begin with, yes.
To begin with. And then we don't know if any cell phone towers have been damaged as a result of any of these fires. There's also just a lot of usage because everybody is just trying to figure out what to do here. Not just the emergency officials and emergency crews, but obviously people to try to get out. So a lot of usage in that area. This is a live look at the Mount Wilson camera. We're still taking a look at another fire. This is the Eaton fire, San Gabriel Valley and Altadena. This has impacted a lot of people and has also impacted any of the areas, nearby communities, Sierra Madre, Pasadena, also impacted by this fire. Lots of evacuations taking place there as well. And there was a senior center, a convalescent center that had to be evacuated. But we do know that homes have been burned at this in this area. We haven't had any sort of a count yet.
Right.
Because they're still trying to sort of like assess what the situation is there. They're just trying to save lives at this point. But with daylight and when they get those crews out there, they'll start to get some numbers in so we can tell people you know, what we're looking at here in terms of the destruction and the damage.
So much information typically comes with daylight, and this is, again, something that many of us have never seen before. This has been a terrifying night for Los Angeles, for Southern California, and now we're going to continue to bring you more coverage here. The massive brush fire in Pacific Palisades still raging at this hour. It's actually burned nearly 3,000 acres, destroying or damaging many structures. Thousands of people were ordered to evacuate. Fox 11's Chelsea Edwards has more.
This is the main entrance to the school.
Scenes of utter devastation here in Malibu from the Palisades fire. We're standing in the 18,000 block of PCH, and look at our vantage point right now. You can see straight through to the ocean. This is one of at least 5 homes along this stretch that has been completely destroyed by these flames. We look a little bit further up PCH on the ocean side. You can see this wind kicking up as well, and you can see the flames. We could see when we got here, there were actual structures there that were burning. Now we're just seeing those flames and embers. There's really nothing left in terms of structures. They're just complete losses. Now, firefighters have been actively trying to save the homes in the middle of these 2 burn areas. They've been trying to put water on them. They've really been up against it with the winds. At one point, they had a stream trying to go onto this property, but the winds were so strong, it was pushing the water right back onto these firefighters. So obviously a very difficult fight that they are facing here. We're seeing scenes of devastation also south of where we are, near the Topanga Canyon area. The Reel Inn gone, Cholada Thai gone, the Malibu feed bin gone. So just utter scenes of devastation all along PCH. Reporting for Good Day LA, I'm Chelsea Edwards.
I saw some of that video on social media of that stretch of PCH, and to think that all of that, the Reel Inn that's been there for a long time, that everybody just loves there on PCH, gone. Right? The Malibu feed bin that she said, also gone. So if you were to drive down that stretch of PCH, and also the fact that it actually jumped PCH, and I've seen this happen before, but I think there's a very long stretch there along PCH where everything is just totally destroyed. I mean, again, with daylight, we'll see like how much damage there is, but from the video that I saw, multiple structures along PCH have been burned, even on the west side, on the ocean side of PCH. Yeah.
Heartbreaking. And to your point, the fire that jumped PCH made it all the way to the sand. The offshore flow, these strong Santa Ana winds, was capable of doing that, especially when we were dealing with wind speeds, or should I say gusts, 60 to 80 plus miles an hour.
When you think that these streets, major thoroughfares, are actually like giant fire breaks, right?
Right.
Because we create these fire breaks and they're just, dirt roads, but these are like major streets, right? So you would have to have
thoroughfares.
A wind powerful enough to just jump the freeway there. So Sunset, Pacific Coast Highway, all of those, you know, shut down. Like these Palisades Drive, these winds just blew those flames and all those embers across all of those
And speaking of shut down, PCH currently is shut down in both directions due to the Palisades fire from Temescal Canyon Road all the way to Las Flores. So we're talking about that stretch from Malibu all the way to Pacific Palisades.
Right.
Avoid that area. You're not going to get through. Firefighters are working very hard to do their best to contain this very active fire. Now we've got three. We have the Palisades fire, we have the Eaton fire, which is just north of Pasadena, Altadena, and the latest one is the Hearst fire right there off the 210 and the 5. We have road closures there. The 210 as well as the 5 shut down as fire crews work to attack that fire as well. Taking a look at peak wind gusts. These winds are observed. We had talked about this. We had advertised this. The fact that this could be a life-threatening situation, damaging winds, and unfortunately it has all come to fruition. Magic Mountain Truck Trail, an area of the San Gabriel Mountains, 86 miles per hour. Hurricane force conditions at Fremont Canyon. That's an area of the Santa Ana Mountains. Running Springs, San Bernardino County Mountains, 74 miles an hour. Eaton Canyon to Rancho Cucamonga, even Rancho Cucamonga, the Inland Empire communities reach gusts up to 63 miles an hour. We are not out of the woods yet, Brooke and Bob. We are in the peak wind hours. Winds are not expected to subside until at least later this morning. As I had shown you both in our wind futurecast, winds are not expected to really back down until this evening.
Wow.
Red flag conditions remain in place as well as high wind warnings for all of Southern California, all the way down to Orange County. My place, the winds were shaking, the house was rattling, or should I say the windows were rattling, the house was shaking. Howling winds, I've heard it from all my friends, neighbors, I'm sure.
I think this is everywhere.
Everywhere,
Oh,
widespread.
Yeah.
And look at the roads, every corridor, the main thoroughfares, the 5, the Grapevine, the 14 through the Newhall Pass, areas out towards the Riverside San Bernardino area, the San Gregorio Pass as you're approaching Coachella Valley, also really difficult conditions. Through the Cajon Pass, downwind of the Santa Ana Mountains, areas like the 5, the 210, and even locations that typically don't experience these strong winds are now being incorporated into these powerful offshore winds. Red flag conditions remain in place. Particularly dangerous situation when you have the combination of critical fire weather, damaging winds, and low relative humidity. Any new fire ignition can be explosive. We've seen that happen with yesterday's
This is a new weather term that I have heard of.
This is new as of a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And it just wants to drive the message home that this is a life-threatening situation. The National Weather Service has deemed this Santa Ana wind event a particularly dangerous situation, and the red flag conditions for Ventura County, LA County will stay in effect through 6 p.m. tonight, and that's tonight, which means that things will slowly improve by later this evening. The conditions out towards the Inland Empire communities in Orange County, that has been extended into Thursday. So you're not quite out of the woods yet there. And here's a look at how dry we are and what the upper levels of the atmosphere and why we're experiencing these strong winds. This area of low pressure that's situated just over now Baja area, it originated out of Canada, so there's a lot of cold air associated with it. And that cold air is what's helping to bring support to the offshore conditions. High pressure out over the ocean, and that pressure gradient very tight as it makes its way downward, so descending winds making its way through our canyons and passes and now widespread. It's a rare event because yesterday we were talking about snowfall and rain.
Crazy. At this hour, we were talking about snowfall. Could I ask you about another phenomenon that they're talking about, especially along those corridors like the 210 and the 118? They were talking about, the National Weather Service was talking about mountain waves and how that phenomenon could also push winds. But you have these Santa Anas and the force of the winds sort of push down and
descending.
Then descend.
When you have an area of high pressure going to an area of low pressure, and the descending conditions is what's helping. It's like squeezing air in a tight area.
A channel.
Exactly. Like a fire hose. If you put your thumb over a fire hose and you're dealing with those descending winds from the mountaintops down to the surface, it squeezes and it becomes stronger.
It's a good descriptor.
It's crazy, and that's why you see these fires, the Eaton fire, the Hearst fire along the 210 corridor.
Absolutely. The prevailing winds are coming out of the north-northeast, the very typical Santa Anas. It drives those winds, as I mentioned, north-northeast going to south-southwest. So anything downwind of these strong conditions, that's where the most vulnerable locations are. Pacific Palisades, prime example, through the Santa Monica Mountains. Areas near Eaton Canyon fire, the San Gabriel Mountains, downwind of that. Sylmar,
these
also being impacted.
mountain waves is what they were calling them.
Very dangerous conditions. And take a look at our current winds. 21 miles an hour in Camarillo. These are sustained, 30 miles an hour for Malibu. Interior locations, winds are on the lighter side, but it is, as I mentioned, through those corridors. The 15, downwind the Santa Ana Mountains, through Orange County. We're looking at winds sustained right now 22 to 25 miles an hour. And these conditions will stay in place through, unfortunately, much of the morning. Weather impacts, fire danger continues, power outages still possible, and travel, a huge problem, especially when we get into the main bulk of our commute. As people are starting to get to go to work, bring kids to school, you want to be extra cautious. Speaking of traveling, we do have roadways, traffic conditions. A reminder, PCH continues to be closed due to the Palisade fire. Temescal Canyon Road to Las Flores Canyon Road, Topanga Canyon Boulevard from Mulholland Drive to PCH. Avoid this stretch from Malibu all the way to Pacific Palisades. The areas near the Hearst fire, closures there. Westbound 210 at Yarnell Street to Roxford Street. Northbound side of the 5 at the 210 connector continues to be shut down as well. Please, again, be safe out there. If you're hitting the roads, it's dark out, you can't see. There's a lot of debris.
There's a lot of debris.
Fronds.
Listen, and not just, you know, vegetation, things like that. Obviously, I saw patio furniture tarps. I saw a tarp from a barbecue pit just driving through neighborhoods coming in. Obviously, patio furniture flown over in people's yards. And, you know, you can peek into someone's backyard and see these things happening on balconies. So, absolutely.
Yeah. Want to keep it safe out there. Obviously, a lot of damage, but when you get to these communities where these fires have broken out, the wind has created havoc and chaos in these neighborhoods, widespread destruction here. This is a live picture in Palisades. Do we know exactly where this is in the Palisades? But these are obviously structures that are burning at this hour.
Let's just listen in for a second. It puts it in perspective, I think, as you can hear.
Gigi's at the scene there. I think she's showing us some of these pictures. Gigi, where is this?
This is on Sunset Boulevard at Rustic Lane. That you are watching, unfortunately, are multiple homes that are now burning and are going to be a total loss. These are just some of the homes that are burning here in Palisades. You can see Rustic Lane, a private road, and there are multiple homes on this lot right now. We're watching more convoys of firefighters, Brush Patrol, LA City Fire arrive. They continue to flood the area. The fire, well over 2,900 acres, and that number is expected to grow even higher. Firefighters telling us there are erratic winds, and they are causing what they call erratic behavior. These embers that are being blown by the wind, they can fly as far anywhere from 1 mile to 5 miles from here, and that's what they're doing, causing spot fires, causing firefighters to go from one neighborhood to another neighborhood as the fire continues to grow. Let's talk about injuries. We're getting word that an LA City firefighter suffered a very serious head injury. We actually heard the firefighter down call. It is a mayday call, and it is one of the worst calls that firefighters can hear. That firefighter, one of several people taken to the hospital yesterday, and overnight, a man was found on PCH. His clothes were basically burnt off. He had burns to the majority of his body, and we can confirm this on Good Day LA. You are hearing this first. That man in extremely critical condition, obviously rushed to the hospital. He was barely conscious, and whether or not he's going to make it, well, our prayers go out to that man and his family, because he was in very dire circumstances. These are just some of the injuries that we're hearing about. And the house count, the home count, well, there is no official number because no one can get into these neighborhoods right now to do a count of the loss, but it is going to be great. Homes have been burning since yesterday. And keep in mind, this is only one fire that is burning.
Looks like we lost our signal there in the Rustic Canyon area, the Palisades fire that continues to burn.
We're actually going to go back to our own Mario Ramirez covering another fire in the area. Mario.
Hi, Bob Brook. In Sylmar, the Hearst fire has now been burning for about 6 hours, and I want you to take a look here behind me because this looks a lot better, at least the flames do, than they did even 15, 20 minutes ago. We're still feeling those strong winds, and there still is a concern that a lot of these hot spots you see here on the hillside above the Oak Ridge mobile home community could be carried by a gust of wind and start another spot fire, 1, 2, maybe even farther distance as far as miles go, and that is, of course, a big concern with these conditions. This started around 10 o'clock last night, and it quickly grew to 500 acres, first initially reported at about 50 acres, driven by these high winds and dry vegetation. And we spoke to a few residents here evacuating early this morning who say there is a lot of livestock here in this area in Sylmar, a lot of people with horses. Of course, you can't forget about the families with pets that we have also seen evacuating, getting into their cars and leaving here. This broke out near the 5 freeway where it meets the 14 and 210 freeways. Now, we should mention several areas are under mandatory evacuations, which means you should leave now, and they include residents along Balboa Boulevard, Filbert Street, Brittle Ridge Road, and Nicholas Drive. A little farther to the north, the area near the Whitney Canyon Park has also been ordered to evacuate, and there are additional warnings, which means you should really be prepared to leave at a moment's notice once those warnings turn into evacuation orders. And this is basically covering a large area north of the 210 freeway at Roxford Street. We should also mention that 3 evacuation centers have been set up. The Richie Valens Rec Center on Laurel Canyon in Pacoima, Northridge Park, and the Sepulveda Rec Center in Panorama City. So when we were talking to residents here along Sombrero Street a little earlier this morning, one gentleman said he was worried about some of the elderly that live here in this mobile home community and whether or not they got the alerts, the emergency alerts, to leave their homes, to evacuate because of the Hearst fire. These winds that started yesterday, we've really been feeling them all night. Howling winds, sustained winds up to 20 to 40 miles per hour, and those gusts up to 80 miles per hour. And that's really what's been driving these multiple fires, including the Hearst fire here in Sylmar. So we have LA County and LA City fire crews on the scene, and right now they're stationed here throughout this neighborhood, basically working on structure protection. We have local police officers here outside some of the homes, at least 2 patrol vehicles here on this street, just making sure that the flames aren't getting too close to these homes and that these residents are heeding the evacuation warnings from the fire department. So still an active situation, but things are looking a little calmer than they did even 10, 15 minutes ago. Live in Sylmar, we'll send it back to you.
That is good news, Mario. Obviously, this wind event is not over just yet, so we'll keep checking in with you there at the Hearst fire in Sylmar. Live pictures now from the Mount Wilson Canyon camera. This is a look at the Eaton fire, and this is burning in the San Gabriel Mountains north of Altadena. And this is a fire that continues to burn. There are multiple homes that have been evacuated there as well.
You know, I think part of the conversation here is over and over again, people who thought that they were nowhere near this, turns out there were. And obviously we're talking about multiple fires. So many more people in different neighborhoods are realizing that they need to be ready to go. As Samara always says, right, have your go bag, be ready to go, be prepared.
Right. And that's why they have these evacuation areas that are set. A lot of times people don't heed those evacuation orders, and they just decide we're going to stick it out until those flames get closer, but then it just gets too late.
I mean, we saw the video that's going viral, and obviously, as we said earlier, we don't know the circumstances of what happened with the 2 men and the dog that were in that home where the flames were, it seems, surrounding the windows of their home. But that's a bit of what Samantha was talking about earlier, just finding different ways to tell people that this is serious.
Yeah. That was video from the Palisades fire. We saw those homes, those flames getting really close to a home there. We want to tell you about the evacuation zone. You're going to look at the map right here. This is just kind of the footprint of the Palisades fire and just how widespread it is. It started near Piedra Morada and Monte Hermosa drives. If you drive in that area, it's you have to drive pretty high up in those hills there. But that fire quickly spread. Officials warned that worsening winds overnight could spread this fire further. We've seen this fire move eastward as well. There are multiple smoke advisories that are in effect. If you have a respiratory condition, lots of folks, even without respiratory conditions, just having trouble breathing out there. So if you have one of those, if you have a situation, you're urged to stay indoors.
The fast-moving Palisades fire forced thousands of people to leave the area. Some people actually ended up escaping on foot, leaving their cars behind without keys, which created other issues. Evacuation routes were so jammed, officials had to use bulldozers to clear nearly 200 abandoned cars.
So questions about abandoned cars, that's a good question that has come up. Law enforcement assists us heavily with evacuation, but please remember it's an active incident. We don't have the answers to all of these questions. We will certainly look at that. That's very important. I don't know if police felt like they wanted to make a mention to evacuations. Here. Okay.
Yeah, just on that question of evacuations, vehicles left in the roadway. If you have to leave a vehicle in the roadway, get it as far off the road as you can so that emergency vehicles can't get by. The gist of moving them with bulldozers was an emergency situation. You got to get those fire resources through, and they do what they have to do to be able to facilitate that. So we're asking really for the cooperation, and think a couple of steps ahead. It's not just your vehicle there, but then others line up behind you as well as they see what you're doing. And so I can't stress enough, please follow the evacuation orders. Do your best to be able to get out to safety. Bring the equipment you will need for the next couple of days with you, because as you've heard over and over again, this is not going to end very quickly.
This is another thing that puts us in perspective in many different areas, right? You just imagine what was going through, someone's mind. People were terrified and realizing that, traffic was so bad they needed to just get out of there.
Right.
And then also, now the traffic created by these cars was so bad that emergency officials needed to get those cars out of there so that they could get in.
Yeah. The residents were doing what they were told to do, and they're just trying to flee for their lives and their safety, right? And then you can't leave. You got your kids in the car, and you're like, let's just get out right now and go down because there's nowhere to go. So everyone's just doing what they can, and officials had to use that bulldozer to move the cars. So.
Yeah, we talked to our own Matthew Seedorf actually in the middle of the destruction.
Yeah, you can we're surrounded by flames, but keep hearing those loud bangs. Like it just sounds like firecrackers just going off, bang, bang. Right now you can see the homes right near Palisades Charter High School. Several homes on fire, if not destroyed already. And then, Sam, if you want to point up to the light, just so people can see the smoke just blowing, just look how fast it's going. I mean, that's something you see. I've covered hurricanes on the coast. That's what you see with hurricanes and the rain, just all of that wind just blowing all this smoke. It's pretty remarkable to see. And Sam, if you want to walk with me, outside the high school, we're going to look kind of out towards the football field. Looks like there's a structure burning over there. And we talked about just being surrounded by flames, but it's just all around the football stadium. We saw the press box on fire, and we want to see, because we've seen the other side of the high school. We saw the other side of the high school with the flames on the baseball field and the field house, the locker rooms, and this is the main entrance to the school. And we did see some fire here a little while ago, and I just want to get a quick look and show you guys kind of what we're seeing at the front of the school. Yeah, you can see the flames coming in from this direction, getting closer to the school. Just definitely a scary situation. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Wow. Yeah, I heard that news last night about Pali Charter High School that was damaged. So just shocking, you know, when you hear that a school is also up in flames or damaged. Nearly 24 Southern California school districts are canceling classes today. So we're going to go through these districts in alphabetical order. We're going to start with Alhambra, Arcadia, Azusa, Baldwin Park, and Burbank.
Yeah, Duarte, El Monte, Glendale, La Cañada, Las Virginias, Monrovia, Mountain View, Pasadena, Rosemead, San Marino also.
Impacted by the Palisades fire, we've got Santa Monica, Malibu Unified. Santa Monica College's Malibu campus will also be closed. Temple City and Valle Lindo school districts closed today. Students should not report to campus. We should tell you that 13 campuses under the LA Unified School District will be closed today. These include Brentwood Magnet Canyon Elementary, Diego Rivera Learning Complex, the Kenter Canyon Elementary Charter, Marquez Charter Elementary, and Palisades Charter Elementary School as well.
Yeah, that's right. Also, Palisades Elementary, Paul Revere Charter Middle School, Topanga Elementary Charter, University High School, and Woodland Hills Academy. Of course, Pali Charter High School directly impacted by this. Of course, that school is obviously not in session today.
It's in the kind of in the heart of where this all started. Yeah. So, no doubt, this list is going to continue to expand as the morning goes on.
You know, the high school, we were just talking about the high school and what it's like, you know, to see the high school, a school just directly impacted. I think it puts it in, again, I keep using the word perspective, but in a bit, you need this. It's a way to just take it even more seriously. And unfortunately, we need many different reasons and ways for people to understand what we're dealing with here and what Southern California has been dealing with overnight here. But seeing some of the videos, the pictures that we're getting coming in, just even of the high school, it's terrifying.
It's heartbreaking.
Yes.
Right? And the Pali Charter High School, one of the gems of the LA Unified School District, right? A great school there in the middle of a beautiful community. And to see a school like that damaged is completely heartbreaking. But that's right in the thick of where this fire broke out, and those flames were ferocious. The winds were powerful and erratic, and lots of structures were not spared in this fire.
That is true. And, you know, LAUSD, I will say, doing a really good job of keeping people informed on this. Just as soon as, you know, we started getting news, obviously days ago, of the wind, the incoming winds. They jumped on it, and I think a lot of people were questioning why the school system was so worried. But this simply wasn't about, you know, debris during recess. They were worried about this.
Yeah. Pictures here now. This is a tape from the Firefight and the evacuations taking place in the Palisades throughout the night last night. So it was a very, very, very scary situation for those residents, as you know, many had already evacuated, but that was a situation there. They evacuated and the flames continued to burn, driven by these winds. Let's go to Samada with more on the weather situation that we're dealing with. The National Weather Service had said overnight that these winds would continue and potentially even get even stronger.
Yes, and we are in the middle of peak wind conditions. I was just looking at our latest live video. The embers continue to blow, and that could unfortunately create new fires, new spark fires, and that, unfortunately, because we're still under red flag conditions, could be explosive as well. So we will continue to watch and monitor all the above. This is continues to be a wind-driven fire. We have 3 active major fires currently. The Palisades fire that started yesterday, and we have the Eaton Canyon fire near the Pasadena-Altadena area, and the latest fire, the Hearst fire, this broke out right around 10:29 last night. Here's the current conditions. You see the wind arrows continue to blow offshore, so very powerful Santa Ana winds continue. Wind speeds, the range sustained of 18 to 30 miles an hour, and it's those really strong and powerful gusts, 34 to 59 miles an hour. And because it's burning in some of other foothill areas, it's also a vegetation-driven fire and a terrain-driven fire with all that's been going on. Humidity down to 22 to 27%, and humidity levels are expected to even be lower, so we could be dealing with single digits as we make our approach to the rest of the day. Acreage, 500. Containment, we continue to advise folks to evacuate. Please do so. The strongest winds that we've been able to observe for the last 24 hours, Magic Mountain Truck Trail, 86 miles an hour. Fremont Canyon, an area of the Santa Ana Mountains, 80 miles an hour. These are hurricane force conditions. Running Springs at 74. Eaton Canyon all the way to Rancho Cucamonga, wind gusts that ranged as we had forecasted since the beginning of this week, 60 to 80 plus miles an hour. And it's still not out of the question that 100-mile-an-hour winds could potentially be possible as we make our approach into the early part of this morning. Winds are expected to subside not until later tonight as we take a look at our wind futurecast. So right now, actively 30, 40 plus mile-an-hour winds in those not only wind-prone locations, but it continues to be widespread. But by 10:30 tonight, wind speeds a range of 12 to about 16 miles an hour. So there's a hint of a break from the winds, but we're still going to be dealing with those dry conditions, and red flag warnings will remain in place through about Thursday for the Inland Empire and Orange County communities. High wind warnings, again, widespread, powerful Santa Anas that could also lead to additional power outages. So keep that in mind also. Got you covered traffic-wise. A reminder to stay outside, away from the fire zone. Here's a look at the Pacific Palisades area. Palisades fire closures. PCH closed in both directions from Temescal Canyon Road to Las Flores Canyon Road, and Topanga Canyon Boulevard also shut down from Mulholland Drive to PCH due to the red flag conditions. And closures near the Hearst fire, westbound side of 210 at Yarnell Street to Roxford Street. They are diverting traffic off of Roxford. And northbound side of 5 at the 210 Connector Road also shut down until further notice as fire crews, again, work to try their best to contain that fire. Back to you, too.
All right, thank you, Samana. We're actually going to go to Margaret Stewart now with LA Fire to talk a little bit about this. Margaret, do we have you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. You know, I want to get started in just first because I think we're talking so much about the importance of our community members taking heed and listening. What's the most important thing you want the community to know right now?
If you're in an evacuation zone and you have not already gone, leave immediately. And we have an evacuation warning zone for the Hearst fire, which is to the south and west of the current evacuation zone. So it's the 5 freeway south down into the Granada Hills North area. We want those residents to be prepared. They should have a go bag by the door. Their vehicle should be facing out on the driveway. Any important medications that they need, a communication plan with their family because cell service may be difficult to get. They need to be prepared, staying tuned to LAFD alerts to notify LA, as well as the local news for any change in the evacuation orders.
We have seen this firsthand, Margaret, the importance of evacuating when asked or requested because these fires can move so quickly and people could be caught in the thick of it. Now reports from one of our reporters that there's actually an injury as a result of this with a person who has been burned, and also impedes the efforts sometimes of firefighters that are trying to get there to, in fact, save your homes. For those folks who have not evacuated yet, what are some of the most important things that they should be thinking about when they are leaving? Because often people are just packing up their vehicles to get out. What are some of the more important things? You mentioned a few of them just a few moments ago.
Yes, having their go bag prepared with any medications, as well as when they're leaving their home, if they can turn off their power and gas, that would be helpful because sometimes if the home is burning and the gas line is breached, then that can create a worse situation. So turn off the power, turn off the gas, and have your go bag ready to exit because, as you said, leaving early is the key. The longer we understand the desire to stay to protect your home. However, they will have seen if they've watched the Palisades fire that creates a more dangerous situation because now we have people evacuating late. and our firefighters are diverted to save those lives instead of continuing to fight the fire. So we ask for their cooperation. This is not a time to be, apathetic and think, oh, it's not going to hit our neighborhood. They need to be alert, aware, and ready.
I want to talk a bit about, Margaret, if we can, just about what you all are dealing with, because I think many people saw yesterday the call from LA Fire Department for any available off-duty firefighters to report their availability. And I think many of us had never seen that message, and it kind of just goes to show what you all are dealing with right now.
Yes, we exercise our recall operation for our off-duty firefighters to contact so that we can have them scheduled to backfill. We will need to provide relief to the crews that have been fighting all night, and we will do so. This is, in terms of the acreage, it's not unprecedented. Our creek fire in 2017 was over 12,000 acres, but the location of the fire and the severity of the winds is the worst we've had in quite some time.
We only have like a minute here, Margaret, but could you tell us, I know the winds have been a situation, you spoke about this earlier. What is the hopes there that we could get some air assets as the sun rises, that we could get some air assets in the air to help fight this fire?
Yeah, they're watching the weather. It's not a matter of night or day. We fly at night. It's the winds. They're not safe for our aircraft to be up. So they're watching it, and as soon as they have a window to be able to fly, they'll be up.
Can we just talk a little bit more, if you could tell us just I think from your perspective, how challenging the wind is for you all?
It's hard to put it into words if you've not experienced it. They've obviously been able to see a lot of footage. But as a firefighter, when you're standing with the hose line and you've got winds gusting over 80 miles an hour, you can't even get what we call an effective stream. The wind is going to blow the water, and you can't see very well because the embers and the smoke everywhere, and it's difficult to breathe, and you've got debris flying. It's an extremely dangerous and dynamic situation, which is why it's so important for us to have the cooperation of residents to evacuate early so we don't have that added factor.
Have firefighters been responding to that call for additional help? Are they coming in, and what's the expectation that we'll get more personnel there on the ground today?
Our operations center is handling staffing, so they're ensuring that we have our full staffing available. CAL FIRE, the state fire agency, is also coordinating strike teams from other parts of the state, which is, the standard operation when we have significant incidents like this. Just like we send strike teams to assist, we'll have strike teams coming in.
And just one more time, just for anybody watching right now, maybe anyone who's just tuning in, because we're coming up on 4 o'clock this morning, and if people are not having power, obviously they can watch us on their mobile phones, on our apps. Can you just talk to us about what the community needs to hear right now, especially people in or near these evacuation zones?
Yes, just repeating, the same emphasis on being prepared, have a go bag, don't wait, evacuate early, especially those in the evacuation warning zone up by the Hearst fire. They may not realize they're in that warning zone yet, and so as they're waking up, they need to be prepared to go.
Margaret Stewart with LA City Fire, we really appreciate you. Thank you for all the information that you've provided us this morning. We'd like to check in with you later. Thank you so much.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, we really appreciate that. Good morning, I'm Brooke Thomas. Thank you for joining us.
We're following breaking news. Obviously, overnight, some extraordinary situation with 3 fires burning in the LA County area. I'm Bob DeCastro. Welcome to Good Day LA. As we have special coverage this morning of these multiple fires burning across LA County. Homes have burned. Thousands more are threatened. Fires burning out of control in Pacific Palisades. You saw that fire break out yesterday. We now have a fire in Sylmar and another near Altadena. At 8 o'clock this morning, we expect to get an update on all of these fires and the firefight. Dozens of schools are closed this morning as well. We'll have that list for you in a few moments. For now, crews continue their best to save lives and property.
Yeah, this fast-moving Palisades fire has already burned 2,900 acres, forcing thousands of people to evacuate.
We've got team coverage. Gigi Graciette is live there covering the Palisades fire. Gigi, good morning.
We have seen multiple homes, Bob and Brooke, on fire right now. We are on Sunset Boulevard at Chautauqua, and you can see there are more homes here burning. We just came from Rivas Canyon. Homes on both sides of the street on fire, appearing already to be a total loss. We were at Rustic Lane, multiple homes there on fire right now. Firefighters doing their best to get from one home to another, facing multiple challenges. The biggest, of course, are these winds. They are erratic, they are strong, and they are pushing the ember. The ember cast is flying anywhere from a mile to 5 miles away, causing even more fires, spot fires. We drove up Sunset Boulevard from the 405 freeway, and I can tell you both sides of the street are burning. There are trees down everywhere, making it very challenging, even for fire vehicles to go around. If you don't have your high beams on, you risk running right into a tree. It is very dark. There is no power, and the hillsides are just lit up with flames. As Brooke mentioned, over 2,900 acres. That number is expected to go up. We will be getting a briefing later this morning, but right now they're not counting acres. They are counting the losses, and they don't know how many they're going to be, but we know there are several because we are watching as these homes just burn to the ground. We heard firefighters facing one challenge. They had no water. That is a huge issue. Also here in the Palisades, that will be looked at post-fire, but right now firefighters doing their best. The units continue to come into this area from all over the state. And let's talk about injuries. We've got some breaking news. Overnight, a man was found stumbling on Pacific Coast Highway. His clothes, the majority of his clothes, had been burnt off. He had burns to most of his body. He was in extremely critical condition, obviously rushed to a burn center. Unclear if that man is going to make it and what the circumstances are surrounding how he got burnt. But that happened overnight on Pacific Coast Highway. We're hearing about an LA City firefighter. We actually heard this call go out, and it is the call that makes firefighters' hearts stop. Mayday call for LA City firefighter, Firefighter down. We understand it's a 25-year-old firefighter, has a very serious head injury, and that is one of multiple people taken to the hospital already. There are multiple burn patients. A lot of them were found on Pacific Coast Highway. How they got there, what the circumstances are, unclear. The priority, getting them the medical help they clearly and urgently needed. So this is not going to be a story about homes that were lost only. This is also going to be a story about some very serious injuries. Our thoughts and prayers obviously go out to that man and his family. Again, extremely critical with burns to the majority of his body. He is now in a burn center, we understand, intubated this morning as doctors work to try to save his life. That is what is happening here in the Palisades, over 2,900 acres. That number is expected to go up later this morning, and we've counted at least 8 homes that we have seen this morning that are burning. Bob and Brooke?
It's heartbreaking to hear about the injuries, Gigi, so thank you for telling us about that. And, of course, we'll learn more information as the day goes on. Can you tell us what was it like driving up to there? And you're like in the Rustic Canyon area, right? Because the fire had broken out near the Palisades, in the Palisades area, and the expectation was that the winds would push this fire westward and perhaps in the southwesterly direction towards the ocean. But this is a little east of that, right? So where are you for our folks at home that are watching? They're wondering what street you're reporting from so that we can get an idea of where you are.
We are on the corner of Chautauqua Boulevard and Sunset Boulevard, and this is where several homes are burning right now. We were at Rustic Lodge, a private road where homes are burning. We were also on the corner of Rivas Canyon and Sunset Boulevard, where homes on both sides of the street of Rivas and on Sunset Boulevard are also burning. Another challenge, obviously firefighters have their radio radio communications, and that's how they're able to stay in touch. But a big challenge here is the internet connection, is cell connection. It is bad. It is spotty at best. We lost our signal earlier. We were unable to bring you those live images from Rivas Canyon. We'll bring them to you later because, of course, we shot them. But homes are burning throughout. Again, we're on the corner of Chautauqua Boulevard and Sunset Boulevard where homes are burning. And this is just one of 3 locations that we've stopped at within blocks of each other where we've seen homes actively burning and, sadly, a total loss.
You know, Gigi, you're someone obviously who's covered many fires here for Fox 11, someone who our community really looks to when it comes to any sort of breaking news coverage. But we're talking about, for many people this morning, the differences in what we're seeing here in this Palisades fire. Any comparisons or differences compared to what you've seen before when it comes to what you're seeing right now?
Well, Brooke, any firefighter will tell you that firefighting has changed dramatically in the last 10 years or so. They are seeing erratic fire behavior. Erratic was a word you never heard a firefighter used. Now it is commonplace. The wind is erratic. Just the fact that we're seeing a Santa Ana wind event of this magnitude in January, an extremely rare occasion, tells you the difficulty, the challenges that firefighters are facing. When I started fire coverage, there was a fire season. The Santa Anas usually hit around November, October. You expected to see fires. You expected to see the wind. Now firefighters will tell you fire season is year-round. And you are seeing it right now in January with this this is so rare, Brooke. Meteorologists will tell you, I'm sure Maria Quiban, Samara Khan will have more on how rare Santa Ana wind event is in the month of January. They're usually in November, in early December. We saw Camarillo. We saw all those homes lost there last month. That is typical of the Santa Anas. January is not typical. And this fire behavior, you're seeing those flames right now. We can feel the embers coming towards us, and we're across the street. This is a 4-lane street, Sunset Boulevard right here. That is being pushed, being fanned by the winds right now. Those embers, Brooke and Bob, they can fly anywhere from a mile to 5 miles away and start a whole new fire within the fire area. And that is the challenge that firefighters are facing this morning.
You're talking about the differences, Gigi, and also what's interesting is that a couple of things. First of all, there was a new term that I learned, particularly dangerous situation is what the meteorologists are now calling it, the National Weather Service. That's a sort of a new phenomenon, at least for me. And then, you know, these are very powerful winds, but what's jarring, I think, about this fire is that, you know, you're talking about a fire on Sunset Boulevard. We're talking about a fire now. We saw the Malibu fire. Obviously, it burned homes in the Malibu area. We've covered that for many years. This has gone down to Sunset Boulevard, major metropolitan area that we're talking about. The Palisades Village. Ed Laskos was saying that there are multiple structures burned near Palisades Village. So these are very heavily traveled thoroughfares, areas that we know and love here in Southern California that are now burning.
And Bob, you know, there is a graphic that is being on social media that is being sent around. When I first saw it, I thought it was created by a meteorologist, someone at home warning people about the high winds. Much to my surprise, the seal of the National Weather Service is on it, and it's titled Life-Threatening and Destructive Windstorm. Those are very heavy words, and that was meant to warn people of what was happening. Life-threatening and destructive windstorm, extreme risk, take immediate action, and it listed the areas of concern for this fire. Now, this fire, we actually saw it when it broke out at 10:30 yesterday morning. I was on the 405 freeway. My photographer was too, and you could just see that black plume of smoke rising from the Palisades area, and it just grew and did not stop and has not stopped growing. Again, if you're just tuning into Good Day LA, we've been on the air round the clock. The Palisades fire now growing to over 2,900 acres, and this is one of 2 fires. Mario Ramirez is live in the Sylmar area with another fire. I can tell you there are mandatory evacuation orders on that in that area, and they include Santa Clarita. I have have friends that were evacuated at midnight last night come to my house. They live in Santa Clarita, which is a good distance from the Sylmar fire over the hill. But the way the winds were blowing, officials not taking any chances. They told people get out and get out now while the 5 freeway is still open.
There's also the Eaton fire in Altadena as well. So, you know, and this wind event, Gigi, is not over. We appreciate your coverage. We will check in with you in just a bit.
Thank you, Gigi. Mario Ramirez is actually in Sylmar covering the Hearst fire for you. He has more now on that fire.
Hi, Brooke, Bob. We can tell you that fire is still raging. You can see here some of the flames picking up and the embers that are being carried by the winds. This is a little calmer than what we saw even 15, 20 minutes ago, but these flames are still burning out of control here in this area. So we're at the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Community, Mobile Home Estates, and we're on Sombrero Street, and we continue to watch county and city fire crews make their way here into this area, and we've been watching a few people evacuate here from this neighborhood. I want to see if I can talk to a family here. Good morning. I understand that you all are evacuating from this home here.
That is correct.
How has this whole process been? I imagine stressful looking at all this.
No, definitely. It started at about 10 o'clock, and, you know, we haven't slept, so right now we just came back and to see this. Yeah.
And is everybody okay? Were you able to get everybody out safely?
Yeah, everybody's good so far. Thank God, but hopefully these winds die down and we'll be back.
And what do you think as we're watching some of these flames make their way closer to these homes here? It doesn't appear that any have been touched by the flames, fortunately, and everybody that we've talked to has, you know, gathered their things and are getting ready to leave. What do you think?
I think these guys have been doing a great job keeping it right over the ridge over there, and, you know, hopefully everything will be all right, man.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you so much for talking to us. So this is one of the residents here in the evacuation zone, and we're still seeing more cars driving here down through this neighborhood. Let me see if I can stop this one here and see if they're being evacuated. Hi there. No. All right. So we can tell you we're still feeling those strong winds, evacuation warnings, as well as orders here in this area. And I want to run through a few of the streets. They include residents here along Balboa Boulevard, Filbert Street, Bridle Ridge Road, and Nicholas Drive. Those are mandatory evacuations. A little farther to the north, you have the area near Whitney Canyon Park that has also been ordered to evacuate. And 3 evacuation shelters have been set up. The Richie Valens Rec Center on Laurel Canyon and Pacoima, Northridge Park, and the Sepulveda Recreation Center in Panorama City. So those are areas where you can find resources, where you can go if you really have nowhere else to go after leaving your home here because of these mandatory evacuations. So we had talked about how strong these gusts were going to be yesterday, upwards of 80 miles per hour, hurricane force winds. We're hoping for breaks in the winds, but at this point we've still been feeling those conditions, and they are expected to continue throughout the day. So we'll be keeping an eye on things here in Sylmar as the fire continues to burn. The Hearst fire here behind me. For now, live, we'll send it back to you.
We're going to check in with Samad in just a few moments here. Mario, thank you about those winds. But first, we want to tell you about the Eaton Canyon fire. This is another fast-moving brush fire, rather the Eaton fire in Eaton Canyon, and has destroyed buildings, forced evacuations, and prompted widespread school closures. The fire was first reported after 6 last night. It was spotted near Altadena Drive and Midwick Drive. It's consumed 1,000 acres by midnight. Mandatory evacuations in effect for areas north of New York Drive, east of Altadena Drive, west of Sierra Madre, Villa Avenue, and eventually this is expanded to parts of Arcadia and Pasadena. An estimated 19,000 people under mandatory evacuation orders, 8,200 structures at risk. The shelters are the Pasadena Convention Center and the Arcadia Community Center. And we talked about the expanding school closures. Included now are Pasadena Unified, Glendale Unified, Alhambra Unified, South Pass Unified, San Marino Unified, La Cañada Unified, Burbank Unified School District, Arcadia Unified School District, and Monrovia Unified School District. So many school districts impacted by all of these fires. Those, of course, that were impacted by the Eaton fire.
Let's bring in our meteorologist, Samana Khan, in this conversation. Now, Samana, something Gigi said that immediately made me think of you. You know, she said fire season is year-round now.
Fire season is year-round in Southern California when we're dealing with dry conditions. Last year, if you recall, we had atmospheric river storms that brought in a lot of rain, and that rain had vegetation grow. And well, during the summer months, they dry out, and then we bring in the Santa Ana winds during the cooler months, and it drives any spark that occurs. Those winds drive the fire conditions, and it becomes an extreme problem. And unfortunately, we're seeing that unfold. And it has been a very dry season for this 2024 to 2025 water year. We've only received about 16/100ths of an inch of rain for the downtown LA area. We are at a deficit of about a little under 4.5 inches of rain that we are missing. Right around this time of year, we should be seeing rain, but unfortunately, we're not seeing rain. We're just looking at very dry conditions that continue and those powerful, strong Santa Ana winds. This is unfortunately the perfect conditions in the upper levels of the atmosphere that's driving these really strong winds. Jet stream coming right over Southern California. The difference in pressure between area of high pressure over the Pacific and an area of low pressure that continues to spin in the Baja area. And the two combined is what's producing these very strong offshore flow. Hence, the National Weather Service, unfortunately, did suggest that this was going to be a life-threatening situation. Unfortunately, we are seeing that come into reality with all those heartbreaking images that's coming in at this hour. We have, at this hour, speaking of which, current conditions at the Hearst fire, where Mario is currently at, giving us updated information there. And those winds continue to blow out of the northeast, 18 to 30 miles per hour, gusts a range of 34 to 59, something that we have been forecasting as well. Temperatures going to be on the cooler side, humidity very low. Acreage 500 and containment at 0%. This is our latest fire. It broke out last night around 10:29 p.m. And going back to the Pacific Palisades, very similar conditions, because this is a widespread, powerful Santa Ana wind event. Wind ranges, wind velocities, 31 to 33 miles an hour with those gusts, again, topping 50 in some areas. Acres, 2,921, and we're expecting to get an update. We're anticipating it to be even more with containment at 0%. As we make our approach into the morning hours, we are in the thick of the peak wind conditions. It won't be until later on tonight that we'll notice winds subsiding. In the meantime, we are looking at widespread wind damage. This is not just for Ventura County and LA County. The winds very strong currently in the Inland Empire communities and Orange County as well. The extreme wildfire danger does continue. If a new spark were to occur, unfortunately, it could lead to explosive fire growth and spread, as we've seen occur with the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire, as well as the Hearst fire. More power outages is possible, as power lines may go down due to the strong winds, and more additional downed trees. So if you are if you're getting ready to travel, it's still dark out, to be extra cautious on the roadways, and rush hour coming around the corner as well. High wind warnings remain in place through tonight, where wind gusts could still reach 80+ miles an hour, and that does apply to everywhere across Southern California. Here's what we've been able to observe so far. Hurricane force winds, as we had, again, forecasted yesterday, 86 miles an hour at Magic Mountain Truck Trail, an area of the San Gabriel Mountains. Fremont Canyon, Santa Ana Mountains, 80 miles per hour. 74 pushing into areas of Running Springs, Eaton Canyon, 70 miles per hour, and Rancho Cucamonga at 63. Here's a look at our wind futurecast as we break down the hours coming ahead. You can see all the areas in the highlighted contours from the Ventura County location, Santa Clarita Valley, San Fernando Valley. Winds continue to blow very strong across our San Gabriel Mountain Range and the San Bernardino and Riverside County Mountains as well. Downwind through the Cajon Pass and also our foothill communities through Orange County, howling at this moment. We push forward into the 6 a.m. hour, where people are going to be getting on the roads. Not a whole lot of change at all. Powerful winds still continue. Again, we're in the peak period. Wednesday, again today, in 9 o'clock, still dealing with those ferocious winds. By later this afternoon, slowly those contours lighten up a little bit. Wednesday night is when we'll get the benefit of seeing those winds relaxing. So there's a little glimpse of good news ahead, but we're definitely not out of the fire danger just yet. Red flag conditions for LA County and Ventura County will remain in place through at least 6 p.m. tonight. Meanwhile, we have the Inland Empire in Orange County. We have red flag conditions extending into Thursday. There will be fluctuations in winds. We'll see them relax a little bit, and then even by late Thursday into early Friday, we could see winds peak a little bit higher, but nothing as strong as what we're experiencing right now. We are in the thick of it. A reminder, evacuation game plan, breaking it down. Stay up to date on our forecast, and make sure you also talk to your family about escape routes, designating a meeting area if you lose communication, and have your get ready and go bag. And something to keep in mind, of course, life is the most important thing. Your pets, your important documents, prescriptions, pictures, your computer, and maybe, yes, your credit cards, cash. That way you can prepare accordingly. Winds, again, continue to be very, very strong, unfortunately. Please stay safe out there. We've got you covered with the traffic conditions in and around the fire area. Reminder, stay off the PCH. Palisades fire closures. PCH from Temescal Canyon Road to Las Flores Canyon Road shut down until further notice as crews continue to battle that Palisades fire. Topanga Canyon Boulevard through Mulholland Drive to PCH shut down due to just red flag conditions. And back to the Hearst fire, the closures there, westbound side of the 210 from Yarnell Street to Roxford Street, and northbound side of the 5 at the 210 connector also shut down. Please be extra cautious. It's still dark out. Right, Bob, Brooke, there's a lot of debris on the roadway. You can't really see, and just give yourself extra time leaving the house this morning.
Yeah, lots of information there, Samana. Thank you so much. Former LA mayoral candidate and real estate developer Rick Caruso now criticizing the city's response to this windstorm and the fires. He says officials should have been more prepared.
The real issue to me is twofold. We've had decades to go remove the brush in these hills that spreads so quickly. And the second is, you got to have water. And my understanding is the reservoir was not refilled in time and in a timely manner to keep the hydrants going. So that's a failure, whether on DWP's part or another city agency. But this is basic stuff. This isn't high science here. And it's all about leadership and management that we're seeing a failure of. And all of these residents are paying the ultimate price for that.
Despite what you heard from Caruso, we are told no firefighters are running out of water. Federal aid is on the way for local firefighter efforts, the wildfire efforts. Governor Gavin Newsom says President Biden quickly approved funding after a text message request.
I saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed. Not a few, many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, were just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders.
FEMA has granted federal assistance to help cover firefighting costs. The White House says Biden has been briefed and directed his team to stay in contact with state and local officials. High winds grounded President Biden's planned trip to the Coachella Valley, where he was set to announce 2 national monuments honoring Native American tribes.
An evacuation center has been set up for fire victims. Evacuees can go to the Westwood Recreation Center. It's at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Another evacuation center is open at the Dream Center in Los Angeles. The evacuation center for livestock and larger animals. We saw people moving their horses out or trying to, with smoke and fire all around them. This evacuation center is Pierce College, okay? It's at 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills. And for any smaller pets, like cats and dogs, they can be taken to the LA County Animal Shelter at 29525 Agora Road in Agora.
More than 10,000 homes are being threatened by the Palisades fire. You can see video right here just how close the fire is getting to many homes around this area. We're going to listen into this.
Just be okay. You're gonna be okay. All right? You're gonna be okay. Don't worry about that, dude. Okay.
This is video that has gone viral. Video here of a home, a beautiful home in the Pacific Palisades area. An evacuation center has been set up for these folks. Again, we can only glean that with this video that he sent out that he is now safe with his dog. But I can tell you, if you are this close to the fire, and you see flames that close, you can definitely feel the heat. So I can't even imagine what he was feeling at that point. And then you see how the wind is blowing the flames and the smoke in every direction there. The sound there, not just of the crackling fire that's racing toward his home and threatening his house, but also the howling winds that he was dealing with. So again, we don't know exactly what had happened to this person, but we can just hope and pray that he's okay.
All right, again, 3 fires are burning out of control across LA County. We have Mario Ramirez on the phone with us as he covers the fire in Sylmar. Mario.
Hi, Brooke and Bob. We've been watching the Hearst fire burn right above the Oak Ridge mobile home community here in Sylmar. And if you're not familiar, it's just right above the 210 freeway, which if you are on the 210 or the 5 freeway in the Sylmar area, you will definitely see the smoke and the flames for miles as you might be making your way through the area. Now, the Hearst fire, it started at about 50 acres. Last night, around 10 o'clock, it quickly grew to over 500 in just a few hours, and we're still feeling those really strong winds. We know this area has lots of dry vegetation, and we spoke with a few residents who were leaving their homes early this morning in this community. The good news is that a lot of them did get emergency alerts or evacuation alerts letting them know to leave their properties. We've also seen local police, LAPD here in the neighborhood, making their way around with their lights, their searchlights, as well as their loudspeaker every once in a while, letting residents know that they are in a danger zone. As far as crews, we have LA Fire, LA City Fire, and LA County Fire that are on the scene here, and they've actually been able to do a great job at protecting the structures from going up in flames here. The fire, for the most part, has been burning in dry vegetation and brush just above this mobile home community. But there are several mandatory evacuations, which means leave now. Don't wait. Leave your home as soon as possible. They include residents along Balboa Boulevard, Filbert Street, Bridle Ridge Road, and Nicholas Drive, and a little farther to the north. There's also an area near the Whitney Canyon Park that has been ordered to evacuate. So these are not to be taken lightly. We know that 3 evacuation shelters have been set up, one at the Richie Valens Rec Center on Laurel Canyon in Pacoima, Northridge Park, and the Sepulveda Rec Center in Panorama City. The winds, they've really been extreme for the last couple of hours that we've been out here. We know that yesterday we had anticipated this. We talked about these really strong gusts, but we're seeing how unpredictable they can be. So the concern now is with these hot spots that are up in the hillsides, we're still feeling those really strong gusts. So they could carry some of these embers to other areas, but from what we can tell, no structures have been lost here in this area, which is great news. We haven't heard about any injuries, and we are keeping an eye on this area as crews seem to be making somewhat progress on the hillside here. But this wind event is not over, and we are seeing crews being shifted into some of the other areas here in Sylmar. So an indication that maybe some flames or some embers may be carried over into other areas and igniting additional spot fires. But that's the latest here in Sylmar. Bob and Brooke.
All right, that is decent news there, Mario. Thank you so much. Let's go back to Gigi Graciette. She's covering the Palisades fire. Mario had been talking about the winds there, Gigi, and we know that we are not out of the woods yet. In fact, with sunrise, sometimes they expect that these winds could actually pick up.
They usually do, and that is a huge concern for firefighters here on the scene. We're on Sunset Boulevard at Chautauqua, and let me get out of the way here and show you homes are continuing to burn. And if photographer Tony Butita actually pans from that burning home, if you pan to the right, you can make through those hedges another structure that is on fire right now. And I can tell you, this is making national headlines. So many folks familiar, of course, with Sunset Boulevard. It's known around the country. When people travel to Los Angeles, they head through Sunset Boulevard to head to our beaches, to Pacific Coast Highway, where, by the way, the Palisades fire actually jumped PCH yesterday and set cars that were on the beach side of PCH, set those cars on fire, and we actually saw a structure that appeared to be lost. It was unclear if it was a lifeguard tower, tower and possibly shack. Unclear what it was. Sometimes it's so hard to tell exactly what is burning, but that shows you the magnitude, the spread of this fire, and we are awaiting an update on the acreage. They're doing aerial mapping of this fire because obviously they can't get to all of these neighborhoods because they're busy fighting this fire. We continue to watch as convoys of firefighters move into the area, but we have seen at least 8 to a dozen homes burning this morning. Unfortunately, there were no firefighters in sight because they're trying to take care of other areas. They are truly being overwhelmed, even though there are hundreds and hundreds of firefighters, not only from Los Angeles. We have our Los Angeles City firefighters here on the scene. Of course, they're being assisted by Los Angeles County Fire, and we have fire departments have sent us units from throughout the state of California and obviously from throughout Southern California. Let's talk about the injuries. This story is going to be so much more than the amount of homes lost, and I can tell you the amount of structures and homes and houses that were lost is going to be high. The story will be much more than that because we are hearing about multiple injuries. Let's start with the Los Angeles City firefighter injured yesterday, 25 years old, reportedly a very serious head injury in the hospital this morning. That is one of multiple people that have been taken to the hospital, some of them with extremely serious burns. And in a Fox 11 Good Day LA exclusive, I can confirm to you that overnight a man was found on Pacific Coast Highway. The majority of the clothes that he had been wearing had been burnt off his body. He had serious burns to the majority of his body. He was rushed to a burn center where doctors are frantically working to try and save his life. Extremely critical condition. That is one of multiple burn patients that LA City Fire has confirmed were taken to the hospital. Now, you are looking live at the LAPD here on the scene. They are doing patrols of the entire area, keeping the area safe and making sure that people who don't belong here, like unfortunately we often see looters move into these neighborhoods that are on fire, they are making sure that no one that does not belong here is here. We've seen multiple police just patrolling each and every single street. Again, if you're just joining us on Good Day LA, you are looking live at the Palisades fire. We're on the corner of Sunset Boulevard and Chautauqua, where multiple homes are burning right now, and this is just one corner. Earlier, we were on Rustic Lodge. On the corner there, multiple homes were also burning. We were also on the corner of Sunset and Rivas Canyon. Multiple homes on both sides of the street burning. And this is so much more because obviously, Bob and Brooke, we all know that houses can be rebuilt. You can get the wood, you can build a house, you can build it bigger, you can build it better. But it is often the memories, those priceless mementos. You know, our late mother left us a teacup that meant the world to us. Our late father left us an umbrella. Things like that that cannot be replaced, that is the loss. That is the true loss. And of course, we're hoping that all of these folks got out safely, that they got their pets out safely and are safe. The houses can be rebuilt, but it is the memories often inside of those homes that really hits hard for all the folks that are affected.
You know, Gigi, it's a really good point because obviously it doesn't even need to be said that your life is the most important thing here, but I don't at all want to minimize what the trauma of losing your home, watching your entire neighborhood go up in flames. Like, that is something no one wants to deal with.
You know, we were in Malibu for the Malibu fires just a few weeks ago, and a representative from Los Angeles County told us that it can take up to 5 years to get everything done so that you can rebuild your home. And that includes dealing with your insurance company, dealing with the county, with the city, with, you know, often finding blame for the fire. Where does the blame lie? Was your coverage in check? Did you even have coverage? It could take up to 5 years. And if you go to Las Virgenes, if you go to the Calabasas area, some houses were never rebuilt after the Woolsey fire. And that representative from LA County Emergency Management told us that some of those folks are still in negotiations, are still dealing with the trauma of trying to get their houses rebuilt. So it is a huge issue when someone loses a home. It's not, oh, let's just rebuild it, it'll be up next, you know, in a couple of months. People can be out of their homes for years at a time.
What's scary about this, Gigi, is that we're still in the middle of this giant Santa Ana wind event. You know, this is far from over. And to your point, I was thinking of the video that I've been seeing, even of just these structures burned along Pacific Coast Highway on the ocean side, even these places that people have frequented for a long time, like the Real Inn. There was reports that the Mastro's was damaged, the Malibu feed bin also destroyed. So with daylight, we're going to see how widespread and how destructive this is, but no doubt this is going to be almost apocalyptic when we see all of the damage and how much has been destroyed in this area and how much this community has to be rebuilt.
And we probably won't know for days, Bob, because right now the damage assessment teams, as they're called, they can't even get into these neighborhoods to take a toll or to take a tally of the loss. So we won't really know how many structures. We may get an estimate from aerial observations of how many structures were lost, but we're not really going to know that for days until this fire is basically out and those damage assessment teams can get inside, can walk these neighborhoods home by home and give us a tally of the loss. But it is going to be major. Yeah. And our big concern and our thoughts and our prayers go out to all the folks that have been injured, folks that are in the hospital this morning with serious burn injuries, that LA City firefighter with a serious head injury, that man that was found on Pacific Coast Highway with burns all over his body, barely recognizable, the clothes actually burnt off his body. We mention that because it talks to the severity of the fire, what the circumstances were, and how he was caught in the fire. Obviously unclear, and unclear if he was even able to tell first responders. Yesterday, in the thick of it, when this was all happening, Bob and Brooke, there were people calling 911 from their swimming pools. I heard that. Bob and Brooke. They were sheltering inside the water of their swimming pool because the fire was all around them. Yeah. I mean, how dramatic is that?
To see families and mothers literally carrying their babies and running down Palisades Drive to get out just because they couldn't even get into their cars and go. It's so shocking. So to know that someone actually got injured, you're also grateful that these people got out and they got out safely. But and heartbreaking that we can't get the air assets up just yet. So hopefully we'll get a respite from the winds. Okay, Gigi, those still some very dramatic pictures there. Still a big effort to save life and property.
Yes, thank you, Gigi. Bob, you know, you were just talking about like what we were watching all day yesterday, like people getting out of their cars. You saw people with babies. You saw people with giant horses, actually, just like walking through neighborhoods. You saw people with their pets, and also seeing video of people who were just out of sorts. Because of all of this, you know what I mean? They're running down the street through all of this smoke, and that was really jarring for me. Is that you kind of lose it a little bit as you're in a panic trying to get to safety.
And, you know, some people have planned. You can plan as much as you can, and still, when you're in that moment, you know, panic sets in, and you just try to do what you can to try to save you and your family's life. We do want to show you this evacuation map and a Palisades map, pretty widespread here. This is provided to us by CAL FIRE, and you can see this spreads over a very large area. Right. And so this is stretched all the way basically down to the coast in the Palisades area. This started at Piedra Morada Drive, and then now is expanded eastward. So there's a little concern this morning for Brentwood. That area, the Palisades Village area, was also impacted as well. So everybody within this region pretty much is going to be impacted there. And of course, as we said, parts of Sunset, PCH, Topanga Canyon, all closed at this hour because of this fire. Now we're going to take you over to the Eaton fire. This is in the Altadena area, San Gabriel Mountains, and also because of the heavy winds, this has impacted a very large area. Started there in Altadena, there in the Eaton Canyon area, and then expanded very quickly over. So other areas impacted, of course, Sierra Madre and Pasadena as well. We'll have school closures in just a moment, but there's a lot.
Absolutely. And, you know, we were looking for updates from CAL FIRE. Obviously, you know, this is an all-hands-on-deck situation. And so the latest, of course, that we still have is nearly 3,000 acres burned in the Palisades fire, 2,921, Eden Fire at 1,000, and Hearst Fire at 500. All three of these fires at 0% containment. And again, that just goes to show what we're dealing with when it comes to how hard, Samada, the weather is making things for our firefighters.
Incredibly difficult out there. Brooke, Bob, good morning to you and to everyone that continues to be with us. Some viewers have been watching us since last night, so we do certainly appreciate you. And if you're just joining us now, we do have, again, some updates on our wind conditions. We are unfortunately in the thick of our peak winds as we had forecasted, and that range, the time frame from late last night through at least this early part of the morning. So keep that in mind, where ferocious winds continue to be right around 60 to even 80 plus miles an hour. And here's a look at the Palisades fire, where Gigi, of course, has been bringing us incredible images there and information. We've got winds, a range of 30 plus miles per hour. These are sustained wind velocities. Gusts could reach up to 50 miles an hour, and we did see that play out. Temperature ranges on the cooler side, and humidity continues to be dry. Similar conditions as we pushed into the Hearst fire near the Sylmar area. And again, the winds continue to be very strong going offshore. Powerful Santa Ana is also blowing through where the Eaton fire is, and that fire took place yesterday right around 6:23 in the evening, and gusts are reaching up to 46 miles an hour. So incredibly dangerous wind conditions. It continues to be a wind-driven fire. Then you add the dry fuel, so there's a lot of fuel out there for this fire to continue to rapidly grow. And as we know, and we've spoken about this repeatedly, that fires in and around that fire zone, they can also produce their own weather. When you have intense heat rising into the atmosphere, cooler air comes in to replace it, and it creates this erratic fire behavior and even the potential for fire tornadoes to occur. It creates also embers that can travel miles downwind. Long-range spotting, we also forecasted that to occur. So red flag conditions all across Southern California, not just LA County and Ventura County. We're calling this a particularly dangerous situation when you combine critical fire danger with damaging winds and low relative humidity. Any new fire ignition can explode. And again, we are going to be seeing these strong winds continue into the early part of this morning. There is some good news. Later this evening, we're going to see wind conditions subside. So eventually that will help firefighters tremendously, and we'll get those air assets back up in the air. Strongest winds over the last 24 hours, hurricane force winds. We have been advertising that. Magic Mountain Truck Trail and area of the San Gabriel Mountains clocked in at 86 miles per hour. Fremont Canyon at 80 miles an hour, all the way out towards Running Springs at 74. Eaton Canyon, you can see how and why that fire continues to spread. 70-mile-an-hour winds at one point, and Rancho Cucamonga at 63 miles an hour. Here's a look at what is in store for Southern California as we make our way into the 4 a.m. as well as the 6 a.m. hour. No relief in terms of offshore winds. Those highlighted contour areas, those are locations that is going to continue to experience those heavy and strong winds out towards the 15 corridor through the Cajon Pass, downwind of the Santa Ana Mountains, and that does apply to San Bernardino and Riverside County Mountains as well. San Fernando Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, the San Gabriel Valley still in the danger zone. Through 9 a.m., not a whole lot of change as well as we experience again, those stronger winds offshore. Eventually, right around the late afternoon into the evening, finally we'll notice those winds slightly subside, and it won't be until late night Wednesday that we'll really get a good handle on those winds and tame those conditions a little bit. A reminder, evacuation plan, so important. Make sure you stay up to date on our forecast. Have an emergency plan in place and get your ready-to-go bag with your important papers, prescriptions, and of course, life is the most important thing when we're dealing with these dangerous conditions. We've been talking about, Bob, Brooke, how this could potentially be a life-threatening situation. We're unfortunately seeing that unfold before our eyes, and widespread damaging winds that could continue to create power outages as well. We also remind folks, traffic-wise, in the fire zones, stay away, avoid the area. Take a look at the Palisades fire closures. PCH, Temescal Canyon Road to Las Flores Canyon Road remains shut down. Topanga Canyon Boulevard from Mulholland Drive to PCH due to red flag conditions shut down as well. And back to the Hearst fire closures there. Westbound 210, Yarnell Street to Roxford Street shut down. Northbound 5 at the 210 connector also will be shut down until further notice. Reminder to please drive carefully out there. It's still dark out. Sunrise is until 7 a.m. If you are on the roads at this hour, be extra mindful. A lot of debris. If you're driving near the fire zone, there's a lot of smoke as well. Just be careful out there.
And, you know, Samara, on that note of staying prepared, another way to stay prepared, especially I'm seeing on Twitter, Bob, many people saying, you know, what about my air? What about my air? They're worried about this, especially if you're worried about losing power or anything like that. Sign up for emergency alerts, right, from the state, from the county, all your local officials, and download the Fox Local app. Actually, I was using it just last night, just even moving around my place. Just click Los Angeles on that, and we're streaming live there as well. So if you lose power, you'll still be able to stay updated with the latest information. We really just want to keep you all safe. 3 fires burning right now in our area. Mario is in Sylmar at the Hearst fire, and now he has more on that.
Yeah, and I will say the fire is still raging. Sam Dubin behind the camera. I want to show you the flames that are making their way downhill here. We're at the Oak Ridge Mobile Estates community, a private community, and there are still residents here in the area that are evacuating. I have one family here. They're actually turning around. I asked where you're headed. They said they don't know, but away from here. So walk me through what this has been like for you all. Let me ask you guys in the back. What has this been like for you all? I know your mom is a little stressed up front.
I mean, it's nerve-wracking. You got people out here losing their homes. You got family, you know, under constant little stress. You know, it's really scary. You got people out here. You wonder if the neighbors are out. They're getting out of their homes okay. So, you know, right now we're just trying to get up out of this area. We're just trying to get to someplace safe, and we're praying for everybody.
Was there any sort of alert or any type of emergency alert on your phones to leave home?
There's constant alerts that's coming through over the phone. We just hope that everybody's getting them, you know, especially the people who didn't go to bed early, the older people who don't know. We just hoping that everybody gets out safe.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, thank you. Appreciate you talking to us. Stay safe. So they're sort of trying to figure out exactly where to go from here because there hasn't been much time to prepare. So as we look here at these flames, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on here. The Hearst fire started at about 50 acres around 10 o'clock last night, quickly growing to 500 acres in a few hours, and of course driven by those high winds that we've been feeling since yesterday and dry vegetation here in the area. Now, this broke out near the freeway, the 5 freeway, where it meets the 14 and the 210 freeways. Several areas under mandatory evacuations, which means leave now, and they include residents along Balboa Boulevard, Filbert Street, Brittle Ridge Road, and Nicholas Drive. We should also mention that a little farther north, the area near Whitney Canyon Park has also been ordered to evacuate. Evacuation warnings, which means you should be prepared to leave. They're in place for the Newhall Pass, Calgrove, and Wildwood areas. And that's basically a large portion, a large area north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street. 3 evacuation centers have been set up. Richie Valens Rec Center on Laurel Canyon in Pacoima, Northridge Park, and the Sepulveda Recreation Center in Panama City. So we do see Panorama City, I should say. We do see fire crews here, LA County fire crews, but as we've been saying, there really is not much they can do as far as containing the fire. These winds are still whipping around. We talked about how strong they would be yesterday. Sustained gusts or sustained winds at 20 to 40 miles per hour, and those gusts up to 80 miles per hour. So we've definitely been feeling it here this morning. We don't see any homes damaged right now in this area. We know some of the other fires we've been talking about, several dozens of structures have burned. So we're keeping an eye on things here. But I did just talk to one person who was headed down, and I asked if he was a resident here in this community. He said he came from downtown to just look at what's going on here. So we're sort of seeing looky-loos who are coming into neighborhoods that really shouldn't be in here. Fire apparatus need to make their way through these streets. Some of them can be very tight. So still very gusty winds out here in Sylmar, and this fire still burning out of control here behind me, Bob.
All right, Mario, thank you. Another fast-moving brush fire to tell you about the Eaton fire. This broke out overnight, destroyed buildings, forced evacuations, prompted widespread school closures. The fire was first reported at 6 last night. It then spotted near Altadena Drive and Midwick Drive. There are mandatory evacuations in effect for areas north of New York Drive, east of Altadena Drive, west of Sierra Madre Villa Avenue. This eventually expanded to parts of Arcadia and Pasadena. Mandatory evacuations cover eastern Altadena, including areas like east of Lake Avenue and large portions of northern Pasadena. People in Sierra Madre face orders north of Sierra Madre Boulevard with voluntary evacuations elsewhere in the city. Arcadia officials also telling people living north of Foothill Boulevard and Orange Grove Avenue to leave immediately, and anyone needing a place to stay can head to the shelters. That's at Pasadena Convention Center on Green Street in Pasadena and the Arcadia Community Center on Campus Drive. A number of school closures including Pasadena, Glendale, Alhambra, South Pass, San Marino, La Cañada, Burbank, Arcadia, and Monrovia. So many different districts have been closed.
Let's go back out to Gigi Graciette, live covering the Palisades fire for us. Gigi, this fire at nearly 3,000 acres and again 0% containment. This is terrifying.
It certainly is, especially for the tens of thousands of folks who have been evacuated. But before I show you what's happening here, we're getting word of another vegetation fire in the Irwindale area. 5 acres and growing, Foothill Boulevard and Irwindale Avenue in Irwindale. A vegetation fire only right now. We are keeping a close eye on that fire also. Take a look behind me. I'm on Sunset Boulevard and Chautauqua, where multiple structures are burning. Photographer Tony Butita giving you a live look at what is happening right now. And Tony, if you pan over to the right, it is covered by hedges, but it'll give you an idea of how big the fire is right here just on this corner. You can see behind the hedges there the flames. That is yet another structure, and we continuously hear the sound of things exploding. There are propane tanks. A lot of folks have barbecues in the backyard with propane tanks. We hear the sound of explosions. That is another structure that continues to burn. We're also watching as more and more fire resources move into the area. It has been a very long 20 hours or so for firefighters since the Palisades fire broke out at 10:30 yesterday morning. Multiple structures have been lost. Today, we saw on different corners, Rustic Lane, on Rivas Canyon, homes burning. The toll will be high. It may be days until we know exactly how many structures are lost. But as we've been saying earlier, this story is going to be much more than just homes and houses and structures that were lost. There are a lot of people that have been injured with serious burns. We can exclusively confirm that a man was found on Pacific Coast Highway early this morning or late last night. He was stumbling. He was found The clothes on his body were basically burnt off. He had serious burns, had to be intubated immediately. Doctors doing their best to save that man's life, but he is in extremely critical condition. And of course, our LA City firefighter with a serious head injury suffered yesterday. We were actually listening to the scanner traffic, and we heard that mayday call of a firefighter down. That, of course, for firefighters is one of the worst calls they can get. They immediately started doing what's called personal accountability report, where each team leader checks on their members, checks on their firefighters to make sure everyone is okay. That firefighter, we're told, 25 years old, taken to the hospital with a very serious head injury. And this is in addition to the burn patients and smoke inhalation patients that were rushed to the hospital. Yesterday, by around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you had at least 2-3 people that had already been transported to the hospital. So the story is going to be much more than just structures lost. But the damage is severe. The winds continue to fan those flames. That ember cast continues to be pushed 1 to 5 miles ahead, so they are fighting continuously spot fires. And as Bob and Brooke have been telling you, this is just one of 3 major fires that are burning in the Los Angeles area. Mario Ramirez has been live with excellent coverage in Sylmar. We have the Eaton fire, which continues to prompt mandatory evacuation orders. We don't have a count of how many people are under an evacuation order, but early this morning at around midnight, a mandatory evacuation order actually went out for Santa Clarita, the Calgrove area. Those folks told to get out now. I have friends, they all came to my house when they were evacuated. They made it through the 5 freeway, the 5, the 14, the 210. You could clearly see the Sylmar fire, but because the winds are so erratic, and firefighters use the word erratic, and it's always a little bit disconcerting when they do, but they use it when they talk about the fire behavior. It's not the normal fire behavior that you saw 10 years ago. They talk about the erratic winds, which pushes the fire in each and every direction at given times. So erratic fire behavior, erratic winds, certainly challenging for our firefighters and for all the firefighters from different agencies that are here in the Los Angeles area to help LA City Fire, to help Los Angeles County Fire in this major emergency. 3 fires burning, and we're getting word of a fire in Irwindale. It is at 5 acres. It is a vegetation fire. Units are there now, and of course we're going to keep you posted on that fire too. Bob and Brooke?
Gigi, actually Sandra joined us now here. I just wanted to point out, we did talk to LA City Fire this morning, and they said that they had to ground their air assets, that first of all, the winds are so strong, sometimes gusts over 80 miles per hour, that it's just simply too dangerous for those air assets to be in the air. That had nothing to do with nighttime drops, because they do that now frequently, or they have the capability to do that. But they also said because those winds were so strong, they really wouldn't be effective. So the hope is that at some point, you know, you can get the air assets up there. In the meantime, you have all of those ground crews here who have been working round the clock. And basically right now, it's just an effort to save lives and protect property.
And they're doing their best, but Bob, you know, we've seen at least, I don't know, 8 to a dozen homes. There are firefighters staged here at Chautauqua and Sunset Boulevard, but we were up at Rivas Canyon. We were up at Rustic Lane. There were no firefighters there as houses were just burning to the ground. Unclear if the houses were just beyond saving and they had to dedicate their resources to areas where they could save homes. Unclear if they just don't have the manpower to get to those homes. They're doing the best they can under extremely challenging circumstances. We don't usually have Santa Ana winds in January. Did you just hear that?
Yeah.
Something just exploded. We're hearing transformers blow, propane tanks. A tree just caught fire. As you can see, thank you, Tony Butita. You're exactly where you're looking at exactly what I wanted to look at. Again, Sunset and Chautauqua, behind those hedges, something is burning, a structure, obviously. You can see how the wind is just fanning the flames. And I just posted a little video on X that showed embers just going down the street. They're actually embers from another house that's on fire that's not even on this corner, and they were just moving down the street. Those embers can travel, according to firefighters, anywhere from a mile. They've seen them as far as 5 miles away. So that's how challenging these fires are. Earlier, Bob, you and I were talking about fire coverage. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, it is not the same fire coverage that we're seeing now, because it's not the same fire behavior. Yeah. And firefighters will tell you there used to be a fire season in California, in Southern California. We knew that come November, the Santa Anas were going to blow in those infamous Santa Ana winds, and most likely if a fire were to start, it would quickly spread. And we see that every year. We saw it in November. We saw it in December. We saw those homes lost in the Camarillo area, in Ventura County. We saw homes lost in Malibu. We've been covering all of these fires. That is typical fire behavior for Southern California. January and Santa Ana winds are not typical, and this is posing such a challenge for our firefighters, which we know they are doing the best. Their priorities are to save people, property, and pets, or people, pets, and property. They're doing the best, and no firefighter, it truly hurts their heart when they see structures lost. They see this all too often, and they're doing their best against extremely challenging conditions.
All right, Gigi, thank you so much. You and Tony out there, please stay safe as we check back in with you throughout the morning on this violent fire, multiple fires in the Southern California area at this point, but we're taking a live look at the Palisades fire right now. And we want to say good morning to you. I'm Sandra Endo in for Brooke this morning at this point.
I'm Bob DeCastro. Yeah, welcome to Good Day LA. It's been an extraordinary night with multiple fires burning all across LA County. We have at least 3 fires that are now burning. Homes have burned, thousands more now threatened. Fires burning out of control in several areas. Pacific Palisades, Sylmar. We also have a fire near Altadena. At 8 o'clock this morning, we are expecting an update on all of these fires. For now, crews continue their best to save lives and property. Nearly 24 Southern California school districts are canceling classes today, and this is a list that is going to continue to expand throughout the morning, but we'll begin to go through these districts in alphabetical order. All schools in Alhambra, Arcadia, Azusa, Baldwin Park, and Burbank.
We're also talking about schools in Duarte, El Monte closed for today, Glendale, La Cañada, and Los Virgenes as well. Monrovia, Mountain View, Pasadena, Rosemead, and San Marino, those all remain closed for today.
Santa Monica, Malibu Unified, Santa Monica College's Malibu campus will also be closed. Temple City and Valle Lindo school districts also closed. Students should not report to campus. And also Pali Charter High School, which was damaged last night, no classes today. 13 classes under the LA Unified School District will be closed today. That includes Brentwood Magnet Canyon Elementary School, Diego Rivera Learning Complex, the Kenter Canyon Elementary Charter, and the Marquez Charter Elementary.
Palisades Charter Elementary School as well, Palisades Elementary, Paul Revere Charter Middle School, Topanga Elementary Charter, and University High School, as well as Woodland Hills Academy. Those all will be closed today because of the damaging fires. Let's go out to Samada because she has been saying all morning long we're still not out of the worst of this.
Yeah, good morning, Sandra, to you and Bob, and to all our viewers joining us at this hour. We are definitely not out of the woods yet. This is still peak winds that will continue into the early part of this morning. Red flag conditions remain in place, and we're still under the particularly dangerous situation when you combine critical fire weather with those highly damaging winds and low relative humidity, that if any new spark were to occur, it could rapidly explode. The fire growth quickly spreading as well, and we're seeing that unfold, especially in the Palisades fire area where Gigi has been giving us those very dramatic images. Our hearts do go out to all those victims in and around that fire zone. Northeast winds have been very strong. These are sustained wind velocities around 30 to even 33 miles an hour. Gusts have been topping 50 miles an hour in that area, and you can see why it continues to be a very dangerous situation, life-threatening and widespread destruction. There's a potential for downed trees and power lines, and that could lead to additional power outages. We take you over to the Hearst fire, that it's the latest big fire that began right around 10:29 p.m. last night. We have acres, 500, 0% containment, and similar wind conditions there. Out towards the Eaton Canyon fire that broke out yesterday around 6:23 in the evening. We've got gusts topping 46 miles an hour, and it continues to not be out of the question that gusts could still range between 60 to even 80 miles per hour as these winds continue to blow through Southern California. We'll slowly start to notice wind conditions subsiding a little, just a little, as we approach the afternoon hours, as high wind warnings remain in place till about 6 p.m. But after 6 p.m., more noticeable winds subsiding by later tonight. Here's a look at our strongest winds so far within the last 24 hours. We have been advertising, we have been warning people that hurricane force winds could be on its way, and unfortunately, sure enough, it became a reality. Magic Mountain Truck Trail, we had winds clocking in at 86 miles an hour, and that's an area of the San Gabriel Mountains. Fremont Canyon, Santa Ana Mountains at 80 miles an hour. Running Springs, San Bernardino County at 74. Eaton Canyon and Rancho Cucamonga, the range of 60s and 70s. This is a widespread wind event, so it's not the particular wind-prone locations. Locations that typically don't see winds as strong are now seeing it due to this very active system. We have an area of low pressure and the backside of that low working with an area of high pressure, and those winds going offshore is what's creating these very dangerous and very critical conditions. We have a wind look ahead right around now into the next couple hours. You can see here the highlighted contours. Those are locations where winds are the strongest. Not a whole lot of relief going into the next hour, where a lot of people are going to be hitting the roads, heading out to work. If you can avoid doing so, it would be probably a good idea. If you're traveling with those big rigs or campers, reroute your travel plans. Perhaps travel tomorrow or into Friday. If you have to head out along the 5 corridor or the 14, the 15, if you're heading out to the high desert communities, look at 9 o'clock this morning, still very strong, and it won't be until the afternoon that you'll slowly see those brightly lit locations get a little less dim, meaning that winds will slowly start to diminish. By 4 p.m. and through the evening, a whole lot better. This is what we're looking forward to, so that way firefighters can get a much better handle on those conditions. And we continue to remind folks, because it is still very windy, powerful Santa Ana's still part of the forecast, and red flag conditions still in place. If a new fire were to occur, again, it could rapidly spread. So stay up to date with the forecast. Make sure you have an evacuation plan. Know your evacuation routes. If you are evacuating and if you get separated, make sure you have a designation point where to meet, and your get ready, get set, and go bag. Emergency kit ready. Life, of course, the most important thing. Pets, make sure you have your important papers, prescription, your pictures that you can't replace, and have some cash or some credit cards, so that way you're prepared for any emergencies that could arise. Again, a reminder, the breakdown through today, widespread damaging wind storm continues, extreme wildfire danger, and that potential for more down trees and power lines that could lead to additional power outages. And also, if you are traveling, we do have traffic conditions to, again, point to. And as a reminder, stay away from the fire zone, especially through PCH, Palisades Fire closures to Mescal Canyon Road, to Las Flores Canyon Road. That is the Malibu area, extending all the way to Pacific Palisades, and Topanga Canyon Boulevard from Mulholland all the way to PCH, closed due to red flag conditions. And closures near the Hearst Fire, westbound side of the 210 at Yarnell Street to Roxford Street, northbound side of the 5 at the 210 connector, also shut down until further notice. And even the local roadways, stay away, avoid the area if, again, you're not supposed to be there. Back to you, too.
All right, Samantha, thank you. And speaking of the Hearst fire, that's where Mario Ramirez has our coverage on that. Let's check in with him.
Yeah, and I will say the fire is still raging. Sam Dubin behind the camera. I want to show you the flames that are making their way downhill here. We're at the Oak Ridge Mobile Estates community, a private community, and there are still residents here in the area that are evacuating. I have one family here. They're actually turning around. I asked where you're headed. They said they don't know, but away from here. So walk me through what this has been like for you all. Let me ask you guys in the back. What has this been like for you all? I know your mom is a little stressed up front.
I mean, it's nerve-wracking. You got people out here losing their homes. You got family, you know, under constant little stress. You know, it's really scary. You got people out here. You wonder if the neighbors are out. They're getting out of their homes okay. So, you know, right now we're just trying to get up out of this area. We're just trying to get to someplace safe, and we're praying for everybody.
Was there any sort of alert or any type of emergency alert on your phones to leave home?
There's constant alerts that's coming through over the phone. We just hope that everybody's getting them, you know, especially the people who didn't go to bed early, the older people who don't know. We just hoping that everybody gets out safe.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, thank you. Appreciate you talking to us. Stay safe. So they're sort of trying to figure out exactly where to go from here because there hasn't been much time to prepare. So as we look here at these flames, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on here. The Hearst fire started at about 50 acres around 10 o'clock last night, quickly growing to 500 acres in a few hours, and of course driven by those high winds that we've been feeling since yesterday and dry vegetation here in the area. Now, this broke out near the freeway, the 5 freeway, where it meets the 14 and the 210 freeways. Several areas under mandatory evacuations, which means leave now, and they include residents along Balboa Boulevard, Filbert Street, Brittle Ridge Road, and Nicholas Drive. We should also mention that a little farther north, the area near Whitney Canyon Park has also been ordered to evacuate. Evacuation warnings, which means you should be prepared to leave. They're in place for the Newhall Pass, Calgrove, and Wildwood areas, and that's basically a large portion, a large area north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street. 3 evacuation centers have been set up: Richie Valens Rec Center on Laurel Canyon in Pacoima, Northridge Park, and the Sepulveda Recreation Center in Panama City. So we do see Panorama City, I should say. We do see fire crews here, LA County fire crews, but as we've been saying, there really is not much they can do as far as containing the fire. These winds are still whipping around. We talked about how strong they would be yesterday. Sustained gusts or sustained winds at 20 to 40 miles per hour, and those gusts up to 80 miles per hour. So we've definitely been feeling it here this morning. We don't see any homes damaged right now in this area. We know some of the other fires we've been talking about, several dozens of structures have burned. So we're keeping an eye on things here. But I did just talk to one person who was headed down, and I asked if he was a resident here in this community. He said he came from downtown to just look at what's going on here. So we're sort of seeing looky-loos who are coming into neighborhoods that really shouldn't be in here. Fire apparatus need to make their way through these streets. Some of them can be very tight. So still very gusty winds out here in Sylmar, and this fire still burning out of control here behind me, Bob.
Burning out of control. That's Mario at the Hearst fire, which is now at 500 acres burning. Now we're taking a look at firefighters who are also battling the Eaton fire near Altadena. As it stands right now, the latest update, 1,000 acres burning there. People are evacuating the scene. The fire has destroyed buildings and prompted widespread school closures, as we've been telling you about all morning long. The fire was first reported after 6 o'clock last night. It was spotted near Altadena Drive and Midwick Drive. Gina Silva was able to talk to people leaving their homes.
We live in the same building together. We were told to evacuate a while ago, and we went down and dropped some stuff off, but I came back up here because I saw all these spot fires coming up here, and I can't help but feel bad for all the people who live here. And we've never had a fire like this, I don't think, as far as I've been alive, at least not down this close. So,
I mean, describe the wind conditions out here.
Oh, it's bad. It's horrific. I mean, just driving in the car, if you don't see any trees around, the car shakes like it's an earthquake. Yeah. That's how strong it is.
Luis, how are you holding up? ¿Cómo estás?
It's fine. Everything is fine, yeah. So, no problem, yeah.
Where's your house? ¿Dónde está tu casa?
Yeah, this one. It's in the front.
And it's okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
How long have you lived over here?
About 3 years there. I think they live there a lot longer.
And your house is okay right now?
Is okay? Yeah, I think it's okay. Yeah. Hopefully. Yeah.
So former LA mayoral candidate and real estate developer Rick Caruso is criticizing already the city's response to the windstorm and fires. He says officials should have been more prepared.
The real issue to me is twofold. We've had decades to go remove the brush in these hills that spread so quickly. And the second is, you got to have water. And my understanding is the reservoir was not refilled in time and in a timely manner to keep the hydrants going. So that's a failure, whether on DWP's part or another city agency. But this is basic stuff. This isn't high science here. And it's all about leadership and management that we're seeing a failure of. And all of these residents are paying the ultimate price for that.
All right, so despite what you heard from Caruso, no firefighters have told us they are running out of water.
Well, federal aid is on the way for local firefighter and wildfire efforts. Governor Gavin Newsom says President Biden quickly approved funding after a text message request.
I saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed. Not a few. Many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, we're just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders.
FEMA has granted federal assistance to help cover firefighting costs. The White House says Biden has been briefed and directed his team to stay in contact with state and local officials. High winds grounded President Biden's planned trip to Coachella, where he was set to announce 2 national monuments honoring Native American tribes.
An evacuation center has been set up for fire victims, as you see right there on your screen. If you do need help, if you need a place to go, evacuees can go to the Westwood Recreation Center. That's on 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Another evacuation center is open at the Dream Center in Los Angeles, and the Evacuation Center for Livestock and Larger Animals is at Pierce College. That's located at 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills. For smaller pets like cats and dogs, they can be taken to the LA County Animal Shelter at 29525 Agoura Road in Agoura.
Okay, we've seen a lot of video coming in. Lots of video has obviously been going viral. This is video right here that's been making the rounds, and it really paints a real picture of what some folks dealt with when the flames came so dangerously close to their homes. Some of them told to evacuate, didn't evacuate on time. Some of them really didn't have time to evacuate. More than 10,000 homes being threatened by the Palisades fire. This is video from the Palisades fire. A beautiful home there. A man and his dog were inside. Listen to this.
Hi. Just be okay. You're gonna be okay. Hi. You're gonna be okay. Oh, we got a fire. Don't worry about that, dude. Look at that.
And we can only glean from this video that he released this video that he is okay. So we hope he and his dog are okay. You and I have both been in similar situations like this and covering this. And I was saying, as you look at these pictures, if the flames are that close, you definitely feel the heat, real intense heat. I'm surprised, you know, more things didn't shatter here.
And the winds whipping around like that, it can change in an instant when you're in a fire situation, the fire creating their own weather atmosphere and its own weather atmosphere, and you just never know, and it feels like complete darkness, right? You could see right there. This was in the middle of the day, and I believe, but I kept thinking about these 2 men and their dog. What happened to them? Yeah. A lot of the comments online since this video has gone viral, people say, why didn't you get out? That's so dumb of you. Listen, at that point, there were certain areas and certain communities from 10:30 in the morning that were told to shelter in place because there were no access to roads to get out. If you remember, in the early hours of this Palisades fire breaking out, people were evacuating from all areas of that community, and roads were backed up. People were abandoning their cars, as we've been showing you, and there were certain areas that they could just not get out. So certain communities and residential areas were told to shelter in place. Now, things, again, in a fire situation like this can change on a dime, and that could be perhaps why they were caught in their homes. You don't know. So, again, all those comments online, people judging or wondering why they didn't get out earlier. It's not so easy all the time. It's not clear clear cut.
Here's a perfect example, and it's just wild to think that people were trying. They were told, please evacuate your homes. They requested the evacuation, and then this happened. The situation caused on Palisades Drive, where there's really only one way in and one way out. There is one way to get onto Sunset Boulevard. So you have all of these people trying to get there all at once. You have fire apparatus trying to get up the street at once. Sunset Boulevard's basically shut down. You're trying to get out. People just decided, you saw these mothers grabbing their kids like you would have and said, let's just get out and walk down the street and get to safety, right? And you leave your car there.
When I saw this happening, people abandoning their cars in the middle of the road, not even pulling off to the side, that just shows you the desperation. Why would you leave your car? Think about it. In LA, where we need a car to get everywhere, people don't walk. People don't carry their things, let alone small children, and walk miles. There's no public transportation to turn to. So the desperation of people saying that the best situation and the best decision to make is to leave your car and then to walk for how many miles, I don't know, to get help. That's how dire the situation was.
Well, this looks like complete gridlock. I mean, it might as well be the 405, so they couldn't get out anyway. So where were you going to go?
And then the situation of if one person decides to abandon their car, and that car is 4 cars in front of you, and then the next person decides that, and the next person decides that. People have abandoned their cars in front of you. There's only one way out. There's no other road to get around these cars. Then you're stuck in that same situation, and you have to leave your car.
The infrastructure was just not built for something like this. And we've had homes that were built along this road. At the time, probably not as much development there. And so when something of this magnitude happens, there is just no other option. I think later, I mean, you know, in the weeks and the months and the years down the road, they'll do an assessment of how better they could evacuate this area when needed.
Well, people are comparing this to the situation in Hawaii, like Lahaina, and that area, the fire, how people couldn't evacuate, right? Because of the fact that we're talking about these narrow roads, one way in, one way out, and people fleeing all at once, and the road's not designed to carry all that traffic.
You're absolutely right, Sandra. When you're dealing with massive evacuation conditions, everyone's going to evacuate at the same time, and that causes traffic gridlock. And unfortunately, we're seeing what it can do in a situation where we have the strong winds and the fire conditions. At the time, I'm sure people were desperate to get away. I've heard stories where one guy in and around something similar to that, he said he did see the gridlock. He wanted to evacuate. He actually waited just a little bit, hoping that traffic conditions would subside. It actually got worse, and he had no choice but to leave his home and get to somewhere safe.
I heard the scanner traffic. I was listening to the police scanners and the emergency scanners as they were dealing with this, and yeah, I heard them calling the bulldozers. They said, we have to clear a path because there's no way for these fire apparatus to even get through there. There's a home burning up there on the hillside there, and there's no way to get to it.
Heartbreaking images.
You have to do what you have to do.
And how scary is it? Because they were saying as they were stuck in gridlock on this road that the palm fronds around them were shooting down on fire, and one car or van caught fire because of it, the flying embers. So on top of that, the scary situation of, okay, we're sitting ducks in our car, maybe these embers are going to fly and catch our car on fire. So what do we do?
Oh, the threat is there. Those embers that we have touched on repeatedly can travel miles downwind, especially when we're dealing with these unprecedented conditions where wind speeds pushed up to 60, gusts, should I say, 60 to 80 plus miles per hour, and those embers were flying around everywhere. And when we're dealing with red flag conditions, those embers can, we call it long-range spotting, can start a new fire, and that could also explode into something uncontainable. The winds, unfortunately, continue to be very strong. We are in the thick of it. This is peak wind time frame. We had talked about this since the early part of this week. We tried to warn people. We have said repeatedly yesterday this could turn into a life-threatening wind event, highly destructive, and the images prove it to be a reality. Catastrophic conditions, wind speeds hurricane force, Magic Mountain Truck Trail, 86-mile-per-hour winds, and that is observed in the San Gabriel Mountains. Fremont Canyon, this is widespread, and this is why it continues to be a concern, because it's not just a localized area like we saw with the Franklin fire just a few weeks ago. This is pertains to the entire portion of Southern California under high wind warnings through at least 6 o'clock this evening. Running Springs reached 74 miles an hour, San Bernardino County Mountains included. Eaton Canyon, Rancho Cucamonga, the range of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. It's these winds that is hard for firefighters to deal with. Upper level aerial support, should I say. Aerial assets had to be grounded to these strong winds. Bob, you were discussing earlier with the LA City fire representative.
They said simply that it's the winds are just too dangerous, that they do fly and do nighttime drops now. The LA City Fire has the capability to do it, but it was just too, the winds are too strong and too dangerous for pilots up there for them to fly aircraft.
Yeah.
And additionally, they said even if they did do that, they wouldn't be effective because they wouldn't have the accuracy that they would need to be able to get low enough.
You would have to
drop it on target.
Yeah.
Right, you have to
so what's the point?
Calculate your point of interest, and then you couple that with wind speeds of 70, 80 mile-an-hour gusts. It is definitely hard to do, and to better be safe. We have been very dry, so there's a lot of fuel out there. Dry vegetation, also part of driving these conditions to where they are now. We had excessive rainfall last year. Do you remember the atmospheric river storms that came through the area? That produced new growth. It was very lush going into last spring. Then the summer months came along and we were dry. The 24 to 25 water year, we started the water year just with trace amounts of rain. Below average rainfall totals from November, December. January is supposed to be our second wettest month of the entire year, and we're not seeing any rain, at least for this coming week.
And nothing in the forecast, right, as you were mentioning.
Yeah, we had a little bit of that rain that we talked about, and even snow, which is the most bizarre part of this storm system. Yesterday, Bob had pointed out that Snow Summit.
Couldn't believe this time yesterday we were talking about snow in Big Bear.
5 to 7 inches of snow fell down yesterday in the Big Bear area above the 5,000 foot level. But it's this area of low pressure and where it's situated that is helping to enhance the offshore winds. Then you have this area of high pressure and the tightening pressure gradients. It really helps to speed up the winds going, again, descending from the upper levels down to the lower levels. Here's a look at our current wind situation. Still very powerful, very strong. 30 mile an hour plus from Malibu Hills to Camarillo through the 5 corridor. 14 freeway, the Newhall Pass, areas like Santa Cruz Valley, San Fernando Valley, all the local valleys. San Gabriel Valley also still under high wind warnings, red flag conditions. And we're looking at winds now in Ontario, still blowing very hard at 33 miles an hour with those stronger gusts. The potential for 60 to 80 plus mile an hour winds still going to be possible. Again, peak winds happening right now. We won't see winds subside more noticeably until later this afternoon. High wind warnings as well as red flag conditions remain in place. The particularly dangerous situation when you couple critical fire conditions with highly damaging winds and low relative humidity, any new spark, we were talking about those embers, could explode in growth and size. We now have 3 active fires here in Southern California. We're going to go and point out the current conditions. Palisades fire. Northeast winds, those are Santa Ana's, 30 plus mile per hour sustained. Gusts 35 and topping 50 miles an hour. Temperatures, of course, in the early part of the morning, still very cool. Humidity still very dry. Acreage, we're anticipating those acres when light comes and when we get an official update to be more than 2,921 acres. Containment 0. The Hearst fire, the brand new fire relative to the other fires currently burning. This started at 10:29 last night. Same weather conditions still very strong going offshore. In the Eaton fire area, where currently 1,000 acres are burning. Evacuation orders have been in place for those fire zones. A reminder to stay away if you don't belong there.
Yeah, let people evacuate, clear up those roads. There was a red flag warning in effect from Monday. You know, gearing up for this wind event, Samada, and according to those red flag warnings, there are parking restrictions in place to make sure that those roadways would be free and clear, especially in the canyon areas.
And we have talked about, again, the life-threatening conditions, widespread destructive winds.
Those conditions do continue. Thank you, Samana. We want to welcome you to the Good Day LA. Coming up on 5:30 right now, an extraordinary evening, an extraordinary morning when we have multiple fires burning all across LA County because of this historic wind event. Good morning, I'm Bob DeCastro.
And I'm Sandra Endo. Thanks for joining us. We do have continuing coverage on the multiple fires here.
They're burning, as we said, all across LA County. Homes burned, thousands more threatened. Fires burning out of control in Pacific Palisades, Sylmar, another near Altadena. At 8 o'clock this morning, we expect an update on all of these fires. We will bring live coverage of that as soon as that happens. But in the meantime, we want to tell you that dozens of schools are closed this morning as well. Crews continue to do their best to try and save lives and property.
It's been devastating, though, and the fast-moving Palisades blaze is the one that we've been covering since 10:30 yesterday morning. It's already scorched nearly 3,000 acres. Thousands have evacuated, and Gigi Graciet is live there with the very latest. Gigi.
Sandra and Bob, we moved to the other side of Sunset Boulevard to Pampas Ricas. This runs parallel to Sunset here at Chautauqua. And let me give you a live look at what we were watching through the hedges, just burning. These appear to be either one extremely large home, possibly a two-story home, we're told, or multiple homes right now. Again, this is Pampas Rivas Boulevard here in the Pacific Palisades area. We're trying to get an exact. It's Pampas Ricas Boulevard, corner of Chautauqua. And let me show you right behind me, we have yet another home that is on fire. So homes are burning on both sides of the street. Again, Pampas Ricas. This home already appears to be a total loss, you can see. And surrounding me, embers are just continuing to fly. The wind, which was supposed to have died down half an hour ago, continues to fan these flames, pushing those embers farther and farther and causing spot fires and causing more and more homes to go up in flames. Sadly, this home appears to be is a total loss. We can see that for ourselves right here. Corner of Chautauqua and Pampas Ricas Boulevard. Pampas Ricas Boulevard runs parallel to Sunset Boulevard. We have homes now burning up and down the street on both sides of the street. Someone just reached out to me on social media and said exactly what side of the street, what side of Sunset Boulevard are these houses burning on? Unfortunately, sad to report, they're burning on both sides of Sunset Boulevard. We were at Rustic Lane. We were at Rivas Canyon. We saw houses on both sides of the street just burning. There are trees down. It's very difficult even for first responders to move into the area. These are the challenges they continue to see here in the Palisades area, where this fire has certainly grown over 3,000 acres. We'll get an updated number a little bit later today. Everybody too busy, though, fighting these fires. I'm going to ask Tony Butita to come back across the street where this fire has been raging for hours now. This home here on Pampas Ricas, a total loss, and across the street, one or two homes, also a total loss right here. This is Pampas Ricas. It runs parallel to Sunset Boulevard at Chautauqua, and this is just one of the many corners where this morning we have seen homes burning. Now, firefighters were staged here, but at this point they have moved on, trying to save homes. Obviously, these homes cannot be saved. We actually see firefighters staged to the left. Photographer Tony Butita, we see firefighters over there on the left, but they're not actively putting water because these homes are already a total loss. We pray everybody got out safely, got their pets, got their people, got anything that was of importance to them out as much as they could. But this is just some of the loss that we're seeing here in the Palisades area. Bob and Sandra?
It is shocking every time you say Sunset Boulevard to think that this major that thoroughfare that everybody knows, Sunset Boulevard, that iconic street, and that is where the homes are burning. And you would think that yesterday, when we were covering this when it broke out, people living in this area east of where the fire broke out probably thought they were fairly safe, didn't think that maybe the fire would come in that direction, and to think that, they would have to evacuate their homes, and that this area would be a threat as well. And the scary part of this is that we are still in the peak of this wind event, and over the next couple of hours, we can expect that these winds will even pick up, possibly even further, especially as the sun rises, and we could have a bigger wind event. But the strategy there that firefighters have, Gigi, yes, is completely on point there. If the home has already been destroyed, to focus on other structures that could be on fire or are on the verge of getting burned down, that they try to save that property before that goes.
Of course, their priority, people, pets, and property. But when a property is at a loss, like these properties that are basically burnt to the ground, they have to save their resources. They have to designate their resources to homes and areas that they can actually save. Water has been an issue. We heard this morning firefighters were trying to put out a fire. They had no water at a hydrant they were at. They were getting water tenders brought into that neighborhood. And keep in mind, if you're just joining us here on Good Day LA with continuous coverage of these major fires burning in Southern California this morning. This is just one of at least 3 major fires, and then there are multiple smaller fires, including one that just broke out in Riverside County. Resources are there on the scene right now, that one holding at about 3 to 5 acres, and we're monitoring all of these fires for you to bring you the latest, especially with those mandatory evacuation orders. Yesterday, just a few hours after this fire started, 30,000 people were under a mandatory evacuation, and that is only in the Palisades area. Today, those evacuation orders are very widespread. We're talking about Sylmar. We're talking about Santa Clarita, Newhall, the Calgrove area. All of those folks under a mandatory evacuation order because of one or more fires. There's the Eaton fire burning in the Pasadena, Eaton Canyon area. So you have tens of thousands of people forced from their homes this morning, forced to move to safety. A lot of folks, of course, choosing to stay behind. But Bob, you mentioned something, and I've covered fires for 20 years now, and I can't tell you how many times, and we are in the middle of an ember storm right now, I can't tell you how many times I've interviewed folks who told me they went to sleep confident that the fire was not in their neighborhood, confident that the fire was nowhere near their neighborhood. And we're hearing an explosion right now in the back of this house. Actually, it was a wall that just collapsed. Let me show you, if you're just joining us, we're on Pampas Ricas, just off of Sunset Boulevard, and one of those walls just came crashing down. I've spoken to so many people, including just a few weeks ago in Malibu. I spoke to a gentleman who had just moved to Malibu from Texas. He told us when he went to sleep, he didn't even put his phone on the charger because the fire was nowhere near his home. He awoke in the early morning hours to see flames going up the hillside directly to his house. Wow. He had never seen anything like that. He had no idea that fires could move and spread so quickly, but they do because they are being fanned by these infamous Santa Ana winds. In an unprecedented wind event in January that has happened before, but as Maria Quivan Samada Khan will tell you, it is very rare to see a Santa Ana wind event this late or this early in the new year. For Tony Butita giving you a live look at this home right here. This is on Pampas Ricas Boulevard, right on the corner of Pampas Ricas, parallel to Sunset Boulevard, and on the corner of Chautauqua. And you may be able to see the embers flying. I don't know, Tony, if you can show that, if the camera will actually pick up. Oh, yeah, those embers can travel miles away and start new fires. Bob and Sandra?
They look like little fireflies flying in the sky, something we don't want to see in this situation. But collectively, with all our years covering these fires, each fire is uniquely destructive and devastating. This one's so violent in nature. And when we talk about widespread fires like this, Gigi, normally we're thinking urban wildlife interface, the canyon communities, communities. This is kind of homeowners, what they know and what they've kind of signed up for when moving into communities like this. But then you see a fire hitting the Palisades region. It's so populous. And then with evacuation orders even going down into Santa Monica, this is very unusual and different in terms of the characteristics of fires we've covered in the past. And even fire personnel begging any available firefighter to come in and report to duty. And they themselves are posting 200-foot flames from the violent nature of this fire that we're looking at in the Palisades. It's so heartbreaking, Gigi, and very disturbing to watch these properties, these homes, these livelihoods go down and be up in flames.
That's right, Sandra, and we've mentioned it before. The pieces of people's lives, you know, our home is our castle, our apartment, our one room is our castle. We have usually what means the most to us there, and you're not always able to get those things out, and those things often cannot be replaced. We're talking about mementos. I've spoken to people who've lost their home, and they talk to me about the most little things, a silver spoon that their grandmother left them, a grandmother who has since passed away. She left her favorite spoon, and that meant the world to that family, and they lost it in the fire. A picture, a memento, memories that we keep inside our homes, and that is what is burning here. This is much more than just a structure. These are much more than just walls. These are the walls that held a family, held a person's life, and hopefully they got out what meant the most to them. But you don't always take everything because you just physically can't carry everything. And I've interviewed so many people, and they talk to me about their grandmother's wedding ring, their great-grandmother's picture, just those little things that you cannot replace. So when I see a home burning, I think this is so much more than just a structure. This is someone's house, their castle, and that cannot be replaced. The house can be rebuilt, but what is inside of it cannot be replaced, and that is what probably hurts the most. It is so hard to see this destruction. This house, a total loss. You see there what looks like maybe it was a washer and a dryer over there. Hard to make out what anything was. And if you're just joining us here on Good Day LA, we are live with the Palisades fire continuing to burn out of control. This fire broke out yesterday morning at about 10:30. Fanned by those infamous Santa Ana winds, it has now spread to over 3,000 acres. We will get an update later this morning on the exact acreage, but the total loss is going to be great. And please keep in mind there are several people that are in critical condition this morning, including a firefighter with a very serious head injury. We're told a man, and I can exclusively confirm this here on Good Day LA, a man was found on Pacific Coast Highway with the clothes on his back, burnt off with serious burns, intubated, extremely critical condition. He is only one of several burn patients that are in the hospital today. So I've been saying it all morning. This is so much more than just structures lost. That'll be the big story. You'll hear numbers of houses that burned to the ground, but the people's lives that have been affected, that is first and foremost, and our hearts go out to all of these folks.
The people, including firefighters, who you had also mentioned, a firefighter had been injured, and you think about the arduous conditions that they are working with. First of all, very long hours, and with all the heat, the smoke, carrying all of that equipment. We saw pictures earlier of a firefighter falling to the ground just because it was he was winded, seemingly, trying to carry some of the hoses and the heavy equipment to try and protect some homes. LA City Fire does tell us that more help is on the way, and prior to this, Governor Gavin Newsom saying that multiple other assets were brought to the area to pre-position them, knowing that we would have this big wind event. So assets from all across California have been brought in here. More are on the way to help out these firefighters. And you mentioned, Sandra, that there was a call out from LA City Fire for the personnel who are off duty right now, perhaps on vacation, to come on in if you can to help out, because that help is desperately needed. So they said that they were continuing to assess the situation and that they were going to continue to try to bring in more resources to this region. Firefighters began using air tankers and helicopters to battle the flames, but both are grounded because of this wind. Evacuation routes jammed, residents abandoning cars. They were fleeing on foot. Palisades Charter High School has also been hit hard. The field, the baseball field and grounds have been destroyed. So the mandatory evacuation zone has expanded to the east and the north. A map here showing you some of this. LA City Fire showing us the scope of those evacuation orders that remain in effect for areas north to Mulholland Road, east to Kenter Road, and south to Pacific Coast Highway. PCH is closed from Santa Monica's McClure Tunnel to Topanga Canyon. With LAPD managing traffic there, residents are urged to turn off power before you leave your home. Those near the evacuation zone should prepare a go bag and stay informed through LAFD alerts and local news. Of course, stay right here on Fox 11, our Fox Local mobile app. We will have continuing coverage of the fire.
And we want to bring you up to date with evacuation centers that have been set up for people that have had to flee. Evacuees can go to the Westwood Recreation Center. This is for the Palisades fire specifically. It's on 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Another evacuation center is open at the Dream Center in Los Angeles. The Evacuation Center for Livestock and Larger Animals is at Pierce College, 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills. And for smaller pets like cats and dogs, they can be taken to the LA County Animal Shelter at 29525 Agoura Road in Agoura. And just for those for the Eaton fire in Altadena, which the acreage has now been updated to 2227, so more than 2,200 acres burned, there are evacuation centers available for people who have had to leave. That's at El Camino Real Charter School. I know we don't have these up, but we will get them for you. Pasadena Convention Center as well, and the Westwood Recreation Center, as we mentioned, for the Palisades. Specifically for the Hearst fire in Sylmar, we want to give you an option there. There are shelters available for evacuees at the Richie Valens Recreation Center and the Sepulveda Recreation Center as well. The latest acreage in terms of burning, the fire, how big it is over there. The Sylmar Hearst fire is 500 acres. That was the latest, but I'm sure that number will be updated shortly.
Yeah, we're going to continue to update this information here. Also, for the Eaton fire, Arcadia Community Center has also been open because this has impacted a big part of the San Gabriel Valley. School closures there include Pasadena, Glendale, Alhambra, South Pasadena, San Marino, La Cañada Unified Schools, Burbank, Arcadia, and Monrovia. So all of those school districts you're seeing there on the screen, they have been canceled today. Again, all because of the Eaton fire. And we'll continue to monitor these school closures throughout the morning this morning. But no doubt it's not just the impact of the smoke, the wind. There were power outages, multiple power outages through the area. Obviously, because of the fire, you want the road closures are also impacted because of that. So all of these school districts will be closed.
And fire personnel want people off the roads as well. When they're responding to multiple fires in the area, they need to have traffic be pretty much clear for them, right? And that really alleviates things if kids are staying home, and hopefully parents can stay home with them, be off the roads for at least today while this severe wind event takes place, and multiple fires again breaking out throughout Southern California. So that makes it a little bit easier for fire personnel to get to where they need to go. Again, we're talking about 3 major fires burning out of control across LA County, and you're taking a look at the map right now of the 3 fires that we've been covering for you so far.
All right, here's the latest evacuation numbers from the Angeles National Forest. Over 52,000 residents and nearly 21,000 structures are under evacuation orders. As far as evacuation warnings, over 46,000 residents and 18,051 structures are under those. The Angeles National Forest put out this update just after 3 this morning that residents north of Woodbury to the 210 freeway and east of JPL are under evacuation orders. Evacuation warnings are now in effect for residents north of the 210 freeway, east of Angeles Crest to JPL. They note an evacuation center at the Pasadena Convention Center and also, as I mentioned before, the Arcadia Community Center. Pasadena Transit put out this update at 5 this morning, noting that Pasadena Transit and dial-a-ride services are suspended today due to hazardous winds. If conditions permit, the service will resume tomorrow.
And then another brush fire erupted in Sylmar, as we've been talking about shortly before 10:30 last night. It's called the Hearst Fire. It's burned more than 500 acres at this point. Immediate evacuation orders are in place for north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street to the 5 freeway and Antelope Valley 14 freeway split. Firefighters are at the scene there along Yarnell Street. And Mario is in Sylmar. He's been covering the Hearst Fire, and he has more for us on that. Mario, are you on the phone for us right now?
Yeah, I've got you. I've noticed one of the difficulties here is the cell service that continues to drop in and out, just one of the many challenges in some of these fire zones. Now, we're in the Oak Ridge mobile home community here in the San Fernando Valley, just off the 210 freeway. Hundreds of homes here in this gated community, and we've seen multiple agencies out here, LA City and County, CAL FIRE and U.S. Forest Service crews responding to this fire, and police officers as well. A few we've seen parked out in front of some of these homes, and for the most part, it looks like all of these homes have been evacuated. The Hearst Fire here in Sylmar, it was first reported, as you all mentioned, around 10 o'clock last night, stretching to about 500 acres in a few hours. And those mandatory evacuation orders issued for areas north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street to the 5 and 14 freeway split. Man, those mandatory evacuations mean that you should leave now if you haven't already. Evacuation warnings are in place for parts of Santa Clarita, along Cal Grove Boulevard and the Newhall Pass, Wildwood and Eternal Valley, and those warnings could quickly turn into evacuation orders. Now, many of these residents, they received emergency alerts late last night to evacuate, but there was some concern. We heard from a few of the residents here this morning about the elderly here in this mobile home community and whether or not they received those alerts or may have needed help getting out. Fortunately, the flames have not spread to any of the structures here from what we can tell, but they've come very close, and that's been the situation out here. The priority for fire crews has been getting people out of their homes safely. Of course, that's the first thing they want to do, and then doing everything they can to protect structures, but with the winds, can these flames in any way they can. Now, as far as evacuation shelters, they have been set up at the Richie Valens Rec Center in Pacoima. Large animals can evacuate to the LA Equestrian Center in Burbank, and residents we spoke to, they actually recall the Creek Fire in this same area back in 2017 that burned over 15,000 acres, and this was just north of Sylmar, destroying dozens of homes. That, of course, was much, much larger. Again, this is only at 500 acres right now, and we do expect those numbers to grow throughout the morning. But, again, as far as we can tell, most of the residents here have evacuated. They heeded those evacuation orders and warnings, and, there's a few down the street sort of waiting outside of this mobile home community, keeping an eye on the flames and waiting to see exactly what happens. But at one point, we thought the flames were heading away from these homes, and then a minute later, we saw them, coming back down the hillside. So that gives you an example of the erratic wind behavior that we're continuing to see out here as far as the Hearst Fire is concerned here in the Sylmar area. We'll send it back to you for now.
All right, Mario. And that erratic wind behavior does continue. In fact, we are still experiencing those peak winds. We're in the middle of it. Samana Khan is here with a look at more of that. They grounded all of these air assets overnight because of those strong winds.
Yeah, these strong winds, unfortunately, did come into fruition. We were predicting that hurricane force conditions could happen, and they have been observed. We were looking at Magic Mountain Trek Trail, where wind gusts did peak to about 86 miles per hour, and dangerous wind conditions do continue. As you had pointed out, Bob, that we are in the thick of it still. We're looking at into the early part of the morning. Winds continue to be very ferocious. The high-speed winds continue to push offshore, and winds sustained velocities 30 to 50 miles an hour still very possible. And it's not just for Ventura County and LA County. We are talking about the IE, the Inland Empire, yes, as well as Orange County, all our local mountain areas where gusts could still be in that range, the critical range of 60 to 80 plus miles an hour. We're dealing with these strong, damaging winds that could also create power outages in addition to everything. Critical fire danger, couple the two, it's leading to particularly dangerous situation. Red flag conditions remain in effect through Thursday, especially for the IE and Orange County, meaning that if another fire, another fire ignition were to spark, it could be explosive, similar to what we have been seeing with the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire, and the Hearst fire. So another reminder, if you see something, you say something anywhere, just about anywhere across Southern California. In the upper levels of the atmosphere, this is the reason why we're seeing these very powerful winds. We have this area of low pressure that is spinning counterclockwise near the Baja area. It's a cold area of low pressure that is actually began in Canada, and it swept through, making its way down the backside of that low, in conjunction with an area of high pressure. The tightening pressure gradients and those descending winds is what's driving, again, these powerful, ferocious, and catastrophic Santa Ana conditions. Palisades fire, sustained winds 30s, gusts the range of 30s and 50s, humidity levels still very low. Acreage there, we are anticipating the acres to grow when we get the latest update. Right now, just slightly below 3,000 acres, 0% containment. Shout out to the firefighters and first responders that have been working around the clock to keep our community safe. The Hearst fire, wind speeds 18 to 30 miles an hour. Gusts very similar, and you can see acreage about 500 currently, and out towards the Eaton fire that broke out yesterday right around 6:23 in the evening. You're looking at, again, very similar wind conditions through that stretch as well. So very widespread. The wind damage or potential for additional wind damage still very much part of the forecast. Acres, about 1,000 acres currently, and we are waiting for, again, updates. Here's a look at the strongest wind so far within the last 24 hours. Hurricane force conditions. As I mentioned earlier, Magic Mountain Truck Trail, an area of the San Gabriel Mountains, 86 miles an hour. Fremont Canyon, the Santa Ana Mountains, 80 miles an hour. Running Springs, San Bernardino County Mountains. So again, indication of widespread dangerous winds at 74 miles an hour. Eaton Canyon to Rancho Cucamonga, 60s and 70s in terms of gusts. And we also look forward, as we had addressed, peak winds currently. We're going to animate this out to 7 a.m. The highlighted contours across those vulnerable areas still very powerful through the 15 corridor, downward of the Santa Ana Mountains into Orange County. By 9 a.m., again, not a whole lot of change. It's not going to be until at least the afternoon that we'll notice the winds dying down just a tad, but we are definitely not out of the danger zone. By this evening, finally, this is what we're looking forward to, where firefighters really can get a handle on the situation. When we're looking at wind speeds that have pushed to 80+ miles an hour, to your point earlier, Bob and Sandra, they had to ground all the aerial assets that could have helped with the fire conditions, but those strong winds just making it a very tough situation to even fly. Here's a look at why we're also experiencing these catastrophic conditions. Rainfall has been very low. Trace amounts in October. We began the water year October 1st. We moved into November, only 14/100ths of an inch of rain. December, typically our third wettest month of the year, just 2/100ths of an inch of rain. We are in a La Nina condition, which we anticipated drier than normal conditions, cooler sea surface temperatures, and now we are officially, of course, in January, and so far zero in terms of rainfall accumulation in the downtown LA area. We are at a huge deficit, meaning we are very dry, a lot of dry fuel, dry vegetation to allow that fire to continue to grow. We are hoping that we'll get some real rain. Temperatures, they've been very mild, about 68 degrees in the coast. We will see those winds continue again through the early half of the morning, the strongest winds before backing down. We'll call it breezy, so we're not quite out of the woods yet in terms of critical fire weather. We'll see, instead of gusts between 60 and 80, we'll bring those down to perhaps a range of 40s and 50s, and sustained winds, instead of the 30 to potentially 40, 50 mile an hour range, we can bring that down to about 15 miles an hour. But we continue to be very dry. Actually, relative humidity levels will continue to go lower, single digits. Going into this weekend, finally a little relief. Talking about the fire zones, we want to remind folks to stay out of the area. Palisades fire closures. PCH closed down both directions to Mescal Canyon Road to Las Flores Canyon Road. So we're talking from Malibu all the way to Pacific Palisades. The McClure Tunnel also being impacted by these closures. The areas of Topanga Canyon Boulevard from Mulholland Drive to PCH is closed due to red flag conditions. And back over to the Hearst fire. Closures there remain in place. Westbound side of the 210 at Yarnell Street to Roxford Street, and the northbound side of the 5 at the 210 Connector Road also remains closed. You want to stay away from those fire zones so that way our firefighters can do the work that is necessary. And a shout out again to all our local first responders, firefighters, police officers, sheriff's departments that are helping to continue to keep our communities safe. And a shout out to obviously our colleagues that have been working under extreme conditions and have been doing an incredible job out there. Jen, Melvin.
All right, Samantha, thank you very much. This is Good Day Late at 6 o'clock. Our fire coverage continues. Thank you for joining us. I'm Melvin Robert.
And I'm Jen Lammers. If you are just joining us, we are tracking 3 separate major destructive fires that are burning across Los Angeles County. We're talking homes have been burned. Thousands more are threatened. Fires are burning out of control in the Pacific Palisades, in Sylmar, near Altadena. At 8 o'clock this morning, we'll be getting an update on all of these fires, but you're talking about the largest one being in the Pacific Palisades, 3,000 acres and growing. The Eaton fire, 2,200 acres plus, which actually doubled overnight. And the Hearst fire now stands at 500 acres. We're going to be getting an update from fire officials at 8 o'clock in the morning, but dozens of schools are closed this morning as well. For now, crews continue their best to save lives and protect property. That's the name of the game right now.
That's right. We're also getting some information into our newsroom that all of La Cañada Flint Ridge has been ordered to evacuate. That's all of La Cañada Flint Ridge has been ordered to evacuate at this time. So we'll have more on that as new information becomes available on that front. But we do want to tell you more about the fast-moving wildfire in the Pacific Palisades. Jen was just mentioning nearly 3,000 acres burned, forcing thousands to evacuate. The fire is fueled, of course, by these strong Santa Ana winds. It grew rapidly yesterday afternoon, threatening more than 13,000 structures, including more than 10,000 homes. Containment does remain at 0%. Mandatory evacuations cover much of the area, with nearby Malibu issuing warnings as well.
And firefighters actually began using air tankers and helicopters to battle the flames, but both are now grounded because of the winds. You're talking 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts in some of these areas. But even if they were to drop the fire retardant from some of these fixed-wing aircraft, it wouldn't make a difference because it just gets carried so far away. Evacuation routes were absolutely jammed, with some residents abandoning their cars and fleeing on foot. Palisades Charter School has been hit pretty hard. Its baseball field and its grounds have just been destroyed. We have Roxia joining us now with details on evacuation centers and how the fires are impacting our local school districts here. Good morning.
Hi, you guys. Good morning. Actually, can I borrow that?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I know I rushed onto the set this morning. I don't know about you, but when I was leaving this morning, and I'm in the South Bay, the moment I opened the door, I just got that gust of smoke up into my lungs.
Oh, yeah.
Even last night, I was coughing throughout the evening, so you can imagine, obviously, people who are much closer to what's going on.
Yeah, where we are in Playa Vista, you could see the glow of the fire from just all around.
We're coming here on the freeway.
3 separate ones now.
I saw it coming down the 10,
It is very eerie. It's an eerie feeling to be driving towards this area. And the word that best describes what's going on, and I heard it repeated over and over last night in our coverage, was apocalyptic. And truly that's what it feels like. So let me get you up to speed on the latest on the Palisades fire evacuation. So an evacuation center has been set up for fire victims. Evacuees can go to the Westwood Recreation Center. That is on 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Another evacuation center is open at the Dream Center. This is in Los Angeles. You may know the Dream Center. They do amazing work throughout the year, and they're very gracious to open up the center anytime there's any kind of emergency here locally in the community. When it comes to livestock and larger animals, a separate evacuation center is open. This is at Pierce College. This is at 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills. Meanwhile, smaller pets, like cats and dogs, those can be taken to the LA County Animal Shelter that is located at 29525 Agora Road in Agora Hills. And the easiest thing to do at this point is to do screen grabs of what I'm saying and pass that information on along to others. Nearly 24 school districts, Southern California districts, they're canceling classes today. So we'll go through the list here in alphabetical order. Okay, so all schools in Alhambra, Arcadia, Azusa, Baldwin Park, Burbank, Duarte, El Monte, Glendale, La Cañada, Los Virgenes, Monrovia, Mountain View, Pasadena, Rosemead, San Marino. You've got Santa Monica, Malibu Unified, Temple City, the Valle Lindo school districts are also closed, and students should not report to campus. As far as colleges are concerned, here are some of the colleges canceling classes today. You've got Caltech's campus in Pasadena will be closed for all non-essential operations. All classes are canceled today. Mount St. Mary's University, Calhoun campus is closed. The City College is closed. All classes are to be held online, so that's where they're going to. And Santa Monica College's Malibu campus will also be closed. So 13 campuses in the Los Angeles Unified School Districts will be closed in total. These include Brentwood Magnet, Canyon Elementary School, Diego Rivera Learning Complex, Cantor Canyon Elementary Charter, Marquez Charter Elementary School. You've got Palisades Charter Elementary School, Palisades Elementary, Paul Revere Charter Middle School, Topanga Elementary Charter, University High School, and Woodland Hills Academy. You know, even if your school wasn't mentioned, I will tell you the first thought that went through my head, I was saying as I opened the door this morning, and I was like, whoa, this is terrible air quality. I was thinking, I hope my kids are kept indoors today. You know, they limit their exposure as far as recess, lunch, that sort of thing. I'm sure that will be the case. But, you know, if you can avoid being out there, even I was hearing Lindsay Horvath, the county supervisor, speaking this morning, saying if you can work from home and that's an option for you, today's the day to take it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah. Thank you, Roxia.
Thank you. And again, we have 3 fires that are burning out of control across LA County this morning.
So here are the latest evacuation numbers from the Angeles National Forest. Over 52,000 residents and nearly 21,000 structures are under evacuation orders. As far as evacuation warnings, over 46,000 residents and 18,051 structures are under those. The Angeles National Forest put out this update just after 3 a.m. that residents north of Woodbury to the 210 freeway and east of JPL Laboratories are under evacuation orders. Evacuation warnings are now in effect for residents north of the 210 freeway and east of Angeles Crest all the way to JPL. They do note that an evacuation center at the Pasadena Convention Center has been set up.
Yes, and so Pasadena Transit put out this update at 5 o'clock this morning, noting that Pasadena Transit and Dial-A-Ride services are all suspended today because of hazardous wind conditions. If those conditions persist, the service will resume tomorrow.
Then another brush fire erupted in Sylmar shortly before 10:30 last night. This is being called the Hearst Fire. It has burned more than 500 acres. Immediate evacuation orders are in place for north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street to the 5 freeway and Antelope Valley 14 freeway split. Firefighters are at the scene along Yarnell Street.
And so, yeah, water has been an issue in some of these neighborhoods. Crews have had to bring in water tankers because the hydrants have, frankly, just run out. And you're seeing a number of highly trafficked areas that have just burned for most of the area, like Palisades Village, right? Sunset Boulevard. These well-trafficked areas that are now on fire. It's absolutely surreal to see.
No doubt about it, to see some of these images, and even to see that image on Sunset of just abandoned cars. There were over 30 vehicles that were abandoned, of course, by direction from fire officials, because the fire was moving at such a fast pace that people had to flee on foot.
Let's get over to Maria, because she can talk more about the wind conditions in that area and just the relative unpredictability, and it gets pretty erratic in some of these spots that you're talking about where the fire is the fiercest.
Right. Well, we all know, covering this for many years now, fires will create their own weather and their own atmospheric conditions. But when we talk about the prevailing weather conditions, we have been consistently, and it has been relentless, with the fierce and ferocious winds coming out of the northeast. So we continue with these Santa Ana winds that were very strong overnight, and they continue to be quite strong this morning. Some of the strongest wind gusts, as forecast, as we talked about yesterday, Magic Mountain Truck Trail, this is in the San Gabriel Mountains, 86-mile-per-hour wind gust. Running Springs up into the mountains, 74 miles per hour. Remember yesterday we were talking about rain and snow to start the day yesterday up in Running Springs. Big Bear receiving anywhere from 5 to 7 inches of snow, precipitation, and some light rain through parts of that area. Eaton Canyon, 70-mile-per-hour winds driving those fires, and Rancho Cucamonga, 63-mile-per-hour winds. All right, as we take a look at some of the winds that are currently blowing right now, these are sustained winds. We're talking about anywhere from 30 to 40-mile-per-hour winds. Malibu Hills, 36 miles per hour in Van Nuys. A little bit lighter at the moment in Santa Clarita, but you can see this brightly colored area through parts of the 5 freeway. These winds are just gusting. There's a little area here in the basin that's protected from the winds, but out towards Ontario, once again, these are your usual wind-prone areas coming out of the winds coming out of the northeast. The Riverside, 23-mile-per-hour winds, and of course that drive into Palm Springs and San Gorgonio Pass, experiencing some of those very strong winds. Now let's look in the future. This is one of our computer models, so we're going to try to look at it hour by hour as we get the morning going. So at this hour, we're looking at some wind gusts here, 40, 50 miles per hour, and as we fast forward a little bit to 10 a.m., you can see that the winds actually strengthen. So we're still at the peak of the winds here over the next several hours. 60, nearly that in Malibu, 45 miles per hour in Santa Monica. So firefighters still having to contend with this. Sun will be rising in about an hour, and we'll get a much better view of what's going on out there. And of course, firefighters will be able to assess whether they can send those air assets up there. The winds will start to die down later this afternoon, noticeably so. The wind warnings will hopefully expire later tonight, and then as we get into tomorrow, the winds will really back down, which is good news. But that being said, the fire danger will still be with us as that flow still coming out of the northeast, so that offshore flow will still be here. Little bursts of wind here and there as we get through the latter part of tomorrow, and then I think even more improvement as we get to Friday and Saturday. So bottom line, we are not out of the woods. These winds are going to continue to howl, and the danger is going to stay with us. And look at how widespread this is. Just because you're not in the Pacific Palisades area or you're not near that Eaton fire, that does not mean you are out of the danger. Look at all of this area here, widespread high wind warnings and red flag warnings for this particularly dangerous situation. This is a level of extreme danger that the National Weather Service issued a few days ago, and so we were prepared in terms of what we were expecting, but certainly not with the widespread fire. So critical fire weather will continue. Relative humidity values are expected to lower some more as we get into today and to tomorrow. So if that doesn't add to the problems. Yesterday we were watching this area of low pressure right here. This is that system that helped to drive the cold air. We had the dynamics in place yesterday and still today to some degree, but we have this very tight pressure gradient. High pressure, the air that circulates around this area of high pressure really likes to flow into lower pressure. So we have the added cold air. We have support from the upper levels of the atmosphere as well as the lower, the mid. So we just had all of those dynamics going with that offshore flow continuing. So that's going to continue through the rest of the morning. We'll talk more about this, show you the 7-day forecast in just a few moments. In the meantime, let's check in with Samada. I know officials are urging people to stay home if they can, work from home, and leave the roads free, but there are many roads impacted by the weather and the fires naturally. Samada with a look at that.
No, absolutely. Good morning, Marianne. Good morning to all of our viewers out there joining us. We have those winds that continue to impact all our local roadways to some degree, depending on your location. But of course, the main focus is going to be in and around the fire zones. Wanted to remind folks to stay away if you can as firefighters work to try to contain these fires. Palisades, fire closures we have on PCH. Both directions shut down from Temescal Canyon Road all the way to Las Flores Canyon Road. And that, yes, applies to Pacific Palisades, extending all the way into Malibu. This also, the closures impacting the McClure Tunnel. And authorities are there to control traffic. Topanga Canyon Boulevard from Mulholland Drive all the way down to PCH is shut down due to red flag conditions, as Maria pointed out. We also have closures near the Hearst fire as well. You could see it's this area of fire is pretty close to the freeway, hence westbound side of the 210 at Yarnell Street to Roxford Street, northbound side of the 5 at the 210 Connector Road also shut down until further notice. A reminder to, yes, avoid the area and also avoid traveling if you are driving a big rig. Campers, especially up and down our main arteries, the 5 corridor through the Grapevine, through the 14 freeway as well. Those really strong gusty winds impacting your drive through and downwind of the Cajon Pass, the 15 freeway, areas along the 10 through the San Gorgonio Pass, also experiencing very strong gusts of up to 60+ miles per hour. Here's a live Caltrans camera. The camera's been bouncing around a little bit, and this is at the East 10 at the 605 and near the Highland area, and places that typically don't see strong winds are experiencing it. And you can see it's dark out. I was driving to work this morning, Jen Melvin, and I had to drive around palm fronds and debris in the roadway. And coming into work, it was dark. So a reminder, if you obviously have to get to work and take your kids to school, give yourself extra time and pay extremely close attention to the roads. And yes, stay away from the fire zone. Jen Melvin.
No doubt about it. Sumata, thank you very much. Now to this, federal aid is on the way for local wildlife efforts. Governor Gavin Newsom says that President Biden quickly approved funding after a text message request.
I saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed. Not a few, many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning. We're just coming down the canyon. Is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders.
FEMA has granted federal assistance to help cover firefighting costs, and the White House says that President Biden has been briefed and directed his team to stay in contact with state and local officials. High winds grounded President Biden's planned trip to the Coachella Valley, where he was set to announce 2 new national monuments honoring Native American tribes.
Mayor Karen Bass is urging residents to follow evacuation orders and avoid the Pacific Palisades area. Please do not go there if you do not need to. Key roads, including parts of Pacific Coast Highway and Topanga Canyon Boulevard, are, of course, closed. Firefighters with regional support are battling the flames as high winds make that situation untenable and very dangerous. Officials stress the importance, of course, of staying informed through Notify LA and LA City Fire updates.
Former LA mayoral candidate and real estate developer Rick Caruso criticizing the city's response to the windstorm and fires. He says officials should have been more prepared.
The real issue to me is twofold. We've had decades to go remove the brush in these hills that spread so quickly. And the second is you got to have water. And my understanding is the reservoir was not refilled in time and in a timely manner to keep the hydrants going. So that's a failure, whether on DWP's part or another city agency. But this is basic stuff. This isn't high science here. And it's all about leadership and management that we're seeing a failure of. And all of these residents are paying the ultimate price for that.
Despite what you have heard from Caruso, no firefighters have told us that they are running out of water.
And let's go out to Gigi Graciette. She is live in Pacific Palisades. I know your signal's not the best, but Gigi, what can you tell us?
Well, firefighters have told me they have no water on this block, and you may be able to make out the ember storm that we're in the middle of right now. This house going to be a total loss. They have no water to put on this fire. They are standing by because they're trying to save the home that is next to it. We are on Cary Street. This is between Toyopa Drive and Sunset Boulevard. That home is going to be a total loss. Firefighters here telling me they have no water. Why? They don't know. They've heard that there may be broken mains, there may be broken pipes. They don't know. But what they've been doing to save the house next to it is actually pulling water from the swimming pool. There is a car in the driveway. Firefighters telling me they're not concerned that car is going to blow up because it's not an electric vehicle. I did ask them about that. LA City firefighters stage. They actually have been here all night long. The firefighters we spoke to telling us they were on their day off when they got called in for this major emergency. They didn't even know what time it was. They've been here so long. They hate to see what they're seeing right now, but they have no resources to put on this fire other than pool water, which they've been using to save the house next door. Photographer Tony Buttigieg, I'm going to ask you to please turn it around. It is dark here. Again, we're on Cary Street. Take a look. This is a church. This is Corpus Christi Church. We can't see around the back of it, but this main building appears to be a total loss. Firefighters telling me the Ralphs on the 15,000 block of Sunset Boulevard is also a loss. We're trying to get to a school. The school principal called us and asked us to please check on the school. We are trying to get there. We drove up Toyopa, and I can tell you home after home after home has burned to the ground. It is very emotional. These are people's houses, their memories, their belongings. It's very difficult to see. It's very difficult, as it is for firefighters to watch this. Now, you are looking live. It looks like they have a hose in their hand. Some of these hoses, we're told, are connected to the swimming pool next door. But again, water has been a huge issue. Firefighters on the scene confirming that to me here as we watch this home. Again, if you're just tuning in to Good Day LA, we're on Cary Street between Toyopa Drive and Sunset Boulevard. We drove up Toyopa, and block after block, I believe it was the 700 block, the 800 block, and photographer Tony Buttigieg, can you pan up? I don't know what we're going to see on the lens, but just to give you an idea of this ember storm that we're seeing here from this fire, and we continue to hear the sound of explosions. Look at the wind just carrying these embers. And I'm going to ask photographer, I know it's really dark, it's very challenging to show you everything, but I'm going to ask photographer Tony Buttigieg to keep panning to his right. I know it's very dark, Tony, but you might be able to make out just the outline of what was a home on Toyopa. And this is what we saw up and down the block. The devastation is going to be, the loss is going to be extremely high on this residential block. You can see what's left of it. Looks like the structure, the wall of the garage, maybe the outline of that garage. And you can see the embers just being carried towards Toyopa. Now, there are still homes there that are standing, even though so many have already burnt to the ground. Again, we're on Cary. This is just one of so many streets where houses are burning. It is so difficult to watch. It's difficult for us. It's difficult for the firefighters to watch. This church, Corpus Christi Church, they have lost at least one large building. There is nothing left but the outline of that building right there. This is a church here on Cary and Toyopa Drive in Pacific Palisades. This fire continues to rage out of control. You can see that ember storm, and it actually catching a fire, a tree over there. And this is what we're seeing through. Oh, okay, that car just went up. Let's go back to this house right here on Cary. That car that was left in the driveway, the engine compartment, just going up right now. It is not an electric vehicle, firefighters tell me, so they're not concerned about it exploding. But and firefighters are shouting something at someone on the other side over there. no water. They have no water
Gigi,
to put on this house. And this house right now is going to be a total loss.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking and frankly baffling to watch firefighters stand there. I mean, there's nothing they can do right now. I'm sure the feeling is just one of utter helplessness. And we've been seeing this all morning long, how embers can just pass from one home to the other, and an entire multi-story home can go up in just a matter of seconds.
Especially with these high Santa Ana wind gusts, these ember storms are breaking out and just fueling these fires. Gigi, thank you very much for being out there. Thank you for the humanity that you always bring to your reporting. Yeah. I know this is not easy. We thank you very much for being out there, and we'll check in with you in just a little bit. Please stay safe.
We have Cap.
All right, thank you to our Fox 11 LA team as we continue to cover this devastating story. More than 80,000 people under evacuation orders as these LA wildfires are continuing to grow. 1,400 firefighters out there battling this. All of these fires right now still at 0% containment. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Mattino. We are going to go to a 2-minute break. When we come back, more coverage on all of this live. Stay with us.
And into the live stream, you know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Oh my goodness. It is what it is, y'all. California is, or will I say, Hollywood is on fire. It is wild, ladies and gentlemen. Pray for California, Los Angeles. You know what time it is. Hopefully it doesn't get to Beverly Hills. Man. I guess now Gavin Newsom is going to bow down and kiss the ring and let the OG, the 45th, now the 47th president-elect, actually get some water into California. He said it's actually into Los Angeles. He said it's a couple of times, but it's like Gavin Newsom doesn't want him to do it. I guess he's going to let him do it right now because this is devastating. Absolutely devastating. God dang.
Captain, if you're in the one of those peripheral areas that's just right outside of the evacuation warning zone, what do you recommend people do?
Oh, I first off download that app, the Genesis app, please, so you are notified for your specific location. So you're in the know. They will text you and light up your phone to let you know that the warning is in place. Pay attention. It's like, hey, yes, they could get to us. Let's get some things packed up. Let's make a plan. Where would we go if we wanted to evacuate? Who do we need to call? Whose couch are we crashing on? Start making a plan.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Captain, thank you so much for your insight and for giving us all the updated information. We do hope that you stay safe. And I have to say, you know, hats off to all the firefighters who are out there working these front lines.
Thank you for your service. Thank you.
Yeah, they're getting their butts kicked out there. So I've been up for 24 hours, and I've just been doing my job and not hiking up and down the hills. So I know they're tired. I know they're stretched, but they'll keep going. I know that too.
Thank you, because they're away from their families and perhaps even their homes as well.
That's a truth too, Melvin, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, you guys stay safe. Thank you guys for the great reporting. It helps when you get the images out.
Thank you. Okay. All right, let's go over to Mario Ramirez now. He is live near the Hearst fire in Sylmar. Mario, what are you seeing out there right now?
Jen, Melvin, good morning. We are in the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park community, and you can see some of the active flames. We've been watching as these flames at one point were really raging close to hundreds of homes here, but they are now moving to the north, and those winds, we're still feeling them, which is a concern. They could carry those embers 1 to even more miles, creating another spot fire. Now, this is the Hearst fire. It began around 10 o'clock last night here in Sylmar. It was first reported a few acres, quickly growing to 50, then 500 in a few hours. Mandatory evacuation orders are still in place for areas north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street to the 5 and 14 freeway split. Now, those mandatory evacuation orders, of course, mean that you should leave now if you haven't already. Evacuation warnings are in place for parts of Santa Clarita along Cal Grove Boulevard and the Newhall Pass, Wildwood and Eternal Valley. And we know those warnings can quickly turn into evacuations, so that's something that we're keeping an eye on. And we were here throughout the morning watching a lot of these residents leave this area, many of them receiving emergency alerts late last night to evacuate. But there was some concern from a few of the residents we spoke with about some of the elderly here in this mobile home community, whether or not they received those alerts and may have needed help getting out. And we've seen these streets that have been pretty bare for the last hour. Fortunately, the flames have not spread to any of the structures here from what we can tell. And there are also some evacuation shelters that have been set up. One at the Richie Valens Rec Center in Pacoima. Large animals are being evacuated to the LA Equestrian Fire here in the same area. This was back in 2017. It burned over 15,000 acres north of Sylmar, destroying dozens of homes. Now, of course, this is much smaller. Again, at 500 acres, the priority for these fire crews has been getting people out of their homes safely and then doing anything they can to protect these structures. But with the winds continuing to push those flames, that, of course, is a major challenge. So, again, the good news is that most people here in this neighborhood appear to have heeded the warnings to get out, leave their homes, because those flames were dangerously close. But since they have been pushing a little to the north, just behind that hillside there may be some more active flame activity. But these crews, these fire crews, from what we've seen, LA City, LA County, CAL FIRE, and U.S. Forest Service have done a great job here in this neighborhood, really keeping these structures from going up in flames. For now, that's the latest in Sylmar. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, Mario, thank you very much for your reporting out there on the ground. So I want to give you a roundup, so to speak, of the different apps that you can be using if you're watching and you might be confused as to if you're in one of these evacuation zones. There are a number of resources for you. Of course, the Fox mobile app. Watch Duty is another great app that gives you live, real-time notifications on where these evacuation zones are changing. And then, of course, as Captain Burko was mentioning just a few minutes ago, the Genesis Protect app, and that's spelled Genasis, Protect. And you can find evacuation notices there as well. This is more video that you're looking at right now of the Palisades fire. This is from late last night. It has burned nearly 3,000 acres and growing, and right now it is 0% contained at this hour.
Fox 11's Chelsea Edwards delivered some phenomenal reporting last night. She posted a video on social media driving through the Palisades fire on her way back to our station here in West LA. You can see some of the houses burning. Let's take a listen. Talking about a well-populated area.
So Mel, this is in the light of day, and even right then, but in the light of day, you're going to be seeing entire neighborhoods leveled. You're going to be seeing dozens of homes destroyed. You'll see trees down. You'll see what appears to be a war zone, like what Chelsea was driving through last night, for just blocks and blocks.
Some even likening this to what we saw last year in Lahaina when that fire broke out in the Maui, Hawaii community.
That's right.
It is just, it's just wild.
There are no words.
Yeah.
And here's video of our photographer, Gino Arias, and Fox 11 reporter Christy Fajardo driving near the Palisades fire. You can look at that cliffside just completely engulfed. You can see all the emergency vehicles and the smoke in the air. There are emergency evacuations in place for some 80,000 people.
I saw Matthew Seedorf was on the ground last night at Palisades Charter as it was burning. Just extraordinary images and video. So more than 10,000 homes are being threatened by the Palisades fire at this time.
Look at this.
You can see this video of how close the fire is getting to many homes around the area. Let's take a listen.
Hi. Just be okay. You're gonna be okay. Hi. You're gonna be okay. Don't worry about that, man. Okay.
You can't.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that was an individual that was clearly still in his home as those flames were approaching. This video going viral on social media. An evacuation center has been set up for those folks in the Palisades community.
We can only hope and you know, possibly assume that the person who shot this video is doing okay,
yes.
but we don't have that confirmed, and as soon as we do, we will of course let you know. But evacuees, we know, can go to the Westwood Recreation Center. It is on 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Guys, the best way to handle this information is to just start taking screenshots if you happen to be in this area. Another evacuation center is open at the Dream Center in Los Angeles. So, yeah, do take some pictures of these evacuation centers and the addresses so you know where to go. And there are some evacuation centers, by the way, that take large animals, because we know that in some of the fire areas there are, you know, horses and cattle and the like, and then small pets as well.
All right, let's get over to Maria now. Hey.
The Westwood shelter can accept the small, if you have a small dog, small animal, as long as they have their own cage, I believe, or their own little bag or pouch, you can bring them over to that shelter. I don't even know where to begin, guys. As I look at these images, I have to share that I have family who have homes in this area, so it is hard for me to watch. Where Gigi, yeah,
so sorry.
Their house is just around the corner from Corpus Christi, that church. We have been to that church many, many times. We have celebrated different key events in our family, and it's so tough to see this. It would be a miracle if their house was there, but, you know, we're not hopeful or encouraged by the images we're seeing. I also have an aunt. They have their home up at the very, very top of the highlands there. So the cameras, you know, we have cameras around, and there's no power, obviously, and so it's very difficult to check and see how everything is going. First of all, a lot of the power is out in many of these neighborhoods. So traffic lights are out. I know driving into work, we've been talking about some of the debris that's on the roadway. So there's a lot of hazards, even if you're not in and around the areas of that fire. Where do I begin? What is going on, right? We talk about how we've not seen conditions like this ever. I've been doing the weather here for over 24, 25 years. These are conditions that I've not seen in LA. So hard to watch, and we have seen our share, right, of these windy conditions. There are a lot of dynamics in place as to why the weather is the way it is. First of all, yesterday we were watching this area of low pressure. It's still here, by the way, and it's bringing that chance for showers, just not close enough to us. Out towards the east of San Diego County in the southwest, we'll get some showers, but it's that tight pressure gradient between an area of high pressure here and low pressure that was helping to drive these winds. It also was bringing in a lot of this cold air from the north. We had this cold air that just drove in, and that helped to just drive those winds. So we had windy conditions, cold air at all levels of the atmosphere, and that's why these winds were just so powerful and so strong. The bad news is this will continue. In fact, it may get worse before it gets better as we see these relative humidity values even lower. It's going to get drier. We have a lot of vegetation still to burn, and there's a lot of fuel out there, and so we're going to just continue to see, unfortunately, these impacts of the fires, the downed trees, power lines, power outages, travel really impacted by this. And as far as rain, typically during this time, yes, it's unusual to see the Santa Ana winds this early in the year or this late in the season, but we typically would have quite a bit of rain to sort of mitigate the fire dangers that come with these events. Typically, we would get over 3 inches of rain, and we have gotten nothing this month. That, coupled with the lack of rain the last several months. In fact, this season, the start to this season, is the 3rd driest on record for downtown LA. Some areas driest on record ever. We have a deficit now growing. Listen, last year we had a very wet water year. We had a surplus over 7 inches above average in terms of rainfall. The year before we had quite a bit of rain, so we were happy that that drought was gone. But all of this rain allowed all this brush to grow, and here we are after very dry months. This is what we have with this very windy conditions.
Also, I know, Maria. It is an emotional time for everybody out there. It sure is. All right, Gigi, you're there on the ground, and boy, in front of another home that has just gone up.
This is so difficult to watch. Let me get out of the way. You are looking at the Palisades branch of the public library here. It appears to be a total loss. One can only imagine the treasures stored inside, the books, the material, the community library, a center of the community. It appears to be a total loss. If photographer Tony Butita can pan a little bit over to the right, you can see the rest of what was the structures here, and that continues, and we continue to hear explosions just seconds rather, before going on the air. We heard a very large explosion we believe came from the back of the Corpus Christi church and the school. We're going to show you what that looks like in just a minute, but you can see the devastation. Now, over where you see those flames and a little further to the right, that is where the Ralph's grocery store, we're trying to make our way there, but we just keep running into these fires, into the devastation, the destruction. That's Berkshire Hathaway, a real estate firm. That looks like a total loss, and all these buildings. We believe this might be Palisades Village right now. It's so hard. Cell phone connection is very, very spotty. It's very difficult sometimes to even look something up on a map to try to determine where you are. I want to go over. This is, we believe, again, part of Corpus Christi School. The school's principal called us, I'm told, asked me to please come and check on the school, on the church. This building is still standing, but there is very thick black smoke coming from behind it. We believe this is the building between, on the other side of the building is where the church is. We saw at least one of the large church structures, a total loss. All you could see was the metal outline of the Corpus Christi church. You just heard Maria Cuban celebrated so many important family moments at that church, a library, the center of a community, and they are basically burning to the ground. There are no firefighters here right now. They're trying to save homes. They're trying to save structures. And basically, they just can't keep up. The Santa Ana winds continue to blow. You might be able to make out the American flag still blowing in all its glory up there, showing you how hard the wind continues to blow. Those embers continue to fly, cause new fires, cause spot fires. The loss is immense here, and we continue to hear explosions. We just heard a very loud explosion from the Corpus Christi church. Something just exploded back there. The church, at least one major building, we don't know if it was the sanctuary or what it was, appears to be a total loss. And the homes, home after home, on block after block, just devastated, absolutely burnt to the ground, and so many homes continue to burn. Firefighters on many blocks telling us they have no water. They're pulling water from swimming pools, trying to save structures. They have no water. They don't know why. They're talking about possible broken pipes. They simply don't know, but they have no water on certain blocks. So certainly a challenge for these hardworking firefighters, some who've been on duty for 24 hours now, fighting the fire here, the Palisades fire. That is the latest. We're going to try to make our way to the Ralphs that we're told could be a total loss. But you can see the library behind me. Again, just a total loss, and it's just heartbreaking to see. And you can just see the building continue to collapse slowly in pieces. This is difficult, so difficult to watch. Yes, Gigi, it is collapsing right in front of us.
Gigi, you've been covering many fires throughout the years. Have you ever seen anything like this?
You know, we covered the Woolsey fire. We covered the Sayer fire. Fox 11, me and my photographer and I, we were the only crew inside the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park as 497 homes burnt around us. That was devastating. A lot of senior citizens, a lot of folks lost absolutely everything. One sweet woman that we interviewed lost her husband's ashes, and that's all that she had left of him beside the memories. And she was devastated that amongst the ashes of her home were her husband's ashes. And the heartbreak there was so real. So we have covered devastating fires, and this one is definitely going to go down in the books as one of the most devastating wildfires and urban fires that we've seen here in the Los Angeles area.
All right. Thank you again to our Fox LA partners as we continue to bring you these live images, interviews, and reports. You are taking a live image look at a live image right now as we are seeing firefighters trying to put out those flames. And we actually heard from our Fox LA partners that they don't have enough water and they are taking the water from nearby swimming pools. That's just some of the reports that we've been hearing this morning on the ground. And I do want to just recap very quickly here what we do know. Again, more than 1,400 firefighters are battling multiple fires at this point that are burning in LA County. And again, this is a very urban area. Lots of people live here. So we are seeing just a lot of school closures and a lot of these images of these homes just burning. And also more than 80,000 residents are under evacuation orders at this time. Again, all these fires right now at 0% containment. We are going to go away for our final 2-minute break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. Don't go anywhere. Much more live coverage on all of this to come.
Thank you for tuning in to the live stream. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Yes, man, we have been streaming this for what? Probably 4 or 5 hours. And it's still going. It's probably going to be all day. If we decide to stream this all day, it's probably going to be all day until tomorrow,
this
man.
Part of the fire as well, but a lot of emergency crews are in this area.
I'm looking at this gentleman who's in the middle of the street taking video, not advised. Anybody who's in that area just needs to get out of the way and make room for fire crews and first responders to be able to do what they have to do, because it seems like in where you are right now, everything is on fire. Coco, it's just spotting everywhere in that neighborhood right now.
Exactly. It really is important for people to evacuate as soon as possible. I understand that people are trying to document and they're trying to make sure that their homes are okay, but this really is a very dangerous situation, especially because a lot of people that are out here do not have fire equipment. So you got to think about all the smoke inhalation, the embers that are flying. It really is important for people to be as safe as possible.
Yes. Thank you, Coco, for being out there for us. Please take care of yourself. If you feel unsafe at any moment, get out of there.
That's right. Thank you, Coco, and stay safe. Also, let's go out to Mario Ramirez. He is, I believe he's at the Hearst fire.
Yeah.
That's
right.
Sylmar.
Yeah.
Yes. Good morning.
Yes, right. With the Hearst fire here in Sylmar, and we're in a community, the Oak Ridge mobile home community. I just talked to a few residents. It seems like some are actually starting to come back into the neighborhood to take a look at the fire activity here behind me. One guy we talked to was riding around on a golf cart, and he says his car down the street is packed, ready to go, and he is just standing by because the conditions here have improved at least. So we're talking about the community here with...
So, thank you for tuning in. I just want you guys to see this Truth Social truth, or what would you call it, post by the legendary, the 47th President of the United States. We're going to come back here, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. We're going to come back here. But I just want you to see the level of foolishness by Governor Gavin Newsom. Okay. I told you guys about the legend, the OG, the 45th, now the 47th President-elect Donald J. Trump. Putting a bill in front of Gavin Newsom. Please be signed in. Please be signed in. All right, check this out. Everybody, can you see this? Can you see this right here? Let me know in the chat if you can see this. Can you see this right here? Let me know if you can see this right here. So this says, Governor Gavin Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him that would have allowed millions of gallons of water from excess rain and snow melt from the north to flow daily into many parts of California, including the areas that are currently burning in a virtually apocalyptic way. This is the 47th president speaking right here in this post. He said he wanted to protect an essentially worthless fish called a smelt. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Can you imagine a true patriot who is trying to protect worthless fish called a smelt? Absolutely disgusting. Now it says, by giving it less water. So you mean this smelt fish needs less water? These people are so elite that they don't even care about real human beings. They care about fishes. Talking about the fish deserves or needs less water for it to survive. Can you imagine? Absolutely stupid. But didn't care about the people of California. Now, the ultimate price is being paid. I will demand that this incompetent governor allow beautiful, clean, fresh water to flow into California. He is the blame for this. On top of it all, no water for fire hydrants. No firefighting planes. A true disaster. Can you see absolutely how Gavin Newsom has been a disaster to California? Now look at this has been going on since Trump's first term in 2016, 2017. He told him, you got to sign this bill so we can get a lot of water into California. What did Gavin Newsom say? Nope. Can never make this up, yo. You can never make this up, yo.
Fire continues to rage in the Palisades area. Thank you so much, Gigi. And please wear your mask because the air quality, you could just tell right there, is very dangerous. Well, first responders there on the beach wearing their masks.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so from Gigi, we're going to go over to Mario. He's in the San Fernando Valley, where we're staying on top of the developments there because you have been covering the Hearst fire this morning.
That's right, and the Hearst fire is still burning out of control, about 500 acres, 505 to be exact. And we heard in that news conference a little earlier this morning that this area remain under mandatory evacuation orders. Now, I want to show you the activity that we've been watching here from our vantage point along Sombrero and Sycamore here in the Oak Ridge mobile home community. Now, there are hundreds of homes here in this gated community. We've seen multiple agencies, LA City and County, CAL FIRE, and U.S. Forest Service crews
with our photographer Sam Dubin. Sam is actually an alum of,
is he really?
of that high school, and just witnessing what he saw, something that he's so familiar with, just absolutely go up in flames right in front of his eyes, and not being able to do anything about it, and some of those memories that he had, that was really something that was tough to see.
Oh my gosh, I can only imagine. And the fast-moving Palisades fire forced thousands of folks to flee quickly. Some residents escaped on foot, leaving their vehicles behind without keys. Evacuation routes were so jammed, officials had to use bulldozers just to clear nearly 200 abandoned cars. The fire was moving so fast, fire officials were telling these folks, you got to go.
Right, and they did. And then it created, because there's only one way out in that area, so it created this, I mean, essentially what you're looking at right now, which is a parking lot. And fire crews obviously have to get to where they're going, so they had no choice at that point but to bulldoze those cars out of the way. And we were listening. There was, I think it started when maybe somebody who was a few cars ahead of everybody else started panicking and ditched their car. And then when you see that and you have no other information available to you at that moment, then you're going to do the same.
Absolutely.
And that's what so many people did, and they just abandoned all of their cars, as you see.
And I think one of the things when you hear fire officials talk about fire behavior, one of the things that's always of great note is these embers, because it's the embers that move so quickly and they're starting other fires. Well, then when you have have this, perfect storm or recipe of these Santa Ana winds at, upwards of 80, 90 miles per hour. It's just untenable with these embers. They're starting ember storms, and the fire is just moving so quickly and at such a great pace.
And especially, you can see, what is that, a dog bed that somebody has in their car? I mean, some people had car seats in the back of their cars. You do not want to take any kind of chance when you're with your family, because the most important thing is to escape with your life. And you can see, I mean, the way the fire behavior has been so erratic with these Santa Ana winds, the embers can truly go anywhere. And when you're talking about 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts, these embers can travel as far away as 5 miles from its origin location. And then because of those winds, you couldn't get those the water reserves up in the air, those helicopters up in the air. It's just become, as Araxia said earlier, just this perfect recipe for as much destruction as possible. Let's take a look at this map right now, because you can see all the orange circles there. Okay, so these are all of the reported power outages in the area. We're told more than 184,000 people in LA County are being impacted. And so, that being said, as part of your go bag, right, you're urged to bring your chargers and anything else. And I do want to mention there are 3 apps that you really have to download if you're in these evacuation areas or in the periphery. Of course, the Fox mobile app, because you have us, or we're going to be updating you on all the info. But then there's this Watch Duty app. And this is an app that a lot of us have been using to keep track in real time as notifications come in about some of these evacuation orders and as they change. Also, and we heard Captain Sheila Burko with LA County Fire mention this one too, the Genesis Protect app, and that's spelled GENASYS Protect, and that should keep you updated on any notifications that you need to know as far as evacuation orders and the like.
Yeah, and with that, the Eaton fire doubles in size overnight. This is the fire that broke out on Eaton Canyon in that area in the Altadena community. It forced thousands of folks to flee from their homes, which is right near Pasadena.
That's right, and Coco McAboy is live in Altadena with a closer look. Coco, I feel like every single time we come to you, it just gets worse and worse. My goodness.
It does feel like it is getting worse here in Altadena, and that's because of the wind conditions and the fact that we have a lot of embers flying as well. So we were on Murata Place. We had to move from that street because the fire was closing in. So we're now a street over on East Sacramento, and you can just see homes burned to the ground here. Also, a lot of cars scorched as well. Many people in this neighborhood were hoping the majority, if not all the people in this neighborhood, have evacuated. Fire crews, police officers have been over the loudspeakers telling people, if you are still in this area, you have got to evacuate for your safety. Again, you can see that this neighborhood is on fire. We know the Eaton fire has grown to 2,200 acres, and the conditions are making it very difficult for crews to fight this fire, but the fire crews are doing an incredible job, doing the absolute best they can to try to save as many structures as they can, but also trying to put the fire out as well. You can see this power line has gone down as well. That's something else that you've got to be very careful about in these neighborhoods, is the power lines, obviously. But they do have water here in this neighborhood. They've been tapping every possible hydrant that they can to fight these flames. But at this point, you can see that it's really interesting how this fire is moving, because there's one home that's still standing, but the home right next to it is burned to the ground. And again, that is because of these embers. And as I've been telling you, too, as we're speaking to people right before they're evacuating in their cars, they're telling us how devastating this is for them. This is their childhood. This is where they worked hard to buy these homes. These cars that you're seeing are destroyed now and are not salvageable. But fire crews are out here fighting the flames as best they can. You can see that a little bit of this power pole is on fire now as well, and that's because of those embers embers sparking and flying everywhere as crews continue to fight this fire. There are several thousands upon thousands of people that are evacuated because of the fire here. We know the Pasadena Convention Center is a place where you can safely evacuate at this point. But again, it is very important for people to evacuate if they haven't so far, especially because there are also a number of explosions that keep going off, and that's because of the power lines, but also because of the vehicles that are in this neighborhood. But you're just seeing, obviously, homes burned to the ground.
I mean, just for blocks and blocks, Coco, this is why it's so important to please heed those evacuation orders. All of the stuff that's left behind is a physical representation of the memories that you have. You will still have your memories. You cannot afford to lose your sense of safety or your life, frankly. And these embers can travel so fast at the drop of a hat. How many homes have you seen catch on fire just in the limited amount of time that you have been in that neighborhood, Coco?
You know, Armando and I were counting, and then we ended up losing count. I mean, at this point, it's definitely at least a dozen or so. And like I said, the fire is jumping. So now we're walking down this driveway, and you can see that these two homes have been burned. And at this point, with the embers flying everywhere, there's no telling if the homes next to it will soon catch fire as well. So obviously a very dangerous situation. And now as we see, right as we were speaking, there was an ember that flew here, and you can see that smoke is now coming from this home. So that's how quickly it happens.
And it takes, I'm telling you, just a matter of minutes for homes to go up when the embers travel like that. Look at that. Is that a...
it's the embers.
I don't even know what I'm looking at right now.
That fan the fires. It's the embers.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Of course. And
it
these
looks like washer dryers.
Right. And then the other issue is when the embers travel on the trees fall, making it impossible for fire crews to get access to some of those roads as well. I just want to, if we could just listen in for a moment.
Oh yeah. If you want to listen in, you can hear this fire roaring.
Imagine if you're somebody at home and this is your house, or your friend's house, or your neighbor's house, or a family member's house.
Yeah.
Just what must be going through your mind, or just the extraordinary trauma that's going to be attached to this.
Nothing but trauma.
Oh my God.
That is God awful.
Look, if you're not somebody who prays or believes in a higher power, just think a positive thought for all of these people all across Southern California today that are going through immeasurable, extraordinary loss. Yeah. This is just unbelievable. And if you are somebody who prays, say a prayer. Say multiple.
I mean, look at how black that smoke is right now. It's remarkable, the juxtaposition when you see where Mario's live shot was at the Hearst fire, and then Coco where you are at this Eaton fire. Just the entire sky is now black with that smoke, and you can see. Look at another home behind her is just.
And where are you right now, Coco? Can you give us a sense, like, what street are you on?
Yes, so we're on East Sacramento Street and Lake Avenue, and we were on Lake Avenue and Murata Place, which is the street right over, but that street has been taken over by fire crews who are trying to save as many homes as they can. They're obviously in this neighborhood as well fighting the flames, but yeah, we're on East Sacramento Street, and it's just home after home that's burned, and cars as well. And some of these homes, you can't even make out the addresses, but I know this home that just burned on fire is 803 East Sacramento Street. So obviously our thoughts and prayers are with whoever owns or resides in this home, because this home is on fire, and because of the resources, fire crews are not able to get to it just yet. They're doing the best they can to put out the fires that keep sparking, and obviously make sure these power poles also are continuing to spark, because that really could lead to quite a dire situation, especially because it was burning up top, and now there's more embers that have traveled, so now more more of this power pole is on fire, which could be a very dangerous situation.
Okay, Coco, thank you for your reporting out there. Stay safe. We're going to let you catch your breath, my friend.
Yes,
thank you for your work out there. And here are some evacuation numbers for the Eaton fire reported by the Angeles National Forest just before 4 o'clock this morning. Over 52,000 residents and nearly 21,000 structures are now under evacuation orders. As far as evacuation warnings, we're talking over 46,000 residents and 18,051 structures are under those.
The Angeles National Forest put out this update just after 3 o'clock this morning that residents north of Woodbury to the 210 freeway and east of JPL Laboratories are under evacuation orders. Evacuation warnings are now in effect for residents north of the 210 freeway and east of Angeles Crest to JPL. They do note an evacuation center at the Pasadena Convention Center has been put together. And finally, there's new road closures for the Eaton fire announced just after 6:30 this morning. Angeles Crest Highway 2 now closed from La Cañada Flint Ridge to Angeles Forest Highway. Also, Angeles Forest Highway is closed at Big Tahunga Road.
And Maria, you know, you said this best earlier, just watching this, and all we can do right now is just wait for these winds to die down.
Yeah, unfortunately.
All right, thank you to our Fox LA team for that coverage. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, my name is Christy Matino. We're going to go away for a 2-minute break, but I did want to let you know that in just moments, we are set to hear an update from the LA Fire Department on all of this, as again, these crews are battling these massive wildfires out in Los Angeles County. And again, you're taking a live look right there at a home burning, and that sadly is just one home of many that we have seen today. We're going to head right back to our Fox LA team on the other side of this break.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is.
At 75 acres, it has been
right
burning for the last hour or so.
This
is near Balboa Boulevard through the Sepulveda Basin. You can see areas along the 405 as well as the 101 very slow due to spectators slowing there. A reminder, you want to make sure you pay close attention to the roadways due to the winds, the crosswinds through some of our locals' canyons and passes. Really difficult, especially when we're still dealing with those ferocious winds gusting 60+ miles an hour even at this hour. Jen, Melvin.
Hi, Samantha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, we go now to Mario Ramirez, who's been standing by for us in Sylmar, and he's got the latest on the Hearst fire. Good morning, Mario.
Good morning. It still sits at about 500 acres and it's still burning out of control. No containment. We should mention we're at the Oak Ridge mobile home community, and this area was basically leveled by the Sayer fire in 2008 that destroyed 400+ mobile homes. This community has about 600. And you can see what we've been watching here. The flames have been moving north away from this community towards that canyon there. But there is still a concern that with these strong winds that we're really feeling now that are starting to pick up, that those flames could pass embers and the winds could carry those and start additional hot spots. Now I have George and Magdalena here. They evacuated and they're coming back to take a look at some of the activity and what their home looks like. Walk me through what this was like for you. You evacuated last night?
Yeah, we did. Last night my neighbor called. She said, George, did you look outside your front door? So I did, and I said, oh no, let's get out. And I told my wife, Magdalena, and we just ran, grabbed the 2 dogs and some food and just headed out of here. But we needed a hotel that will accept pets. So we called around and then we found a Motel 6 down in Glendale. So we went there, we stayed the night with the 2 dogs. This morning, we were watching the news all night, and this morning we decided, let's just go back and see what's going on. So here we are.
And what do you think, seeing what you saw last night, and coming back, Magdalena, and seeing what it looks like now?
Right now, it's, I think it's not really better, but right now it's going to be afraid because I have a dog and there's a lot of people here. You know, we stay here, a lot of elder people here. That's why I'm afraid. And then last night, and keep yelling to my husband. I said, let's go now, let's go now. Bring that dog now, grab the dog now. I said, okay, don't be nervous. Okay, I'm here and everything is ready. I said, okay, let's go.
Yeah, that's got to be stressful, and that's what fire officials recommend is you have a plan, have everything you need, and get ready to go at a moment's notice. Have you guys done this before? Have you been through evacuations?
I was back in 2017, 18, I think it was, but the flames were so much higher than this one. And that one was worse. I mean, that was, everybody had to evacuate. And then, like you said earlier, the Sayer, I wasn't here then. That was the worst. It destroyed everything. But management has done a great job here because they have the gardeners weed out around the perimeter of the entire park to leave about, 30 feet up the mountain. So that prevents the fire to travel into the homes. And as you can see today, thank goodness, thank God that nothing was destroyed.
Yeah, and have you seen some of the other activity in Pasadena with the fire there and the Pacific Palisades? When you hear that homes were lost, people were injured, what goes through your mind?
Yeah, that's just very afraid that what happened, because this is my first time what happened to my life. Yeah. Very so sad.
But we did see as we're traveling down the 210 last night, we saw the Altadena fire, and it's not a pretty scene. And then again this morning, we're coming up the Verdugo Road from Colorado Boulevard. So the 2 freeway, big dark cloud above us. Unbelievable how big and huge it was.
Yeah, and speaking of, thank you both for talking to us. But as you mentioned, there are multiple fires burning really all around us. And before we send it back to you, I just want to show you this huge plume of smoke spreading across the area. And we're not sure which fire this is coming from, but that is basically what people are dealing with, waking up this morning, seeing smoke, multiple fires in different regions here. We'll stay on top of this one. That's the latest in Sylmar. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Mario. Yeah, it's startling to think that no matter where you are, if you're driving somewhere this morning, you're going to either see or smell the smoke from these fires. That's just into our newsroom, we should mention we have new evacuation notices from the Glendale Fire Department. An evacuation order has just been issued for Chevy Chase Canyon residents. The evacuation route is south on Chevy Chase via Emerald Isle. Do not proceed north, they're telling people.
And here's a live look at downtown L.A. We are expecting to hear from fire officials in just a few minutes as we approach 8 o'clock.
Yes, they are set to hold a news conference at 8 o'clock this morning. We'll bring it to you live just as soon as that begins. We should also tell you that more than 10,000 homes are being threatened by the Palisades fire. Look at this video that was shot. I believe this was overnight in the Pacific Palisades. A man and his dog. We're inside this home filming this video. We can only hope that that gentleman and his pet are okay. Right now, we don't have confirmation on that, but this is a video that certainly made the rounds and it's gone viral. As you can see how close those flames are, that is terrifying to see.
Just be okay. You're gonna be okay. All right. You're gonna be okay. Don't worry about that, dude. Okay.
Oh, my goodness. I can't imagine how he must have been feeling. There's a lot of questions that are going to be coming out of this video, obviously, why he remained there. But we know it's not easy. We know that these flames can spread erratically. And we also know that when you're talking about winds that are 60 to 80 miles an hour in some of these burn spots, one ember can travel up to 5 miles. So there's a level of unpredictability that comes along with a fire of this magnitude. And we're not just dealing with one, we're dealing with 3 major fires in our area as we speak. And we should also mention an evacuation center has been set up for those folks.
Embers are always something that's part of the conversation when you talk about fire behavior. But then when you have these raging Santa Ana winds, these embers are flying faster and faster at an unprecedented pace, you know, and even starting these major ember storms that look like fireflies in the sky, but there are these embers that are just raging, and then it's just so many things. You know, water in the Palisades, because of the winds that can't get up in the air, to the super scoopers. It's just become an untenable situation in that community, and many fire officials are standing by helpless in some cases.
That's right, and we are poised to hear an update from those fire officials to just give us an update on the acreage, the containment. We believe that all these fires are 0% contained right now, but we do, as we approach the 8 o'clock hour, await for fire officials there. And you know, we've been doing this coverage for I believe since 11 o'clock, continuing coverage yesterday morning. Once there's no more terrifying word when you're talking about Santa Ana winds that are coming at you this fast than the word fire. And we had a sense that something like this would happen.
Matt and Maria were talking about it yesterday.
Right, we hoped it wouldn't, but
crews down from up north just in case.
Right. But here we are, and it is remarkable to note, and again, you know, we're in the thick of it right now, but we haven't heard any reports of any deaths as a result of these fires. I know that the firefighters are dealing with a lot right now. We are hearing of several notable injuries. One firefighter, we're told, suffered a severe head injury while working the fire last night. He's 25 years old. Officials got a Mayday call, which is about the worst call that you can get when it comes to a first responder. And then there was another civilian who was a man found stumbling down PCH in the Palisades, and his clothes were essentially burned off. He is in extremely critical condition, we're told, being intubated at the hospital with burns on the majority of his body, and as workers try to save his life. But in the meantime, let's get to this press conference right now that's happening. As we said, it's 8 o'clock. You were watching Good Day LA. Let's listen in.
Our first speaker is Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger.
Thank you. I'm going to make my comments short because I know you want to hear from our fire chief and the people that are really have the information in real time. But let me just say, this is a dynamic situation. We've got fires throughout the entire county, which are spreading our resources very short. One of the things people ask me is, what do you want to convey to the public? And that is, heed the advice of first responders. When they ask you to evacuate, evacuate. This is not a drill. This is in real time. So I want to thank the city of Pasadena, who's opened up the Pasadena Convention Center for those impacted by the Eaton Canyon fire. I also want to acknowledge our faith-based partners. All Saints has opened up their church for those that are evacuating the Pasadena area. But again, it's important for us to recognize that while the firefighters are there to protect structures, life is first and foremost frontline. We need to make sure that people heed the advice of our first responders. With that, I'm going to introduce our LA County Fire Chief, Anthony Maroney, to give you an update on what is going on. But I just want to thank Chief Maroney as well as Chief Crowley for the work that they are doing to make sure that our first responders have all the resources necessary. Chief Maroney.
So good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. My name is Anthony Maroney. I am the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm also the Region 1 Coordinator for Fire and Rescue Resources. I'm going to be giving an update on the Palisades fire in addition to the Eaton fire, although I am aware that we have 4 large fires burning in LA County at this time. The Palisades fire is located in both LA City and LA County. We are in unified command with the City of Los Angeles Fire Department, in addition to CAL FIRE. We have well over 5,000 acres that have burned, and the fire is growing. We have no percentage of containment. We have an estimated 1,000 structures destroyed, and also no reported fatalities, and a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate, in addition to first responders who are on the fire line. We have over 1,000 personnel assigned, and the cause of the fire is unknown. However, it is under investigation. For the Eaton fire, it is located in both the Angeles National Forest, the Altadena area of LA County, and Pasadena. LA County is in unified command. with both the Angeles National Forest and the Pasadena Fire Department. We have over 2,000 acres burning at this time, and the fire continues to grow with 0% containment. We have over 500 personnel assigned, and unfortunately, we have 2 reported fatalities to civilians. Unknown cause at this time, and we do have a number of significant injuries. We have over 100 structures destroyed, and the cause of the fire is unknown and under investigation. I will ask that LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley update you on the Hearst fire after I am finished with my remarks. The LA County Fire Department operational area consists of 29 separate fire departments in LA County, and all of those fire departments are at drawdown with no fire apparatus or additional personnel to spare. As the Region 1 coordinator, I have requested mutual aid from the 5 counties of Orange, Los Angeles, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 50 engine strike teams. 50 engine strike teams is composed of 250 fire engines and over 1,000 personnel. We have also requested resources from out of state, as well as Northern California. Thank you to the first responders from Nevada, Oregon, and Washington State that are already on the road coming to LA County to assist. Lastly, the National Weather Service has predicted a continued red flag weather event with strong winds and low humidities, placing all residents of Los Angeles County in danger. To all of our viewers, please prioritize your safety as well as the well-being of those around you as we come together to continue to get through this widespread disaster. Los Angeles County firefighters will remain on the front line until we reach full containment. And we ask that you keep all of Los Angeles County in your thoughts and prayers. I would now like to invite up Los Angeles City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley to give her briefing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. I'd like to start with just a moment, if we could, of gratitude. A moment of gratitude for our first responders, our boots on the ground that are battling this intense and multiple jurisdiction and number of fires. So gratitude to those who are doing the work since yesterday through the night. And like Chief Maroney said, we're going to continue to work hard to ensure that we save people, lives, and property. With that, I'll be touching on a couple major points. With the Pacific Palisades fire, we know that it continues to demand a significant amount of resources and attention. A second major brush fire, now referred to as the Hearst fire, has erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles. Now, together, these fires are stretching the capacity of emergency services to their maximum limits. The Los Angeles City Fire Department is battling these 2 major fires while also maintaining, I want to focus on this as well, 911 services for the city's approximate 4 million residents. Now, despite the severity of the conditions, our department remains fully committed to safeguarding lives and property. Next, I want to focus on what we've done over the last 24 hours. And with that, even within the city of Los Angeles, with these 2 major brush fires, our department has responded to 3,624 911 calls for service. And to put that in perspective, our average is just under 1,500 calls in a 24-hour period. Over the last 24 hours, we've also responded to an additional 32 structure fires within the city. We've treated and transported an extensive number of medical emergencies, well extending our normal 650 transports to the local hospitals. When it comes to the Pacific Palisades fire, as Chief Maroney had said, this is over 3,000 acres at this point and continues to grow. We will confirm the exact acreage later, so we'll make sure that we also communicate that to the community and to the media. Last night, as of 1930 hours, all aircrafts were grounded due to the high winds. Aircrafts are continued to be able to resume their water drops and acreage mapping today when the weather allows us to do so. A total of 3,398 civilians and 15,105 structures are in the evacuation zone. And again, the evacuation zones are the following: north of PCH, west of Kenter Avenue and San Vicente Boulevard, south of Mulholland Drive, and east of Topanga Canyon Boulevard. There are multiple evacuation centers which are supported by the American Red Cross. Injuries. Of course, there's a lot of interest in injuries. We have several firefighters and civilian injuries that have been reported, and all patients have been treated and transported to the local hospitals. Damage assessments. Chief Maroney did speak about a specific number. We are still vetting that through on the city side, so more information to come, and we will message that as soon as we can validate that. Approximately 400 LAFD firefighters have been deployed to the Palisades fire. We have many hundreds of law enforcement officers, our partner agency responders, and public works members engaged in supporting our overall operations. We are going to be transitioning to CAL FIRE this morning to manage this incident at 0800 hours. Next, I'd like to talk briefly about our Hearst fire, which is located in Sylmar. Last night at approximately 10:10 p.m., the fire erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles, adjacent to the Los Angeles National Forest. The fire has rapidly expanded to over 500 acres, prompting the emergency evacuation of more than 3,000 residents. This fire is burning within the footprint of the historic Saddle Ridge fire. Now, despite the extreme winds and significant risks, and that's what we're going to be talking about from today and probably throughout the next few days, there's always that significant risk of life and property, and we'll continue to focus on saving lives and protecting property. The exact anchorage at this point will be confirmed later, and we'll make sure that we communicate that to you as well. Lastly, we want to make sure that everybody understands we are absolutely not out of danger yet. With the strong winds that continue to push through the city and the county today, I would tell you, and we are all committed to our first responders, our firefighters will remain focused on protecting lives and property. The LAFD is extremely proud to stand with all of the entities behind me. Our top priority will continue to be life safety, ensuring that safe evacuation and the rescues of our residents that are in harm's way. It will continue to be our primary focus in this wind-driven fire event as it continues. Thank you for your cooperation, your support, and your vigilance. And today, we will continue to stand with our partners to protect everyone. Next up, I would like to introduce Sheriff Luna. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Next up. Oh, we moved it. Okay.
Yes, we're just moving around, having LA Unified Superintendent Alberto Carvalho, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Barger, county and city leadership, in addition to the leadership of our first responders and our great community for the very, very important work you continue to do to protect our community, protect the assets, and first and foremost, the health and well-being and lives of members of our community. Los Angeles Unified is the second largest school district in the nation, representing the interests of 540,000 students and 75,000 committed employees. We make decisions regarding closure of schools in a very methodical and science-driven manner. So after a great deal of consultation overnight with experts looking at the data and considering the fact that air quality conditions deteriorated significantly overnight, we have made the decision to shut down a number of schools, particularly in the eastern part of our school system. I will define what those boundaries are. School communities, beginning with leadership, workforce, and families have been informed about these areas. And as of now, those schools within the boundaries of the area that I will define are closed. This accounts for about 10% of our total schools in our district, about 100 schools out of 1,000 schools. The areas that I'm speaking about are schools located north of Manchester Boulevard, Firestone Boulevard, east of 10th Avenue, west of I-710, and south of Highway 134. Any school within that area, and that accounts again for the eastern part of our district, where the air quality met or exceeded levels that are not appropriate for employees or students to be around, are effectively shut down. We will be making decisions about what will happen in those schools going into tomorrow by 4 p.m. today based on the evolution conditions. In fact, since we made the decision to shut down those schools, air quality conditions have improved significantly despite the fact that they worsened significantly overnight. I want to speak specifically about schools surrounding the Palisades area. As of last night, we had to shut down 5 schools as a result of mandatory evacuation conditions. Those were Kinter Canyon Elementary School, Canyon Elementary School, Marquez Elementary School, Palisades Charter Elementary School, Revere Middle School, and Topanga Elementary School, in addition to Palisades High Charter High School. We have reports that Palisades High sustained significant damage as a result of the fire. We are working with state and federal entities to quickly access resources to address the issues facing this community. I want to very briefly address our workforce. We know today is not going to be a perfect day. A number of schools are shut down. However, localized conditions may make it difficult for our workforce or parents and students to access schools. Air quality conditions may vary and, in fact, may not necessarily be appropriate beyond the area where we close schools. Please use your discretion. We will utilize grace and be flexible regarding attendance and for students and employees alike. Specifically, students and employees who face chronic respiratory conditions or other health issues. We will be flexible regarding these individuals. We will provide additional updates later on today regarding conditions of schools going into tomorrow. For the schools that are open, recognizing the workforce needs of the parents of our children, beyond the bell activities, care for children in those schools will continue to be provided today. Today is not a typical day. We need flexibility, patience, and grace, and we shall extend that to our workforce and certainly our parents and students in our community. Once again, our hearts go out to those who have been impacted, and our eternal gratitude to the first responders of our community for the fantastic, difficult work they've done over the past 24 hours. Thank you very much.
Morning. A lot of information to pass on, but please know this. This is a very difficult and challenging situation, but we're surrounded here by people who really care, and we're going to get through this together. That means with all of you as partners in our community. Our top priority continues to be the safety and well-being of our impacted residents, first responders, and all of the individuals involved. But understand that this is a very fluid situation, specifically in the Altadena area, and a lot of our personnel, our deputy personnel, are involved in life-saving measures as we speak now. We are working very closely with local, state, and federal agencies to provide necessary resources and support We have been in constant communication with both our fire and law enforcement partners across LA County and beyond to ensure that all available resources that are needed are being deployed strategically and effectively, but we are prioritizing life over everything else. There are over several hundred sheriff department personnel working around the clock to evacuate residents in danger, assist with road closures, and respond to multiple missions that are given to us, and they do change periodically depending on that life mission. To ensure that everyone is going to be safe or safe as possible, additional personnel will likely be assigned to this fire as this continues to go, and you heard from our fire partners that there is no containment yet. I do want to split it up into two. I want to start talking about the Eaton fire first. Currently, there are evacuation orders in Pasadena, Altadena, and Sierra Madre. Evacuation orders, there are approximately 32,500 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 13,186 structures that we deem at risk, and that could grow. Evacuation warnings, approximately 38,600 residents are under evacuation warnings and approximately 14,342 structures are at risk. At 4 a.m. this morning, the evacuation orders did expand to parts of the city of Duarte, Monrovia, and La Cañada. And again, we continue to assess that. That's evolving. That's going to change. So I encourage you to consistently pay attention to all sources of information so you're ready to go when you are given that order, if that does come. As information's changing, even as I was driving up here, even as I'm walking up to this podium, I'm getting messages about several of our employees who have lost their homes in the last several hours. I don't know how many because we are still gathering that information, but like we all live here in Los Angeles County, so we are impacted. So we're going to make sure that within our department, we're wrapping our arms around our employees just like we do with community members. Again, as I was coming up here, I did find out that we did have 2 fatalities in this area. I don't have any specifics. There is a lot of damage out there. We're still in the process of doing these assessments, trying to still save lives. So this information is going to change. The Altadena Sheriff Station itself was evacuated, and it was at least limited on fire. There was some fire at the Altadena station, but we did have to clear out all of our employees out of there. I'm hearing some miraculous stories, and they're just barely coming in, of our deputies who were trying to evacuate the Altadena station, and then residents were running up from different locations around there asking them for assistance in getting them out of their structures. And from what I understand, they were barely able to get people out before these structures started burning. There's just heroic stories of what our deputies are doing out there from last night and this morning. I want to make sure people know deputies are working to assist residents who are evacuating and continuing to make evacuation notices as we're speaking. They are securing areas that are evacuated, and it's always sad when I have to say this, but part of our responsibility is to make sure that no one loots or steals from our residents, our community members who are already being impacted. And I'm sad to report we've made 2 arrests this morning for looting already. So if you are thinking about coming into any of these areas to steal from our residents, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be caught, you're going to be arrested, and you're going to be prosecuted. Don't do that. Stay out of these areas. It's only for emergency workers and people who live there. We are, at this point, unable to clearly determine the extent of damage at this point because the conditions are rapidly evolving and the destruction needs to be assessed as the daylight hours have come forward. I do know that I've lost at least 1 sheriff's black and white to a fire. Thank God that the deputy is okay. But deputies continue to be on patrol throughout the road closure areas to ensure evacuation areas remain closed to the public. All schools in the Pasadena Unified School District are closed. There is a road closure at Altadena Drive from Allen to New York Drive. For those in need of shelter, please head to the Pasadena Convention Center, located at 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena, and we're working with them in Unified Command and in partnership as well. For animals, there are established shelters at Large Animal Shelter Rose Bowl Stadium at 1001 Rose Bowl Drive in Pasadena, Small Animal Shelter Pasadena Humane Society at 361 South Raymond Avenue in Pasadena. I'm going to switch gears now to the Palisades fire that we've been heavily involved in with our partners, again, with LAPD and LA City Fire and everyone else that's up there working. As of this morning, the fire was still burning in that area. That's impacting our residents. Evacuations are in effect, continuously in effect, for the city of Calabasas, the city of Malibu, Los Angeles City, Pacific Palisades, and unincorporated area of Los Angeles County and Topanga Canyon. Evacuation orders, there are approximately 37,000 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 15,000 structures at risk. Again, that's specifically for the Palisades fire. Evacuation warnings, approximately 20,000 residents are under evacuation warnings and approximately 6,500 structures are at risk. There have been minor injuries, and our partners at the fire department have talked about those, and several, unfortunately, structures that have been lost, and we're still assessing those. Bear with me, I'm almost there. There's a lot of information, very important information. There are several road closures which can change rapidly. The 10 freeway at Lincoln Boulevard, southbound PCH at Las Flores Canyon, southbound PCH at Topanga Canyon, Coastline Drive at southbound PCH, westbound PCH to Entrada to eastbound close from PCH and Malibu Canyon. We have established shelters up for that fire in the following locations: Westwood Recreation Center, which is at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard in Los Angeles; Pasadena Convention Center, which I already mentioned, we can go there; 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena; and El Camino Real Charter High School, 5440 Valley Circle Boulevard in Woodland Hills. Animal shelters, large animals, LA Equestrian Center at 480 West Riverside in Burbank; large animal shelter, Pierce College, 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis, and I am in the premises. You see what I did there? Okay, just cool the temper, okay? Because everybody's feeling like, things are going bunkers in the United States. But this is California, Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is being known to go through this. Well, California to be precise. However, it's like, this is sad to see. Absolutely sad to see. But one thing I got to commend is, the fire workers. You just gotta really appreciate the fire department and how hard they work. But really, this cannot be going on every single year in California. Every single time, the same story: wildfire, wildfire, wildfires. This is not something that, this is not something that shouldn't. This should have a solution. Okay, there should be a solution to this. There should be a solution to this, and this is what Trump said. And like I said, I read you what Trump posted on Truth Social. Gavin Newsom has to sign the bill to bring more water into California. Forget about the fishes, smelt. Forget about the fish and bring more water into California. This is not even right. You can't even, it's hard to watch, ladies and gentlemen. It is hard to watch. A lot of properties gone. Nobody cares about the properties anyway, but the people are homeless at this point, living in hotels. And a lot of people are like, well, they are rich anyway. Well, in Los Angeles, they are rich people anyway. So what? So what? They worked hard for their money. They worked hard for their money. But now, look what is going on. Properties gone. pets displaced. Anyway, with that being said, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. As you see, I just want to point something out, okay? I know this might not be appropriate time to point this out. But the sign language guy, is this a guy or a girl? Oh, wait, I don't know. He's doing a great job, okay? Or she's doing a great job. But the sign language guy or girl, yeah, this might be the problem in California, right?
Large animal shelter, Rose Bowl Stadium in Pasadena, small animal shelter, Agora Animal Center, and small animal shelter, Pasadena Humane Society as well. We got to take care of our pets. As I wrap up, a reminder, and you've heard it from several of us, you need to be prepared. If you are in a warning area, make sure you have your essentials, your important paperwork, your medications, things that you can take, your phone charger to survive for at least a week. But if you are told to evacuate and given an order, there is nothing worth your life. Please listen to the police and fire officials that are out there and be prepared to evacuate. If you have more questions or there's about evacuations, evacuation centers, or road closures, go to lacounty.gov/emergency or our Sheriff's Department social media. Now it's my honor to introduce my partner of the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much. And as you look at the group assembled behind me this morning, each of those and everybody we represent who's out in the field all have families. Many are impacted directly by the fire, but they leave those families to come and try and be able to help everybody else who's out there. So I owe a debt of gratitude to everybody who is putting it all on the line for everyone else. This is a tragic time in our history here in Los Angeles, but a time where we're really tested and see who we really are. And it's critical that at these times we be patient, that we come together, that we focus on saving lives and to be able to do the very best job we can. So when we look back on this, we know that we did what we could for others. I look at the people who were out there on the line last night. The winds were like something that I have never seen before. Firefighters, police officers, deputies, they're out there sheltering in their vehicles, their trucks and their cars so that they don't end up getting burned from the fire that was being driven by 75+ mile-an-hour winds. They were there until they could get out of the car and go back to doing their work. As you can imagine, a very difficult circumstance to deal with. These are, as I mentioned, unprecedented conditions, but also unpredictable. As the fire continues to spread and pop up in different locations, none of us know where the next one is going to be. So I would ask you to be vigilant, to look at your neighborhood, to talk to your neighbors, to have everybody on board so that if they see something start up, that we get on it very quickly. We get fire resources out there as soon as we possibly can, because with these winds, once it starts small, it'll be very big very quickly. And so I would ask for everybody's help, cooperation, and vigilance in that role. As you've heard before about evacuation, that makes the difference between living and not. And so I would ask you to take these warnings, these orders to evacuate very seriously. As you've heard over and again, be ready to go, pack what you need up, but then please comply with these orders. We don't give them, put them out lightly. When we believe that you're in the path of the fire, we're going to order that evacuation, and we really, really need your compliance on that, because if we have to send people in to try and make rescues, those people are putting their lives on the line directly for something that could have been avoidable. Sheriff Luna mentioned looting. That's something that we also have to watch out for. That is incredible that we'd even have to talk about that during these tragic times, but we are going to take that also extremely seriously, and we will follow up with that in the strongest way possible. As far as traffic goes, that's something that we're used to dealing with here. This will be an extra test of gridlock in many places due to people not having access to their normal routes. I would say that if you have an ability to be able to stay out of the west side today, to commute or to work from home, as long as your employers are good with that, to take advantage of that. The air is very tough today for particularly those who are challenged medically. If you can stay home and work from there, I would recommend that. We will continue to support our partners and the fire service and our other law enforcement partners, But to all and the public who are watching this, sincere thank you to all of you for your cooperation and your patience as we all get through this together. Thank you.
Now we're going to introduce my colleague, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, who represents the Palisades area. Lindsay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, we woke up to a dark cloud over all of Los Angeles, but it is darkest for those who are most intimately impacted by these fires. It has been an immensely painful 24 hours for communities I represent. The Palisades, the Hearst, and Woodley fires are all in the 3rd District. But our strength is in our togetherness, and that will determine how we make it through. We need your partnership in this time of crisis. It is difficult to process the immensity of the destruction and loss, and we extend our hearts and every resource we have to all of our impacted residents. We know when we talk about these structures, they aren't just structures. They aren't even just houses. They're homes. This is our home. These are places where we built community, where we raised families, where we made memories that we will never forget, even if we can't go back to these structures. These are our home. Losing home is simply devastating. And I know that we are all here to support you and stand with you in this time of need. Aggressive winds and fire know no jurisdictional boundaries, nor does coordination and action across our LA County agencies with President Biden and Governor Newsom as they unlock support through fire assistance management grants for Palisades, Eaton, and Hearst fires so far. The talent and tenacity of our first responders is nothing short of extraordinary. And I've said it before, these people on the front lines are doing this because this is their calling. This is not simply a job that they came to have an occupation. They are called to this work to keep us safe, to keep our community safe, and to do all they can in this time of crisis to protect our Los Angeles County. Overnight winds grounded our vehicles, and we have red flag conditions through the end of day tomorrow. But we know that because of these fearless warriors on the front lines, we are doing all that we can to contain this fire. Thank you for your work to keep Los Angeles County safe, including the 3rd District communities of Pacific Palisades, Topanga Canyon, Sunset Mesa, Malibu, Santa Monica, Sylmar, Granada Hills, Lake Balboa, and surrounding communities. Our #1 message to everyone in impacted areas is to follow all evacuation orders and warnings and to stay where you are safe as long as the evacuations remain in place. We continue to have shelter capacity for you, as you have heard, for you, for your pets, and we have animal sheltering sites as well. These orders are not just to keep you safe and to keep your community safe, they are also to keep those on the front lines of this devastating crisis safe. And the longer that you wait to evacuate, the more you are putting people in danger who are putting their lives on the line to protect your homes. Please don't do this. Please evacuate. There is also an evacuation order in Santa Monica, the northern border of the city to San Vicente. The warning is north of Montana to San Vicente as well. We have an evacuation order as well as a warning there. Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall is in Sylmar, and that is under evacuation warning because of the Hearst fire. Our probation department has evacuation plans in place should that move to an evacuation order from a warning, and our priority is to keep our youth in our care safe. Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District has closed its schools today, and as you heard from Superintendent Carvalho, LAUSD has a variety of updates. We have heard from our state insurance commissioner as well, and while this is still quite early in this emergency, we do have some initial guidance from his office for evacuated households on reimbursable insurance expenses, with information to be found at insurance.ca.gov. Obtain a complete copy of your insurance policy, take note of additional living expense limits, track additional expenses, document conversations with your insurer or adjuster, and don't rush any decisions. If you have any questions, call 800-927-4357. Please continue to check emergency.lacounty.gov for the latest information. And I know we will see brighter skies by working together. Los Angeles County will continue to be unrelenting in our response. And I know we have only the finest on the front lines fighting this fire. It's our duty to see them succeed. Thank you.
All right, now we are going to hear from LA City Council President and Mayor Pro Tem Marquise Harris Dawson.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the City of Los Angeles, I just want to begin by thanking and recognizing and acknowledging the great work of our first responders, especially the men and women of the Los Angeles Fire Department, who last night we all witnessed doing heroic work in the face of grave danger. Last night was one of the most devastating and terrifying nights that we've seen in any part of our city at any part of our history. Fire literally jumping roads, taking out structures, and our public safety professionals created an environment where injuries were kept to a minimum, fatalities were kept to a minimum, and we wake up this morning with a renewed spirit that we can defeat this fire and move on to a brighter day. I want to also acknowledge the two members of the council that are with us today that represent the areas of the fire. Councilwoman Tracy Park of the 11th District, who's I think probably has about 90 minutes sleep by my count, because every time I looked on the television, you were there knocking on doors in neighborhoods, in community centers, at the shelters, making sure the community was okay. And then an absolute professional, someone who, since I've been on the council with her, has had to fight a fire almost every year. And so is a pro from the San Fernando Valley, the council member from the 7th District, Monica Rodriguez. And again, all the men and women, the firefighters are in the front, but our DWP workers are out there making sure we don't have additional fires from power lines, and countless folks, DOT making sure the flow of traffic stays so that folks who want to evacuate can do so, are out there as well. So there's literally thousands and thousands of people working together to make this work. I want to announce a few more closures to add to the school closures that we heard and the closures that the sheriff and the supervisor read to us. Griffith Park closed today, including Lake Hollywood. Runyon Canyon closed today. The Los Angeles Zoo closed today. The Hollywood Reservoir closed today. The Hollywood Sign closed today, as well as all the roads through the Sepulveda Basin in the San Fernando Valley. So nobody should be going those places today anyway. I will amend what Chief McDonald said. Not only if you're on the west side or in the valley, anywhere in this city, if you can stay off the roads, please do so. I live in South LA, a long way away from the fires. Visibility is less than 1 block because of the smoke. So if there is not a good reason for you to be on the roads, we ask that you leave the roads open as possibly as you can to the public safety professionals that have to do their work and will lead us out of the crisis that we face here in the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles today. Also, lastly, just grateful for the work of the President of the United States, kicked in for us late last night, who happens to be in Southern California. The governor was with us. in the Pacific Palisades last night and has helped out. And a range of municipalities around the county and outside the county have come in to help where they can. And we're extremely, extremely grateful for their help in this time of crisis for our city and our county. And with that, I will ask the Director of the Office of Emergency Management for Los Angeles County, Kevin McGowan, to come to the mic.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm Kevin McGowan. I'm the Director with the LA County's Office of Emergency Management. As my partners up here have said before, we're facing a historic natural disaster, and I think that can't be stated strong enough. This is not a normal red flag. We've been in partnership with the National Weather Service for days prior to the arrival of this severe windstorm. There's been amazing communication by the National Weather Service, and they should be acknowledged for all of the communication that was put out days in advance. What's critical about that is it partnered all of our public safety and emergency organizations throughout the county to begin preparations for this. And a lot of the successes we saw over the last 18 to 20 hours is a direct result of painstaking preparations that had gone into place for the last 48 to 72 hours. We still have a long road ahead of us. Our county is known with wildland fires. We just finished working on the Franklin fire. We've had the bridge fire, the post fire. This has been a very destructive fire season. This is just going to add to it. Our eyes are on mitigating the impacts from this emergency, working with our community partners, and then charting a course for what will be a long recovery effort. With that, I would like to introduce our Department of Public Works for LA County Director, Mark Pistrella.
Good morning. Thank you, Kevin. My name is Mark Pistrella. I'm the Director of Public Works for Los Angeles County, the largest public works department in the United States. We're coordinating across the area with all our partner agencies, including, of course, primarily the City of Los Angeles, in addressing this event today. I'm going to talk a little bit about what our focus is in terms of infrastructure, and then I'll move on. Before I do that, though, I do want to acknowledge all of the residents that have either lost a home or who are being evacuated. I do personally understand what that is about and understand what kind of fear that can put into you. One thing I would recommend to you before you leave that home, if you want something to do, is to close that home up tight, close any openings, completely tight to the home, and make sure that access is open to the fire department in the event that they want to come on and do work on your property. That's one thing I've learned through the years is important. So right now, LA County Public Works is focused on water supply, the road safety and transportation system, and preparing our flood control system for the inevitable post-event, which may be flows of debris and mud. With respect to water resources, there's been quite a bit of talk in the media about the water system that we're using for suppression. So let me make the following statement. There have been quite a bit of comments over social media about the local water supply and its impact on firefighting efforts. There is collaboration across this region. Over 200 water retailers serve the region. LA County serves the area that in the Eaton fire area. LA City serves the area of the Palisades area. We also serve the Palisades area in the north area of unincorporated water supply through the hydrant system. The municipal water systems that service our homes and businesses continue to work effectively. However, they are not designed to fight wildfires. A firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from the system for several hours is unsustainable. This is a known fact. That's why air support is so critical to the firefight. And unfortunately, wind and air visibility have prevented that support. County water reservoir, however, county and city water reservoirs, open reservoirs, are available and on standby once that support becomes available. We will be having fixed wing as well as helicopter draw of water from our system. We also need customers to understand that it is really quite futile to attempt to fight fire with your hose at your house. That's not something I would recommend you do, but in fact I would ask that you turn off your water and turn off your gas, both things, before you leave the residence so that we can continue to have that water supply for the hydrant system. The transportation system is operating with many, many closures. Those closures are meant for evacuation as well as fire suppression efforts. So we're asking residents not to abandon vehicles in streets, to not park vehicles in streets, but to leave those vehicles on your property. And we ask that you drive very carefully, because we also have the other event of wind right now. And we have numerous signals out across the area. So we need people to drive very consciously in the street system. And then the third piece in the road system and in our homes is the wind is causing massive tree fall. We have numerous, over hundreds and hundreds of trees that have fallen in the area already, and we expect more of that to occur. This is a safety hazard for you and your children, so we're asking that you avoid walking outside, avoid being under trees, avoid parking cars under trees, all the things that you can imagine that a tree can do. A tree can be just as devastating to a home and to your personal self as a fire. So please be aware that the wind event is going to continue, and the infrastructure is in place to do with that. We are currently preparing to remove that. We are removing trees as they fall, where it's safe to do so. There will be a mass debris removal system put together that the county is coordinating, but we would be removing and working with the cities to remove the mass debris that's going to occur, not only from the structures that have been damaged, but all of these trees that are down. So please, one of the things is make way for our utility workers who are in support of the very brave firemen and sheriff and police force that are out doing their job. We are in full support of them. So lastly, on the flood control system, this is just a quick note that yes, in fact, we will have a lot of debris. The flood control system has been impacted, that covers the entire region, by the fire. In fact, many of our facilities.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. So I see someone in the chat saying they love Los Angeles. Absolutely. I'm not even going to cap, okay? I was in Los Angeles and I really had a good time. I'm not even going to lie. It's beautiful, okay? There are parts that you would not want to be in. However, it's like, for the most part, it's a beautiful place. It's just bad, absolutely bad management, okay? If they can actually get a good manager, okay? In this case, I mean a mayor or a governor, you know what I mean? Like, to manage that city, to manage the state of California, that would be the best thing for California. I think they need a Republican. I'm sorry, okay, for the Democrats in the chat, they need a Republican in there to fight for the people, to bring water, pass water from the Pacific. Like, how can the Palisade community, they are literally by the Pacific Ocean, and it's burning. Like, the Palisades are literally by the Pacific Ocean, y'all. And then it's like, it's burnt to the ground. Bad management, that's what it's called. It's called bad management, all right? So, look, I support the legend, the 45th, now the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. He said he must force Gavin Newsom to pass water into Los Angeles. It's just bonkers.
Facilities have been burned. One in Eaton Yard, where there is a debris dam there, and its facilities are currently threatened. We're looking at that and want to raise up those systems. As we enter into post-fire, our department will be available to do a review of your individual properties to make sure that you're safe from debris flow as another event that may occur in LA County. With that, I'm going to happy to turn over the microphone to my partner from the Department of Water and Power, the General Manager, Janice Quiones.
Thank you, Mark. I am Janice Quiones, CEO and Chief Engineer for LADWP. I want to start by thanking everybody on this response. I've been in emergency management my whole career, and the collaboration I've seen in this response has been incredible, especially our first responders, our crews. I want to thank our crews that have been working on high winds trying to restore power as fast as possible. And also county, city council, mayor's office. The mayor has been in contact with me all the time. And also other utilities in California have been proactively reaching out to us to help us with the restoration. So we're in the process of contacting them to ask for more support. I want to continue the thought process that Mark had about water supply in Palisades. We had a tremendous demand on our system in the Palisades. We pushed the system to the extreme. 4 times the normal demand was seen for 15 hours straight, which lowered our water pressure. We were pushing 75 CFS on our trunk line to try to keep water pressures in the system. If there's a message you take away from me today, is I need our customers to really conserve water, not just in the Palisade area, but the whole system, because the fire department needs the water to fight the fires, and we're fighting a wildfire with urban water systems, and that is really challenging. What happened in Palisades? We have 3 large water tanks, about 1 million gallons each. We ran out of water in the first tank at about 4:45 p.m. yesterday. We ran out of water on the second tank about 8:30 p.m. and the third tank about 3 a.m. this morning. Those tanks help with the pressure on the fire hydrants and the hills of Palisades. And because we were pushing so much water in our trunk line, and so much water was being used before it can get to the tanks, we were not able to fill the tanks fast enough. So the consumption of water was faster than we can provide water in our trunk line. So I want to make sure that you understand there's water on the trunk line. It just cannot get up the hill because we cannot fill the tanks fast enough. And we cannot lower the amount of water that we provide to the fire department in order to supply the tanks because we're balancing firefighting with water. So we have our operations people on the water side at the command post with the fire department, helping them with tactics to ensure that we can provide as much water as we can find to our first responders. What are we doing now? We're sending about 20 water tanks from our construction crews full of water to support the fire department. We identified other areas in our system where our tankers can refill. It takes about 30 minutes to refill about 4,000 gallons of water, and we're constantly moving that water to the fire department to get them as much water as we can. I would also ask for the people on zip code 90272, because we're pushing the water system so hard, our water quality is decreasing. So we're going to be issuing a boil water notice this morning, and that will extend for about 48 hours. The water quality is low. We have a lot of ash in the system. And so please, if you're going to be drinking water, you need to boil the water. Those boiled waters will continue to increase as the system starts restoring. We're also managing a power outage restoration. Our water emergency has been the #1 primary issue, but the power issues are continue to increase. The winds picked up at around 11 p.m. last night, and that's when we saw the majority of our outages coming in. As of 7 a.m. today, we have 135,000 customers out of power. We have restored about 78,000 customers since the start of the outage. 32 customers have been out of power for more than 10 hours and 7 for over 18 hours. If you are out of power, I urge you to call us, call 911, let us know so that we can get to you as fast as safely as possible. We are on a severe emergency activation at the EOC for both water and power. It's taking us 24 to 48 hours to get to all of the outage. That's why we're going to start increasing our mutual aid request to get more crews on here to reduce that restoration time. But we cannot do that until it's safe for our crews. And I'm happy to report we have had no safety incidents for either the water and the power crews, which we need all the crews safely operating in our system. 40% of our outages were due to us having to de-energize the circuits for public safety. And we cannot energize them until it's safe to do so, and we have put eyes on our system. 20% is because of wire downs, and 6.5% is because our system has protected itself from further outages, and so we have to patrol every line before we come back online. With that, I just want to thank everybody, and Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. We want to transition. We're 5 minutes over. We do want to give a little bit of time for question and answer with the press. I'm going to call on you. Please identify yourself, your name, and which media outlet you're with. I see a hand up here. We'll go with you first.
Because This press conference called One Voice is bringing together some of our city leaders, our county leaders here together for this incredible tragedy, this crisis that we're experiencing right now. And a lot of our viewers are asking, how can other Angelenos help? Because people want to volunteer, people want to help. What's the best way that other folks out there that want to help, what can they do?
Well, first of all, thank you for that question, because I think this does speak volumes to the fact that it's not just at the local level, it's at the state and the federal level as well, and it is one voice. We're seeing these fires taking place countywide, which is stretching our resources. But to the public, I mentioned All Saints in Pasadena that's opened up its church to people that are evacuating, people that are not only part of their parish, but also people that are seeking refuge. I would encourage, and we will work with our Office of Emergency Management, to put together a list of what you can do to help. I know at Pasadena Convention Center, they're looking for resources, food, and blankets. Red Cross is putting that together, but we can always use more. So this is the time for us all to come together. I mean, we're trying to wrap our heads around just getting this fire under control. But make no mistake, we will put something together so that people can offer their support. You are seeing the goodness, and I know Supervisor Horvath mentioned it. With all these horrific stories you hear, you also hear stories of people that are doing amazing things to help their neighbors and their community.
Thank you for that. I'll go ahead in the green shirt.
Yeah, the DWP was talking about the problems with the water supply, and I was wondering if either...
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. We have been streaming for almost 7 hours right now. It's just been a disaster in California. And if anybody says that this isn't a disaster that keeps on happening every single year, that is the definition of madness. Doing the same thing every single time, over and over and over again. Hold on. We're going to call Mommy later. Doing the same thing over and over again, and this is what you get. So this has been happening for a long time. This is in the first year. This is in the second year. This is in the third, fourth, or fifth year that this is happening in California. Yet they don't have a solution. No solution with the smart entrepreneurs that we have in California, with the smart heads that we have in Silicon Valley, with the bright stars that we have in Silicon Valley. Bright people changing the world from Silicon Valley in California, yet no solution to the wildfire that's been going on for years. It's not the first time. It's not, oh, we're surprised. No, they're not surprised. This has been going on. Feel me? This has been going on. So it's like, if you keep doing the same thing, then keep getting money from the government for wildfires every single time. Like, what does that make you? Incompetent. It makes you incompetent. I'm sorry to say, okay, you cannot be the leader of a state. And this goes on. And people are going to blame Gavin Newsom, of course. I get it. But it's not just Gavin Newsom. This has been going on for years, before Gavin Newsom. Of course, Gavin Newsom and what's his name? Justin Trudeau, they're probably related because both of them are just like out of this world when it comes to mind state. When it comes to mindset, Justin Trudeau and Gavin Newsom on the same level for sure. However, it's like this right here, bad news. The bright mind and the bright, smart, shiny brains in Silicon Valley should come up with technology to stop all of this, and then pass it on to the federal government to sign a bill to get it to work. Because this right here is straight up BS, going on for years, for decades. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. This is just sad to see. Been going on for years. and still the same thing. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Come on. This is the United States of America, y'all. This ain't Iran or Afghanistan.
Where it just appeared almost to be nighttime as this fire continues to find fresh fuel to burn. And sadly, that fresh fuel includes homes. The loss is going to be on a very large scale. I believe the sanctuary has now collapsed. At least one huge building is a total loss. And Drummond. And let's go to this. A lot of talk on Sunset Boulevard, the grocery store. Again, you know, the heart of the community. We saw the public library on fire. We saw the church.
And y'all keep saying like it's dry in California. The Palisades community, they are literally by the Pacific Ocean. They are by the Pacific Ocean, ladies and gentlemen. Palisades, they are by the Pacific Ocean. So what are we doing? How can you be by the Pacific Ocean, by water, and then you're burning out?
Church on fire. Ralph's on the 15,000 block of Sunset Boulevard destroyed. It is just the walls are standing. And take a look at this video that we shot for you early this morning. This is what we saw up and down Sunset Boulevard. This is on Sunset and Rivas Canyon, where homes were burning on both sides of Sunset Boulevard, on both corners of Sunset. Homes completely destroyed. No firefighters in sight. Again, firefighters stretched thin. They're trying to save the homes that they can. Some homes are just left to burn when the loss is too great and they cannot save them. And then you have the water issues, and we're going to be talking a lot about that in the coming weeks, as will LA City Fire. What happened to the water? Now, this isn't the first time the fires in this area have had water issues. Back in, I believe, the 1990s, there was a fire in Malibu, and they had
Back in 1990s, y'all. Back in 1990s. I was born in the 90s, y'all. So I was born in the 90s, and these guys have been having the same issues since the 90s, before I was born.
huge water issues. During the 1993 Malibu fire, there was a lack of water, and they had to drain water from swimming pools, which we actually saw LA City firefighters do today near the church that was burning. There was a home that was just burning to the ground right in front of firefighters. They couldn't save it. They were trying to save the other home by using pool water. I'm going to ask photographer Tony Butita again. I'm on PCH here right next to Gladstone. I'm just going to ask him to turn the camera around and just show you how gray, how dark. We drove through parts of PCH where it just appeared almost to be nighttime as this fire continues to find fresh fuel to burn. And sadly, that fresh fuel includes homes. The loss is going to be on a very large scale. And even more importantly, you heard Sheriff Robert Luna report this morning that they have reports of 2 fatalities.
That is a bitch right there.
We don't know, and we broke the story early this.
That right there is a bitch. That right there is a bitch. Water from the bitch. But yet, it's burning. Okay. With that being said, thank you for tuning in to the live show. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in God. Thank you for tuning in. We have been streaming for 7 hours. And that's just wild to know that a city has been burning for more than 7 hours, for a whole day at this point. Well, by tonight, it's going to be a whole day. So stay safe if you are in California, Los Angeles County. Get out, stay safe, pray to God, and hopefully everything comes back to normal. But God bless you, man. God bless you. Shout out to everybody who tuned in. Shout out to everybody who has been watching. But yeah, your boy got to go. I will be right back here very soon for different updates because this wildfire is just draining to stream this wildfire. That's why I couldn't even sit to watch everything because it's like, yeah, Lord. I don't want to see people losing their homes, losing their properties, getting out of their comfort zone, their schools, their libraries, their football fields. Like, come on, their churches and all that stuff. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I guess life happens, and we just have to keep going. We just have to keep living life, regardless of what happens in this world. We just have to keep on going. Palisades fire, 30,000 people evacuated. All right. Love you guys, man. Stay safe. Stay prayed up. God is the greatest. I am signing out.